leaving a small crater. Right square bracket crowd. Marvelous! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Left square bracket. The crowd realized that the fight was over. Ranma had beaten Kuno. Then they started to cheer loudly as some of the crowd started to chant Ranma's name. Ranma knelt down because the cut started to affect him again. At the sidelines, Kasumi notices Ranma's plight and decides to help him. Right square bracket. Kasumi, you to go on home. I'll tend to Ranma. Nebiki, when will you be back? Kasumi? Kasumi, not until sunset. Ranma and I are going shopping and I might need him for some heavy lifting. But first I should take him to a doctor. Can. I'll come with you, Kasumi. Kasumi sighs. Very well. Left square bracket. Kasumi rushes toward Ranma. She reaches him before I can. Right square bracket. Ranma looks up at Kasumi and smiles. Hello again. Kasumi. Ranma, you were magnificent. Ranma, thanks. Well, it was nothing. Can. Nothing, he says. Right curly bracket. Kasumi, come along, Ranma-san. We are going to a doctor. Ranma, trying to hide the pain. The cut doesn't even itch. Left square bracket. Can pokes Ranma's injury and Ranma doubles over in pain again. Right parenthesis. Kasumi, smiling. Right parenthesis. Drive. Tofu will love to have a new patient. Left square bracket. About a few moments later, the school grounds become clear of students. All except for the still form of Kuno and his ninja assistant. Right square bracket. Ninja, crying, how could this be? The great Kuno cakewalk defeated by a mere scholar. Such a shame. Such a shame! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Voice, oh, stop bawling over him! Exclamation point! Left square bracket. The ninja turns to the voice and he finds to be Kodakai in her usual uniform of street Ebert. Right square bracket. Ninja kneels down before Kodakai. Mistress Kodakai! Exclamation point! Kodakai, looking at her brother's still form. You brought shame to our house, Keiichi. I knew one day another man would best you in combat. Turns to the ninja. Servant, take this poor excuse for a martial artist to our mansion. Ninja, what will you do, Mistress? Kodakai, what I do does not concern you. But I'll be back at night. Ninja, whatever you wish, Mistress. Kodakai, noticing something on Kuno's forehead, old servant, check my brother's forehead! Exclamation point! Left square bracket. The ninja checks to see Kuno's forehead. The word fool is written on Kuno's head. Right square bracket. Ninja, what is the meaning of this? Exclamation point! Kodakai, it means that Sodom is right. My brother is a fool. Ninja, we should have that insolent boy's head on a plate. Let meet him, Mistress! Exclamation point! Kodakai, leave the commoner be. It is my brother's fight. He'll handle it. Left square bracket. As Kodakai walks away, she begins laughing at the top of her lungs. The ninja sweats a little. Right square bracket. Ninja, I gotta get another job. Right curly bracket. Scene, Dr. Tofu's clinic somewhere in Nerima. Kasumi waits outside while Akan and Ranma see the doctor. Outside, Kasumi awaits, pondering. Kasumi, I wonder why Akan told me to wait outside. This is most peculiar. Left square bracket inside the clinic. Dr. Tofu tends to Ranma while Akan waits. Right square bracket drive. Tofu. Well, the cut isn't so bad. How long ago did you say this was? Ranma. A few minutes ago. I got into a fight and my opponent got a lucky shot in me. Dr. Tofu. The cut is healing nicely, but a bandage might help things smoothly. Ranma. I guess. Drive. Tofu. What about this bump on your head? Ranma. Akan hit me with a table yesterday. Put me out until it was dark. Dr. Tofu. Akan. Why? Akan. Well, Ranma. Because she has a tough time handling the truth. Akan. Why, you idiot. Starts to dislocate almost everything in Ranma's body, making him look like a human pretzel. Say that again and I'll drive. Tofu. Akan. I know I'm the chiropractor, but you didn't have to twist him up to show him that I can fix dislocations. Akan. Blushing. I'm sorry, Dr. Tofu. Ranma. What's with the sweet and innocent act? Akan? Right curly bracket left square bracket. A few minutes pass and suddenly Dr. Tofu starts to snap Ranma's arms, neck, and legs back into place. Right square bracket Ranma. Whole exclamation point. Dr. Tofu. You're Ranma, aren't you? Left parenthesis punching Ranma's spine and twisting Ranma's head back into place. I heard that you had to wait on the 10 girls. Akan. That's what my father decided. Not as exclamation point. Dr. Tofu. Well, it is too early to decide. Huh? You're just children after all. Akan. Nebiki was right. Dr. Tofu really does see me as a child. Right curly bracket left parenthesis sighs sadly. Right parenthesis Ranma, yelling, that hurts. Exclamation point exclamation point exclamation point. Dr. Tofu, it still hurts somewhere. Show me. Left square bracket Ranma notices that he's been fixed up and the pain is gone. Right square bracket Ranma. Hey, I'm okay. Akan. Isn't he a great doctor? Dr. Tofu. Will that be all? Akan. Yes, Dr. Tofu. I'll see you soon. Dr. Tofu. Very well. Akan. Left square bracket. Akan leaves the clinic and shuts the screen on her way out. Right square bracket Dr. Tofu. She's a very sweet girl. Ranma. Maybe in front of you she is. Dr. Tofu. Fiancé or not, to try to get along with them. Ranma. Look. I get along Kasumi just fine, but hyphen left square bracket Ranma notices Dr. Tofu tense up and his glasses fogging up. Right square bracket Ranma, raising his right eyebrow, right curly bracket drive. Tofu, regaining his composure. What about the other two? Ranma, I really don't know about Nebiki. And I think Akan is just waiting to kill me like a crazed predator. Dr. Tofu. Well, if that's all for today, then I'll see you again soon. Ranma. Thanks. Dr. Tofu. Please do try to get along with them. Ranma. Rolling his eyes up, I'll make it an effort. Left square bracket Ranma leaves the clinic and shuts the screen. He sees Kasumi waiting outside. Right square bracket Kasumi. How did it go? Ranma? Ranma. Just fine, Kasumi. I'm alright now. Kasumi. That's good. I heard some yelling and screaming. Ranma, can twisted me into a pretzel. Kasumi. Sighs. Sometimes I think my lotus sister will never change. Ranma. Well, at least she has a soft spot. Kasumi. She likes the doctor. Ranma. That explains why I can acted all innocent in there. Kasumi. Ranma, can I ask you something? Ranma. Shoot. Kasumi. After you change your clothes, maybe you and I can go shopping. Ranma, looking down at his clothes. Oh, right. Yeah, I love to. Kasumi. I knew you would agree. Ranma, why? Kasumi. Just because. Scene, a clothing store. Inside, Ranma is trying on some t-shirts and some jeans to replace his shredded up school clothes inside the dressing room. After a few minutes, he comes out dressed in blue jeans and a white shirt. Kasumi looks at him curiously. Ranma, well? Kasumi, you look like a meat packer, but it will have to do. Ranma, sarcastically. Gee, thanks. Kasumi, come on. Let's go shopping. Scene, after shopping at the marketplace, Ranma and Kasumi headed for home. Kasumi carried a bag of groceries while Ranma carried a few boxes that he was trying to balance. It was still the afternoon, 4 o'clock to be exact. Ranma, you know, this is a lot of stuff. Are we feeding us mallard me? Kasumi, giggling. Mumber, it's just restocking. Remember that your mother didn't go shopping because of my father. Ranma, sheepishly, and because I spilled most of the groceries yesterday. Kasumi, did the teachers leave you any work to do? Ranma, not that I know of. Kasumi, smiling. Right. Then let's go to the park. We can talk there. Ranma, smirks. Right. Serene single quote. Tiwi inquisitive. Scene, the park. A few children can be seen playing at the playfields and some parents talking amicably to the other parents. Ranma and Kasumi are sitting on a bench together. Kasumi was trying to figure out what was she going to say while Ranma relaxed, resting on the bench. Ranma, curious. So, anything you have to say to me? Kasumi, I'd just like to thank you. Ranma, it's no problem. A few boxes doesn't even strain me. Kasumi, besides that, I like to thank you for coming into my life. Ranma, glad I could be of service. Kasumi-chan, I would have thought you'd keep away from me because of my. Kasumi, Ranma, I don't care about your condition. I care about you. Ranma, nervously, pardon? Kasumi, assuring, I just want to be your friend. Ranma, last night you showed me that I can trust you. You didn't try to take advantage of me and I like you for it. Besides, I really need someone to talk to. Ranma, don't you talk with your sisters? Kasumi, yes. But I haven't had a friend as young as you since high school. Everyone I knew has gone on with their lives while I stayed here. I get pretty lonely whenever father is out, but with you here, I know I won't be lonely anymore. Ranma, and my mother? Kasumi, shaking, she makes me nervous. Ranma, confused, come again? Kasumi, well, Your mother and I were talking about you today in the morning, and then suddenly she takes out her katana. I know she was just fooling around, but my goodness, I really thought she was going to kill me if Ranma, if what? Kasumi-chan Kasumi, if I broke your heart. Ranma, I know you don't want management at our father's place, Thomas. I know that you'd rather be dead than to settle down. Your mother has told me everything about you. At least I think she did. I'll try to respect that Ranma. I'll try to respect you as a friend, Kasumi. Oh, I think my fans would ask too many questions about us, Kasumi. I can't say that I blame them. You are cute, Ranma. It's not like I asked them to chase me. Kasumi, it doesn't matter. I just hope none of those girls makes on that degree that Kumo person did. Ranma, let me guess. Kumo made a decree that if a male student wanted a date with Akan, you would have to beat her in a fight. Which explains the mob of boys at school this morning. If you ask me, Kumo is a real loser. He acts like this middle-aged knight, and it hurts me ears when he spouts bad poetry. I just hope he got the message that I'm better at the art. Kasumi, it's better to have friends. Speaking of which, Akan gave me this letter. Left parenthesis takes out an envelope. It's addressed to you. Hands it to Ranma, right parenthesis Ranma. Opening the letter and reading it, right parenthesis Kasumi. Well, Ranma, son of a bitch. Never thought I'd hear from him again. Kasumi. From who? Ranma scene. Back at the Tendo training hall, Akan was practicing her skills by breaking a few bricks at the dojo. She was a bit irritated, but breaking the bricks seemed to calm her down somewhat. Akan. Dr. Tofu, why can't you see me as a woman? Right curly bracket left square bracket Nebiki decides to enter the dojo. Right square bracket Nebiki, sounding a bit depressed, right parenthesis oh, Akan. There's a guest here to see you. Akan. From the way you sound, I'd say it's Ryoga. Nebiki. He's waiting in the living room. Akan. Sternly, just don't hold out on him on the bed. He's a very sweet boy and I don't want you to hurt him. Nebiki, gee, wouldn't want to hurt your boyfriend. Akan. He's just a friend. Nebiki. Nebiki, yeah, and Ranma isn't in love with big sister Kasumi. Akan meets Ryoga in the living room. Ryoga looks a bit nervous but tries to stay calm in Akan's presence. Both talk about the day's events, especially the fight between Ranma and Kumo. Right square bracket Ryoga, told you that Ranma would win. Akan. I thought the jerk was good. But when you told me and Nebiki that he was your rival, it was impossible to understand. When he thought Kumo no, I understood completely. Ryoga, well, you got to understand that Ranma was on the road a lot, training in the art with his mother and learning new things. He's like me in some ways, but I had to learn on my own. Akan, I don't really know what he was to you, but to me, Ranma is an egotistical jerk, and I might add, a pervert. Ryoga, assuring right parenthesis a single quote as egotistical, but I don't think he's a pervert. Akan, you know him a lot more than I do. Ryoga, how did you meet him anyway? Ryoga, we were in an all-boys school together a few years back, but we didn't meet on friendly terms. Akan, all boys. I guess Ranma didn't have the curse all the time. Right curly bracket flashback scene, 3 years back, in a high school cafeteria, A horde of boys wanted to get what remained of the food. The last off food was a piece of curry bread that the students wanted so badly. The lunch attendant was getting bored, so she decided on a course of action. Lunch attendant, here's the last of the curry bread. Hiya. Tosses the piece of bread into the air. Right parenthesis Ryoga. It's mine exclamation point. Left parenthesis jumps into the air to catch the bread. Right parenthesis left square bracket. Just as Ryoga's hands were about to catch the bread, another boy bounces of his head and catches one side of the bread with his mouth. The boy makes a 1-point landing in front of Ryoga. Voice apparently angry. Right square bracket Ryoga. You. Who are you exclamation point. Boy takes the bread out of his mouth. Right parenthesis Sodom Ranma. Ryoga. Sodom. I will never forget the offense of the curry bread exclamation point. Ranma. Size. Look. If you want so much. Here. Left parenthesis tears the bread in half and tosses Ryoga the half of bread untouched by his mouth. Right parenthesis there you go. Ryoga catches the bread. Left square bracket Ranma leaves the cafeteria and Ryoga watches him in anger and confusion. Anger because Ranma got the last of the curry bread, and confusion because of Ranma's generosity. Right square bracket Ryoga single quotes narration. I tried to stay mad at Ranma, but his generosity confused me. It kept me from going after him and beating his brains out, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I said that I didn't want to see him again. Akan's narration. But you did, didn't you Ryoga single quotes narration. Yes. It was right after school and I thought he was on my way out. Flashback scene. The locker room area was being destroyed by Ryoga because he couldn't find his way out of school. He was rushing all around and acting like a maniac. Ryoga. Screaming right parenthesis where the hell is the exit? Why does this keep happening to me exclamation point voice. Man, the school board is going to have a coronary if they see what you did to this place. Ryoga turns around to the voice. Shut the hell up. Noticing that it's Ranma and gets angry. You again. Get out of here, Sodom. I don't want to see you exclamation point Ranma. Calm down, man. Now will you tell me what your problem is Ryoga turns his back on Ranma and folding his arms angrily right parenthesis that single quotes none of your business. Now leave me alone exclamation point left square bracket Ranma thinks about it, but he wonders about Ryoga and figures out something. Right square bracket Ranma, you're Hibiki Ryoga, aren't you Ryoga, yeah, so exclamation point Ranma, you're the guy who's always getting lost, Ryoga, smoldering anger, shut up Ranma. The guys always talk about you. They say that every 6 days or so, you arrive at school because you can't find your way. Ryoga, getting angry and his voice is sounding choked up. Shut up exclamation point Ranma, do you get lost all time Ryoga, turning around and grabbing Ranma by his shirt and pushing him to the wall. Shut the hell up exclamation point Ranma. Hey, what's your problem, Ryoga? Ryoga's narration. I had him. I had Ranma in my grasp. I wanted to shut him up so badly. I wanted to hurt him, twist him, break his back, rip his head off. Anything I can single quote as narration, I would've. He shouldn't have stuck his nose in your business. Ryoga single quote as narration, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't do all those things to him. Because deep down inside, I knew Ranma was right. I was trying to at least be angry at him. But I finally let go of him. He couldn't beat him up because he was telling me the truth. I finally went down on my knees, frustrated because I couldn't handle the truth. I even bowed my head to the floor. Ranma, concerned, "Hey, are you okay?" Left square bracket. Ryoga doesn't answer. He puts his over his face, covering his eyes. Right square bracket. Ranma, look, I can walk you to your house if you want. Ryoga, I want no more of your kindness. Just get out of my life! Left square bracket. Ranma shrugs and leaves. Right square bracket. Ryoga single quote as narration, believe me, I can. If Ranma was any nicer to him, I would've gone crazy. The thing is, no one has ever been nicer kind to me. But still, I never ever wanted to see him again. This nature was too good to be true. I can single quote as narration, but you met him again. Ryoga single quote as narration, yes. I met him on my way home from school. I'm unable to finally find my way out of school. At least I thought I was heading home. Flashback scene. It is now nighttime in the town. Ryoga seems to be running frantically from place to place, trying to find his way home. Little by little, he was losing hope. Ryoga, screaming, "Where am I? Where's my home? I know it's right here somewhere!" Left square bracket. Ryoga keeps on running until he sees Ranma and an older woman in a kimono besides him. Each were carrying shopping bags. Ranma and the woman catch the sight of Ryoga. Right square bracket. Ranma, "Hello again, woman. Is this the boy you were telling me about?" Ranma, "Yeah, that's him, Mom." Ryoga, panicking, "No. You got it all wrong. I was just passing through!" Ranma, raising an eyebrow, more like running through. Ryoga, "Say, when did you find your way out of school?" Ryoga, sweating, "Hours ago." "Why do you ask?" Ranma, "No reason. Did you find your way home?" Ryoga, panicking and sweating, "Well, that is." Ranma, "No. No, cop." Ranma, "Why don't you take Ryoga home? I'll have dinner ready for you when you get back." Ranma, "Sure, Mom." Ryoga, "I can get there myself. Thank you very much!" Ranma, "Look, you stubborn jackass. It's obvious that you can't find your way to the bathroom without getting lost. Just tell me your address, I'll take you there." No, cop. Sternly, Ranma, "Your language!" Ranma, "Sorry." End of flashback. Right square bracket. Ryoga, "So I gave him my address and he quickly led me home. Seeing home was one of the happiest days of my life. The truth is, he haven't seen home in days. The next few days after that, he helped me get to school on time and helped me find my way home. Me and Ranma became good friends those few days, and we always talked about simple inane things. There was a downside to all this Komodo Dabakan, and that is Ryoga. Every time there was a last piece of bread in the cafeteria, he always got to it first. But like the first time, he'd always split it with me. Ken, what a dog. I can't believe you became friends with him. I'd have beaten him senseless if he did that to me. You know snatching the bread, Ryoga. You don't know him like I used to, Ken. Anyway, he told me one day that he was leaving to train in the martial arts in China. But I wasn't going to let him go. Not without a match. So did have our man-to-man fight at last. Scene. Later in the day, sunset in the town, Ranma and Kasumi are eating walking towards home. Ranma had the grocery boxes while Kasumi was just carrying a grocery bag. Ranma talks to Kasumi about the first meeting with Ryoga and the events that followed. Kasumi, so when did you have your fight with Ryoga? Ranma, 4 days after the scheduled date. Actually, I was going to leave on the 3rd day, but Mom convinced me to stay. I swear, he single quote DB after my blood he followed me to China. He would have trailed me to the depths of hell if I skipped out on the fight. Kasumi, he must have been a difficult opponent to defeat. Ranma, the guy's got the endurance and strength of a monster, I'll give him that much. He was also a better man at skill. Whatever he was doing lost all those times, I certainly doubt he was just walking. I bet he trained in some unknown fighting style that I yet need to master. Kasumi, I don't know how he was when you first fought him. Ryoga has many abilities that can power any fighter of any size. Like you said, he has monstrous strength. Plus he has the ability to make some pieces of his apparel into sharp objects. His bandanas especially. Ranma, nervous and confused, is that so? Kasumi, the letter he sent you today. You never told me what was in it. Ranma, it's a letter of challenge, Kasumi. It says that you challenge me anytime and any place. Kasumi, I do hope you know what you're doing fighting him again. Ranma, don't worry. I'll just beat him again like I did last time. Kasumi, kissing Ranma on the cheek, your bravery surprises me. Ranma. Ranma, hey, don't do that. I might drop these boxes because he couldn't concentrate. Kasumi left parenthesis smiling. At least you are not as nervous as the last time I kissed you. Ranma smiles. We're friends, right? Why should I be nervous? Left square bracket. Unbeknownst to the conversing pair, Dr. Tofu was hiding behind an alley. He's been following Ranma and Kasumi ever since they left his clinic. The doctor was a bit envious at Ranma because this boy could have a decent conversation with Kasumi without going bonkers. He also sensed that Ranma likes Kasumi in some way, and maybe Kasumi likes Ranma also. Right square bracket drive. Tofu, I envy you, Sodom. I wish I had the courage to speak to Kasumi like you do. What I need is your bravery, Sodom. The bravery I need to finally propose to Kasumi. For that, I will have to work very hard to be courageous. Just wait, Kasumi-chan. Please. Right curly bracket left square bracket. Unbeknownst to the doctor, a pink cat was also watching the conversing couple. The cat appeared sad and decided to follow them. Right square bracket scene, the Kuno Mansion's hall of mirrors. Kate Waki was looking at himself in one of the mirrors. He looked at his forehead and examined what Ranma did to him during the fight. He saw the word fool on his forehead. Tatewaki, Sodom. You had me at a disadvantage today. I truly thought that you were just a mere scholar who was just insolent enough to challenge my might. But that is only half the truth, is it not? No matter. You dared to defy me and got away with it. Such acts against someone such as I are indeed unforgivable. Sodom Ranma. You will meet your demise! Exclamation point! Left square bracket. The small ninja enters the hall of mirrors. Right square bracket. Small ninja, my lord. Left parenthesis kneels down before Tatewaki. Let me avenge the honor of the Kuno family name. This boy will indeed suffer for this. Tatewaki, silence. Servant. No one will challenge Sodom. I shall smite this cur and send him to the depths of hell! Exclamation point! Small ninja, as you wish, my lord. I'm here to also inform you that Mistress Kodakai will be in later on. Tatewaki. Sighs, my foolish sister still searching for that vagrant idiot that saved her life. Truly I pity the man when Kodakai finally has her clutches on him. Servant. If that will be all, leave me. You must be alone. Small ninja, yes, my lord. Left square bracket. Small ninja leaves. Right square bracket. Tatewaki. Tomorrow, you fiend. You shall meet your end and Dakan will be free of your villainous hands. I swear by the great name of Kuno, I shall deliver you to the hands of justice. Right curly bracket. Scene. This is the next day. It is as early as 5 o'clock a.m. at the Tendo training hall, and for some reason, Ranma is sleeping inside the dojo. He begins to stir and finally he wakes up slowly. Ranma rubs his eyes and it becomes clear that he slept all night at the dojo area. He also realizes that he has a flute in his right hand. Ranma yawns. Oh yeah. I fell asleep at the dojo. I guess Mom was right. Music does relax me. I just didn't know it could make me relax enough to fall asleep here. Well, that and reciting a Tao poem and doing different kinds of kata. Remembering something right parenthesis left curly bracket. Akan said that Ryoga stopped by here yesterday to collect his winnings. I gotta hand it to Ryoga. He bet on a sure thing. Too bad he didn't stay here because I really looked forward to that rematch if his challenge was any indication. The fight with Kuno was okay, but if Ryoga's skills are anything like Kasumi said, then I can't wait to fight Ryoga. Right curly bracket. Left square bracket. Ranma then steps out of the dojo and makes a long jump to the koi pond. As soon as he hits the cold water, Ranma turns into a girl, activating his curse. Ranma-chan then steps out of the pond and walks towards the dojo. Ranma-chan stops just a short distance and makes a very high jump toward the dojo roof. She makes a 1-point landing. Ranma-chan then sits on the roof and plays the flute he had on her right hand. Right square bracket. Scene. Inside Kasumi's room. Kasumi begins to stir slowly. She fully wakes up as soon as she hears a flute playing outside. Kasumi seems to like the melody so much that she tries to find the source of who is playing it. She opens her window and hears that the melody is coming from the roof. Kasumi puts on her robe and dashes outside, grabbing a ladder on the way. Kasumi followed the source of the music, realizes that it was coming from the roof. She sets the ladder against the dojo and starts to climb. Kasumi reaches the roof and finds that it's female Ranma playing the flute. Kasumi smells at this and sighs, watching Ranma starting to dance around on the roof. Kasumi. How sweet. Ranma not only trains in the art of fighting but also music. He seems to try to relax like last night when he played that instrument. But I didn't think he would fall asleep in the dojo. I didn't want to disturb him last night while he played. He looked so cute. And the way he slept oh my. Kasumi. Ran my sire friend. Don't think about him that way. Right curly bracket left square bracket. Kasumi started to blush at that last thought. Ranma finishes playing the flute and notices Kasumi. Right square bracket Ranma-chan. Hey, Kasumi. Kasumi, snapping out of her thoughts. Oh, good morning, Ranma. Ranma-chan. Good morning to you. To Kasumi. That was wonderful. The way you just played the flute and started dancing without a care. You looked very cute. Ranma-chan. Blushing and rubbing the back of his head. Kasumi-chan. Thanks. Kasumi. Smiling. You would have looked cuter if you did it as almond. Ranma-chan. Oh no. I don't want to embarrass myself. Kasumi. Disappointed and said, but you really looked cute when you played it as a man last night. Ranma-chan. Sweating. You mean you saw that ? Kasumi. The whole thing. Stepping onto the roof and sits the next to a nervous Ranma. Ranma. It really shouldn't matter to you how you do as a man. Ranma-chan. It doesn't. It just that hyphen left square bracket. Kasumi shuts Ranma up by kissing her on the lips briefly. Kasumi thinks that she's easing Ranma's sudden nervousness, but Ranma just gulps and blushes deeply. Right square bracket Ranma-chan. Still nervous and blushing a bit, you realize that you just kissed a girl on the lips. Kasumi. Noticing her blunder. Oh my. So I did. Ranma-chan. Look, I won't tell anyone about this if you promise not to tell anyone about me playing the flute as a guy. Kasumi. Ranma. That's extortion! Ranma-chan. Smirks right parenthesis now or even. Kasumi. Sighs. Ranma-chan. Kasumi. I'm kidding. Kasumi. Ranma. Ranma-chan. I'm sorry. Kasumi. It was wrong of me to play around with you like that. Kasumi. Sometimes a man can't help himself. Don't worry. Yadware still my friend. Ranma-chan. Nervous. Please don't kiss me again. I'm still in girl form. Kasumi. Very well. It's still early in the morning. Let's have some tea. Scene. About a few minutes later, Ranma, back in male form, and Kasumi sit together at the living room having some hot tea. Ranma was trying to gather his thoughts about what to say to Kasumi. Ranma really liked her a lot, but deep down inside, he knew Kasumi wasn't right for him. She deserved better. Meanwhile, Kasumi was deep in thought. She knew that coming on to Ranma was wrong. Kasumi was only making Ranma nervous by doing that. And kissing him while he was in girl form was totally ludicrous. Ranma, Kasumi. Kasumi. Yes, Ranma ? Ranma, how can I put this? Ever since I came here, you're the only one in this house that's been nice to me. I thank you for it. But the thing is, your kindness kinda makes me nervous. Don't take it the wrong way. Your kindness is one of the things I am fond of. Kasumi blushes slightly. Thank you, Ranma, but I think there's some kind of attraction between us. If I'm wrong about this, please tell me now. Left square bracket. Kasumi shakes her head, indicating that Ranma isn't mistaken. Right square bracket. Ranma, bowing his head in frustration, I don't know what's wrong with me. I suddenly find it hard to talk to you after only 3 days share. I'm used to talking to girls most of the time and in complete calmness. But for some reason Kasumi, Ranma, just tell me what you want to say. Ranma, raising his head, Kasumi, can I ask you a question? Kasumi, curious, what is it? Ranma, are you coming on to me? Kasumi, innocently, why would I do that? Ranma, well, you let me sleep in your room and you even kissed on the lips me when I was in girl form. Kasumi, I was testing you. Ranma, come again? Kasumi smiles. The reason why I acted that way the first day you come here is because I wanted to know if I could trust you. You didn't try to take advantage of me that night when we slept together, and I thank you for it. You are a true friend. So Ranma. Ranma, what about the kisses? Kasumi, those are because I like you. Big silly. Ranma, my god! Right curly bracket left square bracket. At that moment, soon decided to pop out of nowhere and could Ranma and Kasumi enjoy. He started crying because he was so happy that Ranma is going to marry into the family and uphold this end of the deal. Ranma Kasumi looked startled. Right square bracket soon. Oh happy day! Ranma, Mr. Tendo, where did you come from? Soon. Truly this is a joyous occasion. Genma's son has finally agreed to marry into my family! Kasumi, a bit miffed. Father. Ranma, and just how did I do that? Soon. My elder daughter really likes you, and besides, you two are really good friends. Oh, son. Thank you. You've made this old man happy! Left square bracket. Kasumi could only watch her father in shock and disappointment. It is obvious that her father has gone delusional. Kasumi's father then let go of Ranma and Kasumi and started dancing in mad joy. He then went to a nearby cabinet and pulled out a bottle of sake and started to drink the whole thing as if his life depended on it. Ranma was amazed that Kasumi's father was chugging down that entire bottle of sake. Kasumi was only thinking that her father might have a bad hangover later. Right square bracket. Ranma, man, he's really taking a swig of that thing. Kasumi, sighing in disappointment, earnestly. My father always jumps to conclusions. After soon drinks the entire bottle of sake, he suddenly decided to sing. The singing was so off-key that Ranma and Kasumi stepped out of the living room to avoid any bleeding from their ears. They finally make it to the backyard, where they stopped walking. Right square bracket. Kasumi, I think I better start on breakfast. Since you already practiced ahead of time, you can take a shower. Ranma, sure thing. Kasumi. Left square bracket. Ranma walked towards the bathroom, leaving Kasumi to her duties. As he walked, Ranma was thinking that he had just removed some weight of his shoulders this morning. Right square bracket. Ranma, smiling right parenthesis left curly bracket. Well, I guess that's it. Now I don't have to be nervous around Kasumi anymore. Since we consider ourselves best friends, there won't be much tension between us. Besides, Kasumi deserves to be with someone more deserving. But now, Tenbo-san thinks by accepting Kasumi as a good friend, I might just marry any of his other daughters. I guess all victories come with a price. Right curly bracket left square bracket Ranma finally arrives to the bathroom. But when he opened the slide door, he saw a virtually nude Akan in front of him. Needless to say, Akan gets angry and punches Ranma through the roof, sending him into orbit. Ranma can heard screaming as he ascends to the sky. Right square bracket Akan, still angry. Damn pervert! Exclamation point scene. About some time later that morning, Ranma, Nebiki, and Akan were heading off to school. Ranma had a bandage on the left side of his cheek. As the day before, Ranma walked on the fence while the two Tenbo's sisters walked on the sidewalk. Ranma was trying to keep his mind occupied on how he settled things with Kasumi. He was happy with the results. Nebiki, and for your thoughts, so don't ? Ranma snaps out of his thoughts. Nebiki, look, I noticed during breakfast that you and Kasumi didn't really talk. In fact, you two were quiet throughout breakfast. You didn't want to press the issue, but now that this conversation is between the three of us, you might want to answer us. Ranma, look, Nebiki, me and Kasumi are just friends. Nothing wrong with that. Nebiki, I'm not blind to the truth, so dumb. I know you like our big sister, but deep down inside you think that you aren't worthy of her. That's probably true, but you can't keep denying your feelings. You can't hide them forever. Akan, to Nebiki, what would you know about feelings? Ranma, say what you want, Nebiki. Kasumi and I are just friends. Nebiki, sure, so don't. Left curly bracket big fat liar. Right curly bracket left square bracket. The three finally arrive at school and once again, they are greeted by a mob of boys. Akan gets in a defensive stance and once the boys were near enough, Akan started to beat them up. At the end, there were piles of trashed schoolboys all over the place. Akan brushes some sweat of her brow as soon as she's finished fighting. Right square bracket Akan, frustrated, this is getting boring. Left square bracket Akan then begins to see a huge crowd of girls heading her away, or so she thought. Akan gets in a defensive stance again just in case. The huge crowd of girls run past Akan and start to surround Ranma and Nebiki. Nebiki nonchalantly walks away, but Ranma is a bit confused about this reception. Right square bracket all girls, good morning. Ranma-sama exclamation point Ranma, confused, hi. One girl, Ranma, you were awesome yesterday. At Kunogi had that beating coming for a long time. Another girl, yeah. Now you're Furinken High's newest and cutest champion. Ranma, turning red inwardly and rubbing the back of his head. Right parenthesis G, thanks. Shy brunette girl with glasses, Ogito, Ranma. You forgot her weapon yesterday. Left square bracket the brunette had Ranma's wooden sword in a bundle of cloth. She hands it to him and Ranma gladly takes the bundle. Right square bracket Ranma, Smiles and bows. Thank you. Brunette girl. Heart racing. He smiled at me. Right curly bracket left square bracket brunette girl faints. Right square bracket Ranma. Sweating. Well, it's been fun, girls. But I realigned to get to class. All girls. The hunk is entering the building! Exclamation point! Ranma. Who am I? Elvis question mark right curly bracket left square bracket Ranma walks into school with his wooden sword in hand while Akan and Nebiki follow him. Akan could only watch Ranma with anger. Right square bracket Akan. I can't believe the female student body of this school can like a pervert like Ranma. It's as if the standards those girls are way down. What the hell is so special about a stupid jock like him anyway? Exclamation point right curly bracket Nebiki, looking at Ranma with some interest. He is pretty cute. I can see why all those girls want to stake Shodan as their own. Maybe I can make a profit out of this. Right curly bracket scene. Near lunchtime, Ranma was dozing off during math class. He found the class pretty boring as the teacher went on and on about algebraic formulas and equations. Ranma finally gave in to his senses and laid his head on the desk he was sitting at. Ranma started to snore, which really annoyed the teacher. Teacher, Shodan-san! Exclamation point Ranma, suddenly waking up. 2x plus 4 equals 6 is 1! Exclamation point left square bracket. The teacher looks at the chalkboard and sees that the answer to phi quation is correct. Nevertheless, the teacher decided to give Ranma his punishment. Right square bracket teacher, sweating. Right answer. But you were going to sleep during class? Shodan-san. Stand in the hall! Exclamation point Ranma. Better than sitting around here listening to you rant, sensei. Right curly bracket scene. Ranma stood in the hall alone, holding in each hand a bucket of water. He was still pretty bored even though he was able to skip the yawning math class. He looked at his watch that his mother bought for him some time ago and realized at lunchtime was near. Right square bracket Ranma, yawning. Well, at least I have something to look forward to. Left square bracket Ranma notices a brunette girl step out of his math class with a bucket of water in each hand. The girl stands beside him and starts to look at Ranma with dreamy eyes. Right square bracket Ranma, looking at the girl. Yes question mark girl. Ranma-sama. Hi Ranma. Look, just call me Ranma. Don't be nervous. Girl. Well, how can I put this? During the fight yesterday, Kuno-senpai mentioned that you're engaged to the Tendo girls. Is that true question mark Ranma? Not in a sense. Girl. Pardon question mark Ranma. Well, the thing is this. Way before my father died, he and Tendo-san agreed that their martial arts schools should be united. So the agreement was that in order to unite the Shodan and Tendo schools, I, being the only son of the Shodan line, I have to marry one of the Tendo girls. Of course my father never told me or my mother about this. My mother would have disagreed, maybe not. Girl, I see. Ranma, do you have any interest in marrying one of them question mark Ranma? Why do you ask question mark girl? I mean, the girls just want to know if you're available. Ranma, if you're asking me if I'm single, then yes. Girl, but you live with the most popular girl in school. Ranma, you mean Akan, right? So what girl? You mean you've been living with her and you're not falling for her? Ranma, I just don't see what's so hot about a girl who beats up misguided boys every day in the morning. Girl, she's proving that girls can be just as masculine as boys. Either that, or he hates boys altogether. Ranma, well, Akan doesn't hate the male gender altogether. She just doesn't like the younger said top left square bracket at a nearby hallway. Nabiki walks pleasantly. She couldn't help but overhear the conversation between the girl and Ranma. Nabiki tries her best to keep quiet so she can eavesdrop. She hidden hall near Ranma dot right square bracket Nabiki. Well. What do we hear question mark right curly bracket left square bracket Ranma and the girls still converse dot right square bracket Ranma. What about Nabiki? I mean, she's way cuter than Akan semicolon plus she's more mature dot left square bracket Nabiki hears this and bears an evil smile as she folds her arms across each chest dot right square bracket Nabiki. Flattery will get you nowhere with me. So don't dot right curly bracket left square bracket back to the conversation dot right square bracket girl. She's an evil, cold heart witch. Ranma, interesting choice of words dot girl. What I meant to say was bitch dot Ranma, sweating. Okay. Kasumi mentioned that Nabiki has the ability to make money off anything dot girl. Confused Kasumi. Ranma, the eldest of the 10 girls. She's really nice and she treats me well. Girl. Oh. As I was saying, Nabiki doesn't care about anything but money. She may act all mature and grown up, but money is her true love. Some of the guys like her, but the majority of them like her sister Akan more. I think they'd rather get beat up than owe an Nabiki money or pay blackmail to her. Ranma, come on. She can't be that bad. Girl. Crying, she swears. Nabiki once tried to blackmail me. He had this deep, dark secret that I kept to myself for months and she threatened to reveal it if I didn't pay my debt. Plus interest. Ranma, that's not very nice. Secrets are a person's most valuable possession. If one has reason to keep it to him or herself, it has to be good reason. Girl, that faithful Tendo Nabiki. I despise her exclamation point Ranma. Wondering something, does Furinkan High allow students to act part-time jobs question mark girl? No. The board thinks that it interferes with studies. Ranma, I see. I guess Nabiki does have a good reason for earning money the way she does. She has her family's interests at heart. Girl, yeah, right. Since when does that girl care about anything but herself? Ranma, look, I just try to understand villainy sometimes. There's a logical reason why people do things. Mind you, I don't like Nabiki's way of earning money. It's just that I try to understand why she does these things. I just hope I'm not wrong about my assumption. If I am, I'd be disappointed in her. She does seem like a nice girl. Oh. But she has to be pretty lonely if all she cares about is money. Girl, you like her, don't you? Ranma. I try to understand people sometimes. Meanwhile, Nabiki listened to Ranma's words intently. Her heart started to beat at a fast pace. Right square bracket Nebiki, faintly smiles, right curly bracket left parenthesis shakes her head, settle down comma girl. Who cares what that dumb jock thinks of you? What does heck no? Right curly bracket left square bracket Nebiki walks back to her class. Right square bracket scene, the classroom at the lunch hour. Ranma tries to have some quiet time to himself, but unfortunately he wasn't going to get an eyepiece as two boys decide bug him about the previous day. They sit next to him. Student, patting Ranma on the back. Hey, man. How's it going? Ranma. Who are you? Student. Name's Hiroshi. Introduces his friend by his side. This is my sidekick. Daejuk. How you doing? Ranma. Fine. I assume you want to talk about yesterday's fight. Hiroshi. I gotta say it's about time that someone else besides Akane beat that Kumo guy's brains in. Ranma. I just can't believe that he managed to get a lucky shot at me. The cut's nothing now, though. Daejuk nudges Ranma. So what happened after the fight? Hiroshi. Yeah. Did Akane give you a reward for beating Kumo? Ranma. Why would she give me anything? Daejuk. Come on. Show them. Don't hold out on us. Hiroshi, tell us how you had your way with Akane. Ranma, tag my what? Hiroshi, don't tell me you didn't sleep with Akane after what you went through to trash Kumo. Ranma, are you guys demented? Daejuk. It's every guy's dream to at least get a date with Akane. Besides, getting punished by Akane makes me hot! Hiroshi, drooling. Oh, Akane. Beat me. It's so sexy! Ranma, you guys are demented. Voice. Sodom Ranma! Left square bracket Ranma single quote. His attention is diverted as he hears his name called out loud. It was the voice of Kumo Tatewaki. Right square bracket Tatewaki. So here you be! Ranma. Hi, Don Quixote. Tatewaki. I shall smite the! Left square bracket Kumo pulls out his book and charges at Ranma. Right square bracket Ranma, sitting up and heading towards an open window. Let's take fives outside. Kumo-senpai. Left square bracket Ranma jumps out the window and Kumo follows suit. It doesn't take Kumo long to realize that he just jumped from a 3-story window, which shocks him. Ranma doesn't seem to mind, though. Right square bracket Ranma, taunting. Hey, Kumo. Why didn't you tell me you were scared of heights? Left square bracket Ranma realizes that there's a swimming pool at the bottom when he looks down. Right square bracket Ranma. Holy crap! Right curly bracket left square bracket Ranma and Kumo drop to the pool fast. Once they make contact, there comes a big splash. Right square bracket left square bracket underwater. Ranma frantically swims to get out of the pool before Kumo notices. Right square bracket Ranma-chan. I gotta get out of here. If anybody discovers me, I single quote and done for! Right curly bracket left square bracket. Unfortunately, Ranma gets grabbed by Kuno as soon as both resurface from the water. Right square bracket take walkie, grabbing Ranma. Ranma, I fight on exclamation point left square bracket. Ranma tries to get out of Kuno's grip, but to no avail. Then Kuno notices something odd about Ranma when he started to grab what seemed to be a woman's breast. This really irritates Ranma. Right square bracket take walkie, help Ranma Chan. Really peeved, you pervert exclamation point left square bracket. Ranma turns around and punches Kuno in the face. This sends Kuno flying into the school wall. Ranma quickly gets out of school and leaves into the school woods. Right square bracket left square bracket from the classroom where Ranma jumped. Everyone who was present watched what transpired with interest and confusion. Right square bracket Hiroshi. Ouch. Ranma really smashed Kuno that time. Daisuke. Say, didn't Ranma get smaller when he got out of school? Student. None. Must have been an illusion. Left square bracket Akan and Nebiki enter the classroom. Right square bracket Akan. We heard some noise. What happened? Student. Kuno decided to take on Ranma, but both jumped out through window. Thank God there was a swimming pool there. Akan. That idiot. Come on. Nebiki exclamation point left square bracket. Meanwhile, Kuno is still on the wall where Ranma punched him though. He groggily wakes and was trying to gather the events on what exactly happened. Right square bracket take walkie. That was a woman. A woman. That can only mean ... Right curly bracket left square bracket. Kuno finally gets out of the wall and angrily starts looking for Ranma. Right square bracket take walkie. That coward. Showed him Ranma. You cannot hide from me. Great Kuno take walkie exclamation point left square bracket. All the while in the school woods, Ranma sits on a tree branch, wringing out his clothes. She grimaces as she recalls what happened. Right square bracket Ranma Chan. That pervert. He didn't have to squeeze me so hard exclamation point right curly bracket. Well, I guess he knows about me. Voice. You dumb idiot exclamation point left square bracket. Ranma turns around at the source of the voice and notices that it's Akan. She is joined by Nebiki. Right square bracket Akan. How can you even think of jumping into the swimming pool out of your own free will? Exclamation point Ranma Chan. Hold on. I didn't know there was a pool when I jumped exclamation point Akan. You expect me to believe you can survive a 3-story fall without getting hurt? Exclamation point Ranma Chan. It's possible. Akan. Whatever. Nebiki. Hey. Sodom. Need a thermos? Throws Ranma thermos container filled with hot water. Right parenthesis Ranma Chan. Catches the thermos but starts to lose balance on that tree branch. Whoa! Fortunately, Ranma regains balance. All the while, Kuno is looking for Ranma. Right square bracket take walkie. Whither Sodom Ranma exclamation point left square bracket. Back in the forest, Akan hears Kuno from a distance. Right square bracket Akan. I'll buy you some time, Ranma. Just change back. Left square bracket Akan leaves to find Kuno. Right square bracket Ranma Chan. Ah, sweet. Hot water. Left square bracket Ranma starts to pour hot water over his head. Or at least he thought. He notices that the thermos is empty. Has no water poured out. Right square bracket Ranma Chan. What the hell? This thing is empty! Exclamation point! Nebiki, remembering something. Oh yeah. I used the hot water to make myself some tea. Ranma-chan, frowning, that's it. I'm not trusting you anymore. Left square bracket. Kuno seeks out Ranma as he searches the school forest. During these years, Kuno spots Akan running toward him. Kuno is delighted by this. Right square bracket. Takewaki, fair tendo Akan. Have you come to jump into me arms? Akan stops running and gets into a fighting position. Kuno's senpai, I challenge you to a duel! Takewaki, sighing. Akan-chan, never did I dream that you would challenge me for a date. Ready's is booking, so be it. You shall somehow defeat me. I shall allow you, fair one, to go out with me. Us, I shall lose with all my might. Akan, repulsed, who in hell would want to go out with you? Left square bracket. Kuno steps forward and slashes his book and downward on Akan. At the last moment, Akan claps her hands, catching the blade in her palms. Using the blade as a lever, Akan drops to the ground, trips Kuno onto her leg, and like a springboard, Akan kicks her leg out, causing Kuno to fly deep into the woods. Right square bracket. Akan, panting, that'll take care of him. Realizing the trajectory of Kuno's flight, oh great! Left square bracket. Somewhere else in the forest, Nebiki is boiling a kettle filled with water while Ranma waits impatiently on the tree branch. Right square bracket. Ranma-chan, hurry up with that, will you? Nebiki, imitating Scotty from Star Trek, I'm boiling as fast as I can, Captain! Ranma-chan, sarcastically, funny. Real funny. Left square bracket. Suddenly, Kuno falls down out of nowhere and his head buried in the ground. He quickly recovers and stands up. He notices Ranma in his female form sitting on the tree branch. Right square bracket. Takewaki, you are that girl! Left square bracket. Akan finally makes to the scene. Right square bracket. Akan, you're still a girl? Ranma-chan, frowning, the thermos was empty. Takewaki, quick, big-tailed girl. Have you seen a boy with a big tail like yours? Ranma-chan, a hyphen. Takewaki, no doubt he feared my prowess. If he ran away, then he's no man. He is no man! Ranma-chan, this guy is really starting to piss me off! Right curly bracket. Left square bracket. Ranma jumps off the tree branch and hits Kuno with a punch that sends him flying to a nearby tree. Right square bracket. Ranma-chan gets into a fighting stance. I'm not going to take this bad mouthing from you. Let's get it on! Takewaki, how amusing. Ready's is booking, if you win, I will allow you to date me. Left square bracket. Kuno's strike with his booking as he runs towards Ranma, who dodges. Ranma then elbows Kuno in the chest, though sweeps him and hits him hard on the back of the head. This chain of events sends Kuno face first into the ground. Ranma solidly puts her foot down on Kuno's back. Right square bracket. Ranma-chan, And just who the hell is asking you out with you question mark exclamation point Tatewaki. This girl is just as skilled as I can. Mumber better than I can upright curly bracket Ranma hyphen Chan. Let me just remind something. Sodom Ranma's better than me exclamation point left square bracket Kuno slowly reaches inside his shirt and pulls out an envelope. Hands it to Ranma right square bracket Ranma hyphen Chan. Taking the envelope, give me that exclamation point left square bracket Ranma takes out the letter and reads it right square bracket double quote after school. The courtyard double quote Ranma hyphen Chan. I'll be there. Scene, the school courtyard after class has been dismissed. There was a smaller crowd compared to the day before surrounding Ranma-chan and Kuno Tatewaki in a large circle. Akan and Nebika were also in the crowd, looking at Ranma-chan and Kuno as they prepared themselves. The crowd knew there was going to be a fight, so they gave the two combatants the space they needed. Tatewaki, so... we meet at last, big-tailed girl. Ranma hyphen Chan. I guess that beating during lunch didn't set your head straight. Noticing that Kuno is unarmed, where's your sword question mark Tatewaki. I won't be needing this sword today. Ranma hyphen Chan. Pretty confident, are you question mark Tatewaki. Enough confidence to give you this. Kuno throws something at Ranma-chan and she catches the object above her head. Ranma notices a few red rose petals flowing downward when she caught the object Kuno threw at her. Ranma-chan realizes that it's a bouquet of roses. Ranma-chan is dumbfounded. Tatewaki, walking away but turns around briefly, big-tailed girl. I love you. Left square bracket. The crowd was shocked. They expected to see a fight and what they saw was Kuno declaring his love for the so-called big-tailed girl. All the while, Ranma began to have a funny feeling in her stomach. The feeling of utter repulsiveness. Right square bracket Ranma hyphen Chan. I am going to be sick. Right curly bracket scene. On the way home, Ranma, now in male form, Akan, and Nabiki wondered about what transpired after school. Ranma kept clenching his stomach and it appeared like he was about to throw up while Akan held the roses that Kuno gave to Ranma, chuckling to herself at Ranma's situation. Nabiki just kept quiet for the moment. Ranma, looking at Akan, what's so funny question mark exclamation point Akan. Between laughs, he loves your girl's side and I think it's single quotes hilarious exclamation point Ranma. Angry, will you shut up? I'm a guy exclamation point Akan. This is so rich. Kuno hates you as a guy, but likes you as a girl. Thanks a lot, Ranma. You probably got that swashbuckling moron off my back. And now I can concentrate on Dr. Tofu. Life is good. Right curly bracket Ranma. I said shut up exclamation point Nebiki. Hera, Akan. Quit it exclamation point Akan. Like you care if I hurt this pervert's feelings or not. Nebiki. Akan. Thought so exclamation point Nebiki. Be silent, little sister exclamation point Ranma. This is nuts. I got a poetry spouting jerk-off who's after me blood and at the same time, after my girl's side. How can things get any worse exclamation point question mark right curly bracket left square bracket. The three teenagers arrive at the Tendo dojo. What they find as they enter the courtyard was a really angry boy in rather vagabond clothing with a spotted bandana wrapped around his forehead, plus had an umbrella in his right hand. It took Ranma only a few seconds to recognize who the person was. It was his old friend Hibiki Ryoga. But Ranma was concerned on why Ryoga was angry at him. Never one to take chances, Ranma remained cautious. Right square bracket Ryoga. Angry, you will die. Sodom Ranma exclamation point Ranma. To the two girls behind him, hang back. This isn't going to be pretty. Left square bracket Ranma cautiously takes a step forward. Right square bracket Ranma. Long time, no see. Pal. Ryoga. Getting angrier. Don't take that tone with me. Ranma. Ignore everything. Ranma. Confused. No what? Exclamation point Ryoga. I'll destroy your happiness if it's the last thing I do! Exclamation point Ranma. And why? Pray tell. Should I be happy? Hibiki. The guy just had a bad day. Hibiki. Why should Sodoma here be happy? Ryoga. Because he's got you and your sisters wrapped around in this little finger. Being engaged to them even! Exclamation point Ranma. Hey! When did you hear about that? Exclamation point left square bracket. Just then, Kasumi appears at front door. She looks a bit sad. Right square bracket Ranma. I guess Kasumi told you. Ryoga. That's right. Gets into a fighting stance. For the sake of 10 girls, you will meet justice! Exclamation point Ranma. There's no avoiding this. If it's a fight you want, you got it. Maybe if hit that thick skull of yours a few times, then maybe it'll knock some sense into you! Exclamation point Ryoga. You won't beat me, Ranma. I've changed a lot since we last met. I'm stronger and I have a hell of a lot more resistance to injury. I wasn't just wandering around every time I got lost. I was training every day and night. Every single hour, every minute, and every second, I trained in the art, dreaming about the day we'd meet again. And even the score with you. Now that day has finally come. Ranma, smirking, I have a few tricks up my sleeve, pal. Don't think for a second that it's going to be easy to trash me. Gets into a tempo stance. Ryoga charges towards Ranma. I won't just trash you, Ranma. I'll rip your head off. And nothing is going to stop me from doing so. But before Ryoga could reach Ranma, a frightening laugh can be heard from a distance. This stops Ryoga in his tracks. Meanwhile, Ranma is so frightened by the laugh that at the instant he heard it, he jumped blindly into Hibiki's arms, much to Akan's surprise and Kasumi's unusual jealousy, who just noticed Ranma's predicament. All the while, Ryoga started to look like he was going to panic. Right square bracket Ryoga, tailing, oh no! Akan. Looking at every direction, not her again! Exclamation point Ryoga, frantically running around in circles. Hide me! Hide me! Exclamation point Kasumi. There's a storage room in the house. Ryoga -com! Exclamation point Ryoga. Thanks! Exclamation point left square bracket Ryoga quickly runs into the house in a mad panic. Right square bracket Ranma. What in hell was that? Exclamation point Hibiki. Blushing furiously, resist the temptation. Nebiki. Right curly bracket left square bracket. Suddenly, black rose petals rained down gracefully on top of the Tendo dojo. The residents that were outside noticed that the distant laughter was closer than before. They turned to the source and saw a young, beautiful lady in a leotard with a gymnast ribbon on when they found, standing on top of the Tendo home rooftop. Right square bracket woman. Greetings, peasants! Can. You got a lot guts coming here, you psycho! Woman. Silence. I came here for my Ryoga-sama. Ranma. Confused. Ryoga-sama ? Right curly bracket. I know why you're here. But you came here for nothing, so bug off! Woman. Don't take that tone with me, you poor excuse for a martial artist. You don't want to lose face here like you did at St. Ebert. Poor excuse. You're the most dishonorable person I ever met! Woman. I'd rather not argue with you. Where is the love of my life? Ryoga's not here! Nebiki. Actually, he ran past the back door just a while ago. Ranma. Yeah. I think he said something about girls with strange laughs scaring the hell out of him! Woman. Pointing a finger at Ranma. And how would you know what my darling Ryoga said? Left square bracket. The woman notices Ranma's position. Right square bracket woman. My. Nebiki. Finally got a man for yourself. Ranma. Noticing his position and quickly getting off Nebiki. Oops. Nebiki. Blushing inwardly. That's none of your business. Ranma. Hold up a minute. You mean this chick is Kuno's single quotes relative? Kodakai. Sister. Actually. And may I say that it is the honor to finally meet you in person, Sodom Ranma. Bow slightly. You're worried handsome, monsieur. But not like my Ryoga-sama, I'm afraid. I simply don't know what those girls at Furinkan High see in you. At least we agreed on something. Ranma. Kodakai. Well, since my traveling night isn't in this poor exclusive for an establishment, I shall be off. Ranma. Very angry. Alright. Time out! Kodakai. Ranma. How dare you call this place a poor excuse? I happen to know that a lot and work and care has been put into the place, and it's all because of Kasumi here. So when you badmouth the Tendo dojo, you badmouth her. Kodakai. Is that so? Ranma. Yeah. And if you badmouth Kasumi ever again, you deal with me! Kasumi. Putting her hands on her cheeks and blushing. Oh my! Right curly bracket. Kodakai. Ooh, he is your type, Nebiki. Finally a brute to heat up that cold interior of yours at night! Nebiki. Ranma. Same goes for Nebiki! Kodakai. Why should it? Nebiki is probably the most notorious money maker in the Nerima district. Why you would defend such a person who doesn't repent her evil ways surprises me. Nebiki. Ranma. Trying to restrain himself. Right Kodakai. My business here is done. Left twirling her ribbon. I shall be off! Left square bracket. Kodakai prances off the Tendo dojo roof, laughing as she left her residence through the gate. The laugh started to fade, but Ranma could still hear Kodakai loud and clear. It irritated him that I couldn't slap that big-mouthed gymnast in the face, but he knew better than to hit a girl, even to those who deserved it. Ranma girly walked into the house without a word. Kasumi watched him go, smiling. Right square bracket Kasumi. Softly, thank you. Nabiki. Great. Now I'm going to have dreams about that dumb jock. Slightly smiles, not that it's a bad thing. Right curly bracket Akan. Angry, one of these days, Kodakai. One of these days. Right curly bracket scene. About a few hours later, Ranma practices the martial arts in the Tendo dojo, this time using his long sword. With every swing and every thrust, Ranma perspires more all over his body that his karate gi begins to drenched with sweat. He's been practicing many various sword techniques ever since the afternoon, remembering the incident with Kodakai. Even if that event was in the past, Ranma kept remembering as if it just a few seconds ago. Kodaki had insulted Kasumi and Ranma couldn't avenge her honor. It made him feel angry and horrible. Ranma quickened the pace of his rhythm, but is stopped suddenly by his mother's voice. No cop. Ranma ? Left square bracket. Ranma turns around at the source of the voice and finds out that his mother was just outside the dojo door. Ranma comes down a bit. Right square bracket. Ranma. Oh. Hi. Mom. No cop. Concerned. Is something bothering you? Ranma. What makes you say that? No cop. Well, you're drenching in sweat. You've been in the dojo since the afternoon, neglecting your homework, and you're practicing with your sword. Ranma shrugs. So what's wrong with weapon practice? No cop. The only time you ever practice martial arts with that blade out of your own free will is when you're angry. Sternly, mouse-bellied. Ranma sighs in defeat. Fine. Left square bracket. Ranma sits down on the floor with his legs crossed and arms folded across his chest. He then bowed his head in shame. Nodoka was really concerned about his son, so she approached him and just sits about a few meters in front of him. Right square bracket. Nodoka, something is bothering you, son. Bad day? Ranma, that's an understatement. Nodoka, was it that Kumo person? Again? Ranma, yeah. Him and his hyena sister, Kodakai. Nodoka, yes, I heard about what happened here this afternoon. Ranma, Mom, how much did you love Pot? Nodoka, despite his faults, I loved him dearly. Ranma, did you ever have to lash out at anybody who trash-talked about him? Nodoka, if you mean by physical violence, then yes. A lot of people, including my father, didn't like your father and expressed that dislike openly. So I took action when enough became enough. Ranma, did you seriously hurt them? Nodoka, just my father. Everybody else I just sent a death threat notice on their doors. Ranma, gulping nervously, Mom, that's so unlike you. Nodoka, I was young when that happened and I was very much in love with your father. I did calm down over the years, as you can clearly see. Ranma, right. Nodoka, realizing something, you didn't hurt this Kodakai person, did you? Ranma, no, but I wish I did. Nodoka, I guess that's why you asked me how much did I love her father. Does that mean that you hold a place for Kasumi in her heart? Ranma. Nobody insults Kasumi that way. Especially not some laughing psychotic gymnast chick like Kodakai! Nodoka. Well, I'm glad you didn't take physical action against her. You showed control, even in the face of temptation. I'm proud of you. Ranma. Nodoka. I also heard that Akan and Nebiki helped you out during the lunch hour. Ranma. Like I asked them to. Nodoka. Even a man is grateful for favors. Ranma. Fine. I'll thank them. Nodoka. Just towel off before thanking them. Scene. Nebiki was in Akan's room, practicing a few leg lifts. Akan was busy doing her homework, but not in full concentration. Nebiki, come on, Akan. What's so wrong about being engaged to a man who changes into a girl? Akan. Lots of things. That pervert Ranma probably likes looking at himself when he's in girl form! Nebiki, you're just jealous because he's got a better woman's body than you do. Akan, shut up. It's bad enough he's a sex-changing pervert. Everybody thinks that we're his fiancé! Nebiki, well, he is. Akan, do you want everyone to think that we're perverts? Left square bracket. Just outside the room in the hallway, Ranma was about to knock on Akan's door when he heard Akan's tirade. Ranma then walks downstairs angrily. Right square bracket. Ranma, thinking angrily, yeah. I'm supposed to be thinking her? Right curly bracket. Left square bracket. As Ranma walked downstairs, he spotted Kasumi. When Ranma spotted her, the elder Tenbo's sister looked a bit worried because Ranma had been angry all afternoon. Then he saw Kasumi smile and calm down a bit as he walked towards her. Right square bracket. Ranma, Kasumi? Kasumi, Ranma. Ranma, something on your mind? Left square bracket. Kasumi slowly walks towards Ranma. When she was closing off, Kasumi envelopes Ranma in a tight embrace. She wept on Hi's shoulder and hugged him even tighter. Ranma then embraced Kasumi and tried to calm her down. Right square bracket. Kasumi, softly, thank you. Ranma, hey, somebody had to stick up for you, right? Kasumi, Ranma, by the way, where's Ryoga? Kasumi, well, he ran out of the house in a mad panic when Kodakai arrived. I told him to hide in the storage room, but I guess she couldn't find it, so he must be lost somewhere. Ranma, figures. Both let go of the embrace. Right square bracket. Kasumi, Ranma? Ranma, here? Kasumi, I need some help in the kitchen. Ranma, I'm going to have to take a rain check. My mom and I was neglecting my homework, so I'm going to do that. Sorry. Kasumi, it can wait. Left square bracket. From out of nowhere, soon appears and fiercely hugs Ranma and starts bawling. Right square bracket. Soon, oh happy day! Ranma, hey, quick! Kasumi, disapprovingly, father! Soon, you defended my daughter's honor, son. Truly you are worthy to be their fiancés. Now I know the future of the Tendo training hall is secured! Kasumi, father, you're hurting Ranma! Ranma, everything going black left square bracket. Just then, Nodoka appears and bashes Soon over the head with a freeing pen, knocking the over-emotional father to the ground. San Satu's right square bracket. Nodoka sighs innocently. Ranma, no kidding. Anyway, Kasumi, I've been neglecting my homework and I think it's best if I finished. I'll help you with breakfast tomorrow. Kasumi, promise? Ranma, cross my heart. Nodoka, and hope to be slit in the belly. Ranma, K! Nodoka, just go, son. I'll help Kasumi with dinner. Scene, about 2 hours later. After dinner, Nebiki was in her room staring outside the window and feeling the breeze the night air gave. She sat at her desk and thought about what Ranma did for her today. Her thoughts were interrupted when Ranma appeared outside the window, hanging upside down with his arms crossed. Ranma, hey there. Nebiki, hi Dracula. Ranma, rolling his eyes up, hardy hard. Nebiki, well, to what do I owe the honor of your visit? Ranma, look, I just wanted to say thanks for trying to help me out this afternoon. Nebiki, I really didn't do anything, so dumb. I just tried to make it up to you because I used the hot water. Ranma, I know, but thanks anyway. Left square bracket. Ranma was about to leave, but Nebiki grabbed Ranma by his shirt. Right square bracket. Ranma, hey, what's the big idea? Nebiki, I want to say something to you. Ranma, Nebiki, thanks for defending me this afternoon. Nobody's ever done that for me. Ranma, no problem. Left square bracket. Ranma bends his legs, causing him to flip away from the window and onto the roof. Nebiki slightly shakes her head and closes the window. She then hears her door knock and Nebiki crosses her room to open it. Akan was on the other side. Right square bracket. Akan, I heard talking. What happened? Nebiki, nothing. My stereo was on too loud, that's all. Akan, oh, okay. Left square bracket. Akan leaves to her room while Nebiki closes her on. She then throws herself to her bed and begins to hug a pillow. She smiles as he begins to think. Right square bracket. Nebiki, Sodom is not entirely bad after all. Right curly bracket. Left square bracket. Nebiki then looks at the camera that sat at her desk. Right square bracket. Nebiki, Now there's the thought. Scene, it is morning at the Tendo household. In the kitchen, Kasumi was cooking breakfast but she wasn't very enthusiastic about it. Last night, Ranma promised her that he would help out with the breakfast this day. But Ranma wasn't there and it was already past 7 o'clock a.m. Kasumi felt her heart ache and tears began to show in her eyes. Kasumi, Ranma, you promised. Scene, meanwhile, Ranma was upstairs in the bathroom crying himself. He mentally belittled himself for waking up late and not being able to keep his promise to Kasumi. Ranma felt very bad about this because he could never deny Kasumi anything. Ranma, sometimes I can be such an idiot. I hope Kasumi can find it in her heart to forgive me for this. Ranma wrapped a towel around his waist and left the bathroom. Meanwhile, just outside the bathroom window, Nebiki was a little amazed with herself. She had taken pictures of Ranma unnoticed. Nebiki sat by the window, breathing heavily, flustering, and tensely holding her camera. Her heart was racing rapidly as she tried to calm down. Right square bracket Nebiki, calm down, girl. He just a dumb jock. Scene. Back in the kitchen, Kasumi felt more depressed than ever. The more she thought about Ranma not being there to help, the less she was paying any attention in making breakfast. She stirred the pot slowly but wasn't feeling any better. Then the pot started to boil over and bubbling fiercely. Kasumi noticed this and turned the stove off. Then Kasumi smelled something burning. The omelette she was making was turning to crispy. Kasumi hastily tries to get the meal under control, but in her haste, she accidentally knocks a bottle of cooking oil to the floor. The oil starts to ooze all over the floor. Kasumi doesn't notice this, and because of this, she takes a step where the cooking oil was on the floor and slipped. Kasumi cried out as she slipped. Fortunately, Ranma, dressed in his school clothes, arrived in time to save her from falling on the floor. Ranma holds Kasumi in his arms, patiently waiting for her to open his right square bracket. Ranma, softly, you okay, Kasumi? Kasumi weakly nods her head, then she looks up at Ranma and stares at him sadly. Right square bracket Ranma, Kasumi ? Kasumi, you promised! Ranma, hey, I woke up late! Kasumi, punches Ranma in the stomach, you promised! Left square bracket Ranma winced when Kasumi punched him. Then Ranma felt Kasumi's head rest on his shoulder. Kasumi held Ranma tightly and cried softly. Ranma felt like a heel and held Kasumi in his arms more tightly and tried to calm her down. Right square bracket Ranma, sheepishly, don't be like that, Kasumi. I didn't mean to burst. Kasumi, I know. I just wanted to make you feel guilty for not keeping your word. Ranma, well, it's not too late, is it? Kasumi, well, Ranma, noticing the oil, hey, we better get a mop for this. Left square bracket Ranma said, put Kasumi down and was about to get a mop to clean up the oil. The Kasumi loses her balance again on the slippery floor. She doesn't have time to recover and ends up taking Ranma down with her. Ranma lands to the floor first and Kasumi falls on him, bracing her fall. They both lay there for a moment, a bit stunned. Right square bracket Kasumi, Ranma, left square bracket. They were about to get off the floor. Unfortunately, the rest of the Tendo family and Ranma's mother stand outside the kitchen and take stock of the situation. Right square bracket Nebiki, sis ? Soon. Crying happily, this is indeed a joyous moment. My daughter is getting married! Left parenthesis pulls out a bottle of rice wine and drinks it all in one shot. Right parenthesis no cop. Noticing the spilled oil, son, what happened? Can. Just noticing the downed couple and rolling up her sleeves. Ranma, you big perverted jerk! Left square bracket Kasumi quickly gets off of Ranma and blushes deeply. Right square bracket Ranma, waving his arms frantically. Wait. It's not what it looks hyphen left square bracket Ranma single quote S explanation was cut off as soon as Akan grabbed him by the front of his shirt, picked him up, and punched him into orbit through an open window. After that happened, Nodoka looks at Akan in disappointment and so does Kasumi. Soon was already top-rank on rice wine and singing off-key. Nabiki just sighs, noting that she expected no less from her little sister. Akan then turns around to notice the look that Nodoka was giving her and the glare thought Kasumi was giving her. Right square bracket Akan. Angry. What exclamation point Ranma, sternly, why did you just punch my son out of the house Akan, he was coming on to my sister, that's why exclamation point Kasumi, standing up and sternly looks at Akan, no. He wasn't single quote T comma Akan. What you saw was the result of accident. Honestly, I don't know what goes on in your head sometimes, but if it wasn't for Ranma, I would have been covered in cooking oil exclamation point Akan. Shut, what did you just say exclamation point Nebiki? With a hint jealousy, since when is Sodom yours left square bracket Kasumi gasped and covered her mouth. She was embarrassed of what she just said. So embarrassed that she quickly got out of the kitchen and ran upstairs. Nodoka was a bit confused by what Kasumi just said but at the moment, let it slide. She turned her eye on to Akan, who just noticed the cooking oil on the floor. Akan hanged her head in shame, then looked at Nodoka apologetically. Right square bracket Akan. Sheepishly, I'm really sorry, Auntie. I guess I just lost my head there. Nebiki, rolling her eyes up, like you never do left square bracket Nebiki decides to leave the kitchen and drags her drunken father with her. Right square bracket Nodoka, sorry isn't going to help me. Try saying it to Ranma and he gets back. Left square bracket Akan looks around the kitchen and an idea forms in her head. Right square bracket Akan, smiling, okay. I know just how you apologize to Ranma. Scene, Ranma was airborne and he was screaming. At all Kamito and then when he started to descend to ground, he ended up crashing through the roof of a building. Then there were screams coming from the inside of the building and Ranma frantically ran through out of it. When Ranma got out, there were many bathroom supplies flying out the building and women screaming at him. Apparently, Ranma was in the women's bathhouse. Ranma stopped a bit to catch his breath. Right square bracket Ranma, panting, man, and the day was starting out good. Left square bracket suddenly a big piece of porcelain hit Ranma on the back of the head, knocking him out. Right square bracket scene, about a few minutes later after waking up, staggers on home, supported by a big metal pole. He can still feel the pain in his head, which doesn't really help him concentrate on what just happened. Ranma, grumbling, stupid. Tomboy. It was an accident. Kasumi landed. On top of me. It's button off. She punched me. But she punched me to a women's bathhouse. Made all worse. And I haven't eaten yet. Left square bracket. Ranma rounds the corner on his way to the Tendo dojo. Then he notices that a trash can was shaking. He ignored it at first, but Ranma saw it shake again. When he got close to the trash can, Ranma started to tap it with the pole. He tapped the can many times on every side but couldn't get no response. Ranma decided to hit the can really hard on the top right square bracket can. Oh, Ranma, you know, a garbage can isn't what I call a good home. Indian, you're not Oscar the Grouch. Are you? Left square bracket. Suddenly, a very angry boy erupts from the can and grabs a hold of Ranma by the shirt. Right square bracket. Boy, you! Ranma, recognizing who it was. Oh, hi Ryoga. You may have escaped me last time, so dumb. But this time, I'm going to kill you! Ranma, first of all, I didn't escape yesterday. You just ran off when that Kodakai chick came by. And may I add that the smell of your trashy clothes is probably going to kill me faster than your fists will. Ryoga, it doesn't matter. I won't let you get your hands on Tengokan. Never! Ranma, I can. Is this what this is all about? Ryoga, yes. Now how can we'll be free of you once I send you straight to hell! Ranma, wait a second. Don't I get a final request before I die? Ryoga, Ranma, you are a man of honor, right? Ryoga, fine. I'll give you a last request since we were good friends! Ranma, okay then. My request is a simple. How come you took it so personally when Kasumi told you about the engagement? Ryoga, Ranma, I get it. You're in love with one of them, aren't you? Ryoga, that is Ranma, it's Okan, right? Ryoga, Ranma, I guess the mighty Ryoga has a soft spot for violin down voice. Ryoga, angry, Ranma, Ranma, I'm not interested in her. Okay? Ryoga, you lie! Ranma, you got me by the shirt. Ryoga, why would I lie to you? Ryoga, Akan is the most popular girl in Furankan High. Her body and her fighting tenacity are beyond compare. Most would kill to go out with her! Ranma, she does have tenacity, I'll give you that much, although Akan is very cute. But if you're into girls who hit you for stupid reasons, you can have her. Ryoga, how dare you call her those names? Ranma, because that's the way I feel about her. So stop worrying your empty little head, Ryoga. Akan is all yours. Now, will you please let go of me? The stench is getting all over my clothes. Ryoga, calming down and letting go of Ranma. Oh, alright. I believe you. Ranma, seriously, Ryoga. You were getting worked up for nothing. Ryoga, I guess. Sorry for exploding on you like that. We're still friends, right? Ranma, take a shower and I'll think about it. Ryoga, you're such a kidder, bud. Ranma, anyway, how do you meet the Tendo family? You got lost again on your way somewhere and met them by accident? Ryoga, well, after you left to go to China, I couldn't get anywhere again. I got lost more often than not and I didn't have any friends again. Then one day, on my way to school, I bumped into Loffin. He was at a loss for words. Ranma. I tried to ask her for directions, but he couldn't. Loffin captivated my heart. Ranma, well, Ryoga, anyway, when we parted, I thought I'd never see such beauty ever again. Ranma, and Ryoga, I ended up in Furinkin High, the school Loffin attends. When I saw a mob of boys about to attack her, I was about to leap into action. But Loffin had already beaten up those boys. She lacks grace in the art, but I don't care. Ranma, you got it bad, pal. Ryoga, yeah, I guess. Ranma, so have you told Loffin any of this? Ryoga, I can't, and I got very valid reasons. Ranma, like? Ryoga, I'm not very good in handling women. Ranma, that's easily fixed. Ryoga, and the fact that Loffin hates boys and beats them up make me think that I had no chance with her. Ranma, there is that. There is also the fact that she has a tough time handling the truth. Ryoga, why is that? Ranma, when I told her she was wrong about something that first day I met the Tendos, Loffin hit me over the head with the dinner table. Ryoga, bawling, that tears it. I had no chance! Voice, no chance at lot. Ryoga? Left square bracket. Ryoga turns around to the source of the voice and it turns out to be Ken, holding a bento box. Right square bracket. Ryoga, nervously, oh, hi Loffin, what are you doing in a trash can? Ryoga, Loffin, you're hiding from Kodakai again. Ryoga, well, I Loffin, personally, I'd like nothing better than to see that hyena drive into the ground 7 times over. Turns to Ranma. Ranma, I single quote, do you like to apologize for that misunderstanding in the kitchen earlier? I guess I jumped to conclusions. Ranma, you're telling me? Loffin, a little angry, are you going to accept my apology? Ranma, fine. I'll accept. You're forgiven. Loffin shows Ranma the bento box. Here. I know you haven't had any breakfast, but here's some egg noodles that I made myself. Ranma, a bit surprised as he takes the box. Gee, thanks. Loffin, look, I'm going to school, so catch up. Alright? Ranma, right -o. Left square bracket. Loffin leaves running for school while Ranma opens the box of noodles. Right square bracket. Ranma, I wonder if these are any good. Right curly bracket. Scene, back at the Tendo household. Kasumi was in her room, lying in bed and crying into her pillow softly. She was pretty embarrassed and shocked for claiming Ranma as her own. The fact that Kasumi said it in front of Ranma's mother didn't make her feel any better. Kasumi snapped out of her thoughts when she heard the knock on the door. She quickly wiped out her tears. Kasumi, come in. Left square bracket. When the door opens, Kasumi finds that Nodoka was right outside with her katana in her hands. Nodoka gives Kasumi a look of seriousness as she tries to figure out why Kasumi said what she said in the kitchen just a little while ago. Right square bracket. Nodoka, you lied to me, Kasumi. I need to know why. Kasumi, and I can single quote Nodoka, look, Kasumi. My son, even though I trained him in the martial arts, is still very precious to me. Like I said before, he's ally I've left. Now tell me the truth, Kasumi-san. Has there been anything between you and Ranma? Have you been taking advantage of my son? Kasumi. Nothing physical, I assure you. Kasumi quickly shuts her mouth. Right parenthesis Nodoka. So there has been something between you two. Left square bracket. Kasumi became frightened and petrified. She quickly backed off a few meters and remained silent. Only fear consumed the eldest Tendo daughter. Right square bracket. Nodoka, concerned, Kasumi, what is the matter? Kasumi, frightened, please don't single quote left square bracket. It only takes a second for Nodoka to realize why Kasumi was so frightened. She begins to chuckle with amusement, which really frightens Kasumi even more. Right square bracket. Nodoka, chuckling and unsheathing her sword. Oh, Kasumi, this frightens you, does it? Kasumi, trembling, please don't kill me. Nodoka, now why would I do that? Kasumi, I lied to you the first day when Ranma was in my room. He was very much awake when you came to my room, and he lied to you when I said that I only saw your son as a friend when I see him as much more than that. Sobbing, please forgive me if he have done any wrong towards you. I'm so ashamed! Left square bracket. Nodoka puts her sword back in its scabbard and gently walked towards Kasumi. She placed her hand on Kasumi's shoulder. This calms Kasumi down a bit, but not completely. Right square bracket. Nodoka, calmly, Kasumi, there's nothing to be ashamed of. I believe you had your reasons for this. Taken that I don't approve of lying, but I can see why you did what you did. You wanted to earn me son's trust, and you succeeded. I'm proud of you, Kasumi. And Nodoka, my son cares for you deeply, Kasumi. He holds a place for you in his heart. Left square bracket. Kasumi quickly hugs Nodoka and begins to sob on her shoulder. Kasumi feels that Ranma's mother has forgiven her for her actions. Plus Kasumi's glad that Nodoka didn't kill her, which relieves her somewhat. Right square bracket. Kasumi, softly, thank you. Nodoka, you care for my son, Kasumi-san. That's all that matters. Left square bracket. Both let go of the embrace. Right square bracket. Nodoka, you don't have to tell him right now. Kasumi, wiping away her tears, I know. Nodoka, anyway, Akane has decided to apologize to Ranma. Kasumi, oh, good. Nodoka, it was so nice of her to cook him some egg noodles as an apology, I must say. Kasumi, worried, Auntie, you have to be kidding! Scene, Ryoga is walking on the sidewalk and is carrying Ranma for his shoulder. It appears that Ranma is very sick and is retching in a paper bag. Ryoga feels very guilty for what Ranma's going through as he heads for Dr. Tofu's clinic. Ryoga, how's the stomach, man? Ranma, retching into the paper bag. My God, Akan is trying to kill me. Ryoga, no she's not. Akan tried her best. Ranma, I appreciate you defending Akan, Ryoga. But no one can cook a meal that horrible unless it was intentional. Ryoga, I wish I can see you're right. I've tasted her cooking before and it leaves something to be desired. Ranma, you mean she always cooks horribly and you actually eat once? Ryoga, nervously, well, I Ranma, twice? Ryoga, I don't want to get into it. Ranma, 3 times? Ryoga, Ranma, it is below 10, right? Ryoga, Ranma, my God, it's miracle you're still alive. Ryoga, crying. I've always had faith that Akan might improve their cooking as the days went on. I thought Kasumi would at least help her on this matter, but it always has the same result. But I don't care. Ranma, you're suicidal, aren't you? You're so in love with this chick that you're willing to die for her. Ryoga, what's so wrong about that? Ranma, nothing, Ryoga. On another note, have you ever told Akan about her cooking? Ryoga, I may be suicidal, but one thing I'm not is insensitive! Ranma, you got a point there. Telling Akan that her cooking sucks is pretty mean. But then again, the truth hurts. Look, I may be contradicting myself for saying this, but if you really care for someone you have feelings, tell the truth. Ryoga, why do you say that you're contradicting yourself? Ranma, retches into the bag. Ugh. Ryoga, I'm dying. Ryoga, oh yeah. Now where is Dr. Tofu's clinic? Ranma, we're right in front of it, you dick. Actually it was right across the street where I found you. You were just wandering for the past half hour. Ryoga, angry, why didn't you tell me? You jack-ass? Ranma, I had this fool idea that your sense of direction improved. Just drop me off here, I'll see you later. Scene. Meanwhile at High, Nebiki and her gang were busy counting the money just outside their first class. While Nabiki's 2 cohorts were enjoying the fact that they made a heavy amount of money, Nebiki herself wasn't as enthusiastic. She didn't even bother to count it. She just stared at it in guilt, as if she did something wrong. Girl 1, man, we're really in the money this time. Girl 2, yeah. Selling those nude photos of Ranma has got to be one of the greatest ideas Nebiki has ever had. Hell, I even bought one of these naughty pictures myself. Girl 1, me too. I never thought someone like Ranma could ever turn me on. Nebiki, will you stop it? Girl 1, sorry, boss. Kinda lost my head there. Still, Sodomi's really the heartthrob of High. Selling those pictures to the female population really brought in the girl too. Oh yeah. Nebiki, girls girl 1. Oh come on, boss. Ranma's not only cute, but he's our own retirement fund. It kind of makes me feel sorry for Ranma. Girl 2. Life's got girl 1. You know, exploiting Ranma like he was a piece of meat so that girls can just drool over him. But if it rakes in the cash, who am I to complain? Girl 2. Yeah. Ranma's such a dream. Nebiki. A bit irritated. Get your minds off the gutter, will you? Girl 1. Ooh. A little defensive of Ranma, are you? Girl 2. I guess when you took those pictures, you thought about keeping them to yourself. Nebiki. Girl 2. That would've been rather selfish. Nebiki. Why would that be selfish? Girl 1. That would be like not sharing. Nebiki. Stop it. Girl 1. Boss, you've been down ever since we sold those photos. You single quote been looking at all that again like you don't want it. Nebiki. Look. Sodom did something for me yesterday and exploiting him is kind of being ungrateful. Can we just leave it at that? Girl 2. What exactly did he do for you? Boss? Nebiki. Smirks. What's it worth to you? Voice. Fair maidens! Left square bracket. Nebiki and her two gang members turn to the source of the voice and see that it's Tatewaki. Nebiki and her cohorts look at Tatewaki with boredom. Right square bracket. Tatewaki, I must speak with you. Tendo Nebiki. Nebiki. To her gang, we'll talk about this later. Girls. Girl 1 and 2. Yes, boss. Left square bracket. Nebiki single quote as associate slave for the classroom. Right square bracket. Nebiki. What do you want? Kumo? Left square bracket. Tatewaki shows a stuffed panda to Nebiki, who looks at it in bored on. Right square bracket. Nebiki. Not my style. Tatewaki, did I say it was for you? Tendo Nebiki. This little treasure is for my goddess in pigtails, the one I declared my lovies for the day before. Nebiki. Excuse me? Tatewaki, if thy ears are not well, then I will repeat my words. This little treasure. Nebiki. I heard you the first time, Kuno. Tatewaki. Well, then, since you practically know who is around this town, I should assume that you know this angel as well. Nebiki. Should I even tell him it's Sodom that he's talking about? Why not? Getting a loser like Kuno at his back will probably get me on grounds for forgiveness for the nude pictures. Yeah, I know her. And there's something you should know. Kuno-chan. Left square bracket. Nebiki whispers into Tatewaki's ear. Tatewaki gets angry. Right square bracket. Tatewaki. What? Sodom, you foul cur. I shall destroy for holding the pig-tailed girl hostage! Left square bracket. Before Nebiki was about to explain everything, but Tatewaki just runs down the hallway, determined to face Ranma. Right square bracket. Nebiki, miserably lowering her head. God damn it. Scene. In Dr. Tofu's clinic, Ranma was in the examination room, sitting on one of the patient beds. Ranma wait for Dr. Tofu to give him a final analysis and with some luck, medication for his stomach. Ranma, well doc, will I live? Dr. Tofu chuckles, you'll be fine, Ranma. But I suggest you don't eat anything for a couple of hours. Ranma, I'll stay away from Makan's cooking, if that's what you reciting. Dr. Tofu, she's just trying her best. Ranma, rolling his eyes up, right. Dr. Tofu, looking at the clock on the wall, looks like you're late for school. Ranma shrugs, I'll manage. Besides, it's not like I care about you anyway, but if miss a day, my mom will bag my head. And with my mom, that's a possibility. Dr. Tofu, be that as it may, you still need an education. Ranma, I guess. Dr. Tofu, well, if that's all for today, you better hurry to school. Ranma, looking at the clock on the wall, 8:30. I'll be lucky if I make it to my second class. Standing up, I got to go. Dr. Tofu, goodbye. Ranma stand up left square bracket. Ranma was about to leave to the examination room, but he noticed a picture framed on the wall with the picture facing the wall. Ranma walked towards it and turned it around. Right square bracket. Dr. Tofu, hey, doc, you got this picture framed backwards. What? Left square bracket. Ranma took a look at the picture and found it be Kasumi's. It is here that Ranma makes an assumption. Right square bracket. Ranma, you know, I thought I was imagining things when your glasses fogged up when I mentioned Kasumi the other day. Turns around to face Dr. Tofu, but now Ranma noticed that Dr. Tofu's glasses fogged up. He also noticed that the doctor was getting tense. Right square bracket. Ranma, doc, are you okay? Dr. Tofu, nervously, Ranma, you should get going. You're late for school as it is. Left square bracket. Ranma places his right hand on Dr. Tofu's head and his other hand on his forehead. Right square bracket. Dr. Tofu, what are you doing? Ranma, I'm reading your mind. Dr. Tofu, sternly, this is no time for games. Ranma, overdramatically, I read your mind, Tofu-sensei. It is undeniable that you are madly in love with the fair beauty known as Tendo Kasumi. Removes his hand from Dr. Tofu's head. Dr. Tofu removes his glasses and sighs. Ranma, it's none of your business. Ranma, she's my friend, doc. I'd have to be concerned if anything is to do with her. Dr. Tofu, fine. Yes, I'm in love with Kasumi and I've been so for many summers. I remember when her radiance first graced this clinic. I was just an assistant to the doctor who was here before. Kasumi brought in her sister that day, but all I could notice was Kasumi. Seriously, I couldn't concentrate on my work. Truly Kasumi is the light of my life. Ranma, you've at least gone out with her, right? Dr. Tofu, Ranma, doc, you got to at least tell her how you feel. I mean, you right for her, man. Dr. Tofu, Ranma, I'm in no hurry. Really. Besides, I have all this work and my patients to worry about. I have no time for such things. Dating Kasumi isn't very important right now. Ranma. Not important. Well, what if I said that Kasumi was already seeing someone? Dr. Tofu. Ranma. Yeah. He's a bit young for her, but I hear they're really hitting it off. I guess love knows no bounds. Don't you think so? Left square bracket drive. Tofu was really getting nervous. He saw his opportunity to get Kasumi slip away and it was aching his heart. Right square bracket Ranma. Now you add more fuel to the fire. Smirks. What if I said that guy was me? Dr. Tofu laughs nervously. You're joking. Left square bracket Ranma remains silent and Dr. Tofu is even more nervous and tense. Right square bracket Dr. Tofu. Right ? Ranma. Well, I haven't really chosen Kasumi as a fiancé yet, but I might be able to learn to love her someday. Dr. Tofu. It isn't nice to toil with the feelings of others. Ranma. Who says I am? Dr. Tofu. Tense, but Kasumi is Ranma, is eligible to be my fiancé. It doesn't matter if she's older than me, because I hold my part of the bargain that my father and Tenbo-san placed on me and the Tenbo sisters. Drive. Tofu. Smoldering anger. Ranma. Ranma. Yes sir. Me and Kasumi will live happily ever after. Left square bracket Dr. Tofu grabbed Ranma by his shirt and held him up against the wall. Right square bracket Dr. Tofu. Ned, I won't let you! Ranma. Hey, did I say something wrong? Dr. Tofu. Calming down and letting go of Ranma. Fighting you won't solve anything. For years I've longed for Kasumi to be at my side as my soulmate. I've waited too long for that to happen. Now I know what I must do. Left square bracket Dr. Tofu dashes to the medicine cabinet and begins to look for something. As he was looking, Dr. Tofu was throwing some medicine containers out of the medicine cabinet, until he finally found what he was looking for. He was holding a little brown box. Right square bracket Dr. Tofu, putting his glasses back on. Yes. For many summers, I've held this box in my possession. Time grows short, but now is my opportunity to ask Kasumi for her hand in marriage. Ranma. Drive. Tofu. Please wait for me a while longer, Kasumi-chan. I, Dr. Tofu, am coming for you! Left square bracket drive. Tofu dashes off to propose to Kasumi. Unfortunately, he runs into a wall, cutting his trip short. Right square bracket Ranma. Look, just send the bill to Tenbo's. Alright? Dr. Tofu. Muffled. Okay. Left square bracket Ranma opens the sliding door to exit the examination room. He finds that a bunch of patients, middle-aged and old, were looking at them with cold stares and angry looks. Ranma was confused by thighs and was trying to figure out what is going on. Then an old woman spoke. Top right square bracket old lady. You just had to mention Kasumi, didn't you? Middle-aged man. Now you're going to get it boy! Exclamation point left square bracket. Ranma knew that there was danger brewing in this crowd of angry patients, so he ran past them and out of the clinic to avoid conflict. Top right square bracket old lady. Get him! Exclamation point left square bracket. All the patients start to run after Ranma as soon as they exited the clinic. Ranma was a little bit ahead of them and was running down the sidewalk and running around every corner of the Nerima district. Unfortunately, the angry mob of patients were very fast and they were catching to Ranma and he was getting tired. Ranma turned to the next corner in order to lose the crowd. Top right square bracket. Ranma, I got to find a way to lose these people or I single quote them hyphen left square bracket. Suddenly, Ranma is hit with cold water and transforms into a girl. This of course, stops Ranma's running. She grumbles a bit for her unawareness. Ranma then notices a little old lady with a bucket was looking at her. Top right square bracket. Little old lady. I'm sorry, dearie. I guess I should look where thrown next time. Top left square bracket. The angry mob finally catches up to Ranma, but the crowd was unaware of his transformation powers and were confused. Top right square bracket. Old lady. Hey, girl. Do you know where that kid in the school uniform went to? He had a big tail like yours. Man. Yeah! Exclamation point. Ranma hyphen Chan. Pointing to the road ahead, he went that way. Top left square bracket. The crowd let out a battle cry and ran down the road until they could no longer be seen. Ranma lets out a sigh of relief. Top right square bracket. Little old lady. I wonder what those people were doing? Ranma hyphen Chan. Planning an execution. Scene. After a stop at the laundromat, and using hot water to change back in a boy, Ranma dashed through the streets to get to school. Ranma was already an hour and 45 minutes late and was running out of excuses for his tardiness. Ranma, great. I'll be lucky if I don't see that mob anytime soon. Left square bracket. Suddenly, cold water hit Ranma again, causing the transformation. Needless to say, Ranma was irritated and stopped running. Right square bracket. Ranma hyphen Chan. Alright. Who did that? Exclamation point left square bracket. There was maniacal laugh behind Ranma. Ranma turned to the source of the laugh and it turned out to be Kodakai, who this time around was wearing a St. Hebert school uniform and twirling her gymnast ribbon. Kodakai stopped laughing so Ranma could be allowed to speak. Right square bracket. Ranma hyphen Chan. I guess you know about me. Kodakai. Laughing, isn't this rich? Nerima has their very own circus freak. Ranma hyphen Chan. You want a fat lip? Kodakai exclamation point. Kodakai. You don't want to do that. That would be unmanly of you. Ranma-chan, it takes a lot of guts to put people down. You witch. Kodakai, HMPH. I ordered my servant to find my traveling knight Ryoga-sama. He said he was with you. Ranma-chan, you're out of luck. He's not with me anymore. Kodakai, I just have this one question. Sodom Ranma.Ranma-Chan. Suspicious, and that is question mark left square bracket Kodakai approaches Ranma. When she gets close enough, Kodakai pokes Ranma's buxom with her finger. Right square bracket Kodakai. How real are these question mark Ranma-Chan? Flusters and slaps Kodakai and, hey, stop that exclamation point Kodakai. Backs off. Oh, aren't you sensitive about your women single quotes body. Ranma-Chan. While we're on the subject, how the hell do you know about my transformation question mark exclamation point Kodakai? When my servant was returning with news of my Ryoga-sama, he saw you being chased by an angry mob. I was amazed when he told me that you instantly turned into a girl at a touch with cold water. Realizing something, you wouldn't happen to be the pig-tailed girl that my dear brother keeps ranting about, are you question mark Ranma-Chan? What the Kodakai? Oh my. I didn't know Taichi was into hermaphrodites. I thought he was only interested in tomboys like that. Poor excuse for a lady Tendo-Hakan. Wait, you fight people and you are a girl now. I guess you are a tomboy then, my dear Ranma.Ranma-Chan. You're asking for it. Kodakai exclamation point Kodakai. And just what do you plan to do to me? Ranma? Ranma-chan. Trying to control herself right parenthesis. Kodakai. I thought so. Truly you are a gentleman, if not a brute, dear Ranma.Ranma-Chan. Be glad you're a girl, or I would have loaded on you exclamation point Kodakai. Since we are talking about using force, why don't you and I have a little match question mark Ranma-Chan. I don't fight girls, much less hit them exclamation point Kodakai. Oh, stop using that excuse. You may be a man, but one e-boss of cold water will simply solve the problem. Besides, the last fight I was in just absolutely bored me out of my mind. But you'll provide an interesting spectacle. When you thought my brother I was intrigued by your ability to fight. You have more than meets the eye, Ranma. I always wished that another girl would have thought same ability. It seems that I have found my worthy challenger. Ranma-Chan. Why you Kodakai? Just be at St. Ebert High School for girls in 3 days, Sodom Ranma. I do hope you are as good as Urputakion proceeds you. Ranma-Chan. Kodakai. By the way, I said yesterday that it amazed me that you defended a person such as Tendo Zebiki. Would you still defend her after what she did to you this morning question mark Ranma-Chan? What are you talking about question mark exclamation point Kodakai? I stopped by Thurinkin High to see if Ryoga-sama was in the clutches of that harlot Tendo-Hakan. Then I noticed those airheaded schoolgirls buying something that was very high in demand. So I disguised myself, and I bought this exclamation point left square bracket Kodakai held a photograph in front of Ranma. When she saw it, Ranma was at a loss for words. It was very revealing picture of herself in boy form in the bath. Ranma's anger grew. Someone had exploited her and that someone was going to pay dearly. In fact, Ranma was so angry that a red glow started to surround her body. The glow intensified with each passing second. Right square bracket Kodakai. Dog. You defended Nebiki just yesterday and this is how she repays you. She sells racy photos of you for the female student body at Thurinkin High. I'm not really surprised, Sodom Ranma. To her, making a buck by selling secrets, public exploitation, blackmail, and more secrets is all in the day's work. To Nebiki, money is the only thing. Nothing else matters. Kodakai's words were really angering Ranma. The red glow surrounding Ranma intensified even brighter. Right square bracket Kodakai. I can see that you are going to be busy. Chow. Left square bracket Kodakai pranced off, leaving Ranma alone. Ranma grew angrier and he was about to lose control over himself. Right square bracket Ranma-chan. Yelling at the top of her lungs, Nebiki exclamation point. Left square bracket Ranma begins to run towards Furinken High at a fast pace. Seeing Gaz running down the road wasn't fast enough, Ranma jumps on a wall, then on top of the roof of a house. She begins running down the roof and hopping on another. She does this until finally she reaches Furinken High. Seeing as the school gates were closed, Ranma leaps over them. She was about to run into the school building, but Kuno Takewaki was standing at the door. Ranma stops just a few meters away from Takewaki. Right square bracket Takewaki. Big-tailed girl exclamation point Ranma-chan. Angry, Kuno, get out of the way. Takewaki, what is wrong, my love? What has angered my Venus? Ranma-chan. I'm warning you. Kuno. Takewaki. I see. You have finally had enough of that fiendish Saotom Ranma and are now in pursuit of him so you can exact your revenge. Ranma-chan. Getting angrier, Kuno. Left square bracket. By then, a lot of the students from the classrooms located at the front side of the building gazed out their windows upon La transport at the school courtyard. They saw Takewaki confronting a girl in boys' clothing. Akan and Nebiki also gazed upon what was happening and knew who Kuno was dealing with. Nebiki tried to look calm, but deep down, she was very worried because Ranma was glowing a bright red. She knew that Ranma was angry and probably knew the reason why. Right square bracket student 1. Look at the babe exclamation point student 2. I think she's from yesterday, man. I think she's pissed because Kuno tried to get her exclamation point. Nebiki. Oh no. Akan. You think he found out? Left square bracket back at the school courtyard. Ranma's anger grew by the second. Kuno wasn't ready to budge out of the way. Right square bracket Ranma-chan. Last chance. Kuno exclamation point Takewaki. Running to the Ranma. I love you. My big tailed left square bracket. When Takewaki got close enough, Ranma planted a fierce roundhouse kick to the chin and sent Takewaki flying into the sky. With that done, Ranma began to look at the students. She caught the sight of Nebiki on the third floor of the school building. Right square bracket Ranma-chan. Nebiki exclamation point left square bracket up on the third floor. Nebiki looked very cool and cold and folded her arms and looked at Ranma. Down in the courtyard, Ranma continued her fighting words. Right square bracket Ranma-chan. How could you do this to me? How could you exploit like a cheap supermodel? on the third floor, Debiki became the victim of cold stares by deaf male students in the classroom. Debiki paid no attention to this as he only listened to Ranma. Right square bracket Ranma-chan. I did you a favor, Debiki. I never expected anything in return. But if I knew that you would do this to me, I wouldn't have bothered! Left square bracket. With each word that Ranma screamed, Debiki felt guilty about selling nude photos of him, even though she tried to keep appearances up by looking like she didn't care. Back on the school courtyard, Ranma continued to scream. Right square bracket Ranma-chan. I guess everyone was right about you, Tendon Debiki. You are a cold heart, greedy bitch! Left square bracket. After these words were spoken, there was sound of thunder and lightning surrounding the school. It meant that a storm was coming. It began to rain heavily as huge drops of water began to fall to the ground. Ranma was silent and the red glow that surrounded everybody began to die down. His anger slowly left him. Ranma turned back and walked towards the school gate and leaped over it. Ranma had left school grounds. Back on the third floor of the school building, Debiki slowly walked away from the classroom. Right square bracket student 1, man, she was pissed! Student 2, what did you do to her? Debiki? Student 3, it's bad enough you exploited Ranma. Now you exploited that poor girl! I can, just shut up, all of you! Left square bracket. Debiki continued to walk slowly, despite the cold stares the girls were giving her. She went into the nearest restroom, locked the door, and fell on her knees. Debiki closed her eyes shut and let a straight tear fall from her eyes. Right square bracket. Debiki, sobbing, Sodom. Scene. It is already 45 minutes past 4 in the afternoon at the Tendo home. Like in the morning, it was raining and hasn't stopped since. At the front gate, Kasumi waited for Ranma to come home. She had an umbrella to keep her dry. Kasumi was worried because Ranma hasn't come home since school had ended for the day. It was natural to worry about friends that might be in danger. Voice, I worry for him sometimes. Left square bracket. Kasumi turned around to see who spoke. It was Ranma's mother, holding an umbrella. Right square bracket. Kasumi, Auntie, you startled me. No, still no sign of my son? Kasumi, none. Auntie, this is beginning to worry me. School has been out of session for almost 2 hours and Ranma hasn't called. No, I know. Something must have happened to cause him to leave without a word. You should go back inside, Kasumi. Being out here in the rain isn't going to do you any good. Kasumi, I'll wait for him here. Auntie. No, Kasumi, you'll just get sick out here. My son will come back and then he will have to explain himself for his tardiness. Kasumi, it would help if Akan or Debiki explained what happened at school, but they won't say anything. I even tried to buy the information from Debiki, but the very sight of the money I offered sickened her and she turned away from me. No, I see. Still, we should be inside when Ranma comes home. Kasumi, how is father? No, Kenbo-san has been asleep since he drank all that rice wine this morning. Although one can tell that he is still alive because he has been singing in his sleep. Kasumi, Sighs, father must be so happy. I guess that is one of the reasons why I like your son so much. And he made my father happy again. He hasn't been like this since mother died a few years ago. No cop. You mean he always drank? Kasumi. No, not that. I mean he was happy when mother was around and then he fell to pieces when she passed away. No cop. She must have been some woman. Kasumi. She was. It still tears father's heart when someone imitates her because he feels that there could be no other woman like my mother. But since Ranma came along, father was overjoyed because the Shoto and Tendo families will unite. No cop. I still can't believe my husband didn't tell me about management. At least he would have told me on his deathbed. By God, he was always such a dim of Kasumi. It isn't nice to speak of loved ones passed on that way. No cop. I know. Oh, it was nice to be married to Genma. He was very playful. Kasumi. Shut, and the exclamation point. No cop. I'm sorry, Kasumi. Looks like I just let that one slip. Shall we go in? Kasumi. Alright. Scene. Meanwhile, Nebiki was in her room. Ever since the morning, she's been feeling guilty about what happened in the morning. She was sitting at her desk, watching the rain pour down from her window. Nebiki, what the hell is wrong with me? Why do I feel this way? I always expose people for profit and it didn't have any effect on me. Hell, I've even sold photos of Akan, though her pictures only showed her working out. But still, why do I feel like heels for what I did to Ranma? Right curly bracket less than flashback greater than Ranma. How dare you call this place a poor excuse? I happen to know that a lot of work and care went into this place and it was all because of Kasumi. If you badmouth this, you badmouth her. Kodakai. Oh Ranma. Yeah. And if you do that ever again, you'll deal with me! Kodakai. He is your type, Nebiki. Finally. You have a man to heat up that cold interior of yours. Ranma. The same goes for Nebiki! Less than and flashback greater than Nebiki. Tears streaming down from her eyes. Damn you, Ranma. Right curly bracket left square bracket. After a moment of thinking, Nebiki got up from her desk and picked up an umbrella she had in her desk drawer. She then got out of her room. Right square bracket scene. In a local fast food restaurant called Happy Cat, which was located in the marketplace in Nerima, Ranma and his boyfriend sat at one of the tables, eating order breaded shrimp with oyster sauce. It wasn't very appetizing, but it took Ranma's mind off what happened this morning. He was a bit calm, but still irritated. Voice, yo. Ranma. Left square bracket. Ranma looks up and finds it to be Hiroshi with a furry cat cap on his head and a blue shirt that reads I'm a happy cater. Double quote. Right square bracket. Ranma. Nice outfit. Hiroshi. It comes with the job. Ranma. Doesn't the school have rules about students having a job? Hiroshi. Sitting down at the other end of Ranma's table. That's why I work under an alias, my friend. Just call me Jackie. Ranma. Sarcastically, real cute. Hiroshi. Hiroshi. Hey, you heard about what happened at school? Ranma. I wasn't there today. Hiroshi. Well, some really pissed off babe beat up on Kuno and called Nebiki a bitch. Ranma. Is that a fact? Question mark Hiroshi. You know, for a minute there, I thought it was you because that girl wore the same pigtail as you do. Ranma, gee, did her bust tip you off that she was girl? Question mark Hiroshi. Aren't we a bit edgy today? So dumb. I guess you heard about the racy photos of yourself, huh? But how did you hear about them? I mean, you didn't even set foot in school today. Ranma, let's just say that word travels fast. Hiroshi, I guess. Look, I got to go home. My shift is over. Ranma, take care of yourself, man. Hiroshi, you too. Try not be too hard on Nebiki. Oh, she may be evil, but she's such a babe. Ranma, what I do is not your business. Hiroshi, okay. Left square bracket. Hiroshi got up from the table and left through the front door of the restaurant. Ranma was left alone in the restaurant to ponder his thoughts. He snaps out of it when another person takes the seat in front of him. Ranma noticed that sitting at the other end of the table was Nebiki. Ranma turns his back on her. Right square bracket. Nebiki, well, hello to you. To Ranma, Nebiki, oh, come on, so dumb. You should be thrilled. Ranma, excuse me? Question mark Nebiki, your racy pictures sold like pancakes among the girls at Farrington High. Ranma, to borrow a phrase, you violated me. Nebiki, oh please. Those girls are only looking, not touching. Ranma, I don't care. I can't believe you would do this to me! Exclamation point. Nebiki, you're overreacting, Sodom-chan. It isn't as if I sold you to a strip joint or anything. Ranma, selling naked photos of me isn't exactly good form image. Nebiki, you're a very high prospect, Sodom. Can't blame a girl for making a little money on the side. Ranma, turning his back on Nebiki, especially when it's at other people's expense. I don't like the way you operate, Nebiki. But I guess there's no job out there that can pay the same amount of money you make in a day. Nebiki, my daddy isn't raking in the dough because the dojo doesn't have any students. I have to resort to any method to pay the fees. Ranma, I'm surprised that you're not part of the Yakuza. Turning around to face Nebiki, look, I guess your reasons were sincere. You had your family in mind when you do these cruel things. I still disapprove of your methods. Nebiki, it isn't a perfect world, Sodom. Ranma : Nebiki, taking out a roll of film. Here. It's your birthday suit photos. I let them go for the right price. Left square bracket. Ranma instantly snatches the roll of film from Nebiki's hand, crushes it with one hand. Right square bracket. Ranma, you're still not forgiven. Nebiki, and just how do you plan on carrying out my sentence? Question mark voice. I have a suggestion. Left square bracket. Ranma and Nebiki suddenly turned around to who was talking. Topham. It turned out to be Kodakai in formal attire. Needless to say, Ranma wasn't very happy to see her. Right square bracket. Kodakai. A little roughhousing on her privates would come to mind. Ranma, sternly, and what the hell are you doing here, Kodakai? Question mark. Kodakai, As much as I would love to see Nebiki get her just desserts, I just wanted to remind you, my dear Ranma, that our match will be in 3 days. Looking at a shocked Nebiki, don't look so surprised, Nebiki. I know Ranma's little secret. That nice way I challenged him to an anything-goes martial arts rhythm gymnastic match. Ranma happily accepted. By the way, Ranma, I didn't accept anything. You Kodakai. Temper. You should really show respect to those who are of noble blood. Ranma Nebiki. Sodom doesn't respect a rich snot like you. So take a hike, you uninhibited little bitch! Kodakai. Oh. Then I guess selling racy photos of Ranma is considered normal. Nebiki, wait a minute. How did Kodakai? I bought a copy of the photo this morning and I showed it to Ranma. That's how he knows you took the picture. Nebiki. Why you Kodakai? Brans is out of the restaurant. See you in 3 days, Ranma. Bring a leotard! Left square bracket as he watches Kodakai prance away. Ranma starts to glow red again. Nebiki backs away from him because she knew he was angry again. Right square bracket Ranma, I hate her. Nebiki, you and me both. Sodom-chan. Noticing Ranma's anger, calm down, please. You're scaring the heck out of me. Left square bracket Ranma single quote as red close subsides and he comes down. Right square bracket Nebiki. Looks like there's no getting out of this. If you don't fight Psycho, Kodakai may very well reveal your secret to Thanasis. Ranma. Miserably, you're right. There is no getting out of this. End of section 1. Author's notes. Yes, I know Ranma AS was supposed to be a one-shot to Celeste Byrd single quote s double quote a little motherly love, but I decided to divide the stories into or 3, maybe 4. It's still part of the same story, so don't worry. I'll put them together soon. For now, read on. Ranma AS originally, A Little Motherly Love, by Sergei Raka. Original stories by Celeste Byrd. Ranma, created by Rumiko Takahashi. Section 2, of careful planning and discovered fears seen, the Tendo home at night. From inside the dojo, screams of Agonai can be heard. Along with the scream, a lipping sound can be heard. At precisely 8 o'clock, the lipping sound stopped, but a groan can be heard. Ranma crawls away from the dojo, feeling the pain in his back. Nodoka just stands over him with a kendo sword in hand. Nodoka, a bit miffed, your 3 hours of punishment are up. Ranma, whimpering, oh Nodoka, you know I do not tolerate you skipping school. Ranma, but did you have to hit me with that stick for 3 hours? Nodoka, if you keep behaving like a delinquent, it won't be the wooden word I use next time I enforce punishment. Besides, I think hitting you with the kendo sword really builds up your endurance. Ranma, sarcastically, I'm glad my pain in the back is just part of that training. Left square bracket Nodoka hits Ranma's back with the sword again. Right square bracket Ranma, oh. What did you do that for? Nodoka, sternly, "Don't ever speak out of turn with me." Young man. Ranma, groaning, "Yes, Mom. Left square bracket as Nodoka enters the dojo. Ranma continues to crawl to the living room in pain. Ranma then bumps into someone on the way. Right square bracket Nebiki. Hi. Sodom-chan. Ranma, in pain. Nebiki. Nebiki. So how did it go? Ranma, trying to act like nothing happened. "It wasn't so bad. 3 years sees nothing. Nebiki, rolling her eyes up. "Sure, Sodom-chan. Look, Kasumi's preparing some tea and you and I are having a conference. Actually, it's between you, me, and my sisters. Ranma, why are you bringing Kasumi and Akan into this? Nebiki, it kind of helps to have a few outside opinions about this Kodake matter you got yourself into. Ranma, I don't want to fight Kodake. Not now, not ever. Nebiki, that's why we're having this conference. Sodom-chan. Ranma, why do you keep calling me that? Nebiki, a bit uneasy. Well. Ranma, I'm still going to get even with you. Nebiki. Nebiki, promises. Scene, at the dining room. The three Tenbo's sisters meet to discuss the situation that Ranma has with Kodake. Ranma sits next to Nebiki at one end of the table, Akan is at the far end of the table, and Kasumi at the opposite end to where Ranma and Nebiki were sitting. Nebiki, alright. I call this meeting to order. Akan, what's going on? Nebiki? Nebiki, well, as you know, Sodom was late for school and he didn't even attend it today. Part of this is my fault because I did something I shouldn't have done in the first place. Kasumi, oh my. What did you do? Nebiki, I'd rather not talk about it. Akan, she sold a lot of naked pictures of Ranma. Kasumi, shocked and appalled. Nebiki, how could you? Nebiki, look, sis, I already feel bad enough as it. And Kasumi, I swear. Nebiki, sometimes you will go to certain lengths for a little money! Nebiki, jeez, I repent my sins. Akan, annoyed, can we get to the point? Nebiki, clears her throat. Well, before Ranma arrived at school in his girl form, he met up with Kodake. Problem is, Kodake now knows about Sotom's little secret about changing genders at a certain temperature of water. This brings up the fact that Kodake challenged him to a fight. Akan, what? Kasumi, how odd. Why would Kodake challenge a boy to a fight? Ranma, because of my sex-changing powers. Kodake wants to fight me's girl in a martial arts gymnast match at St. Hebert High School in 3 days. I'd rather not fight because I don't hit girls. Akan, you have no right to fight her! Nebiki, he really doesn't have any choice. Akan, I don't care. Kodake is my opponent and I'd rather die before someone else shows me up. I come first and that's final. Ranma, You mean you have already thought in this sort of competition, Nebiki? Let me take over this one. 2 weeks before you came here, Kodakai was to compete against the Furankan Hygiene team. Kutlimin added the competition just a few days bore the match. The Furankan team then asked Akan for help and she accepted. But being the klutz that she is, Akan's skills needed to be tuned up to adapt to martial arts gymnastics. Akan, Nebiki, you know I'm right, says Akan. Looking away, Nebiki. Anyway, when Ryoga dropped by that day at Akan's room, he offered Akan some assistance and trained her for the upcoming match. Later that week, however, Kodakai heard about her upcoming opponent and decided that an ambush was in order. Ranma, the Kuno's siblings may be insane, but I never thought that neither of them would stoop so low as to attack someone before a match. Nebiki, this is Kodakai we're talking about, Sodom. I don't think honor is in her vocabulary. When the ambush proved unsuccessful, Kodakai was about to leave, via the roof. As fate would have it, she tripped on a loose roof tile and fell off the roof. Unfortunately for us, she lived. Someone managed to catch her. Ranma, and who did that? Nebiki, our directionally challenged friend, Hibiki Ryoga. Ranma, whoa. I guess that explains the Ryoga-sama bit. But figured a duo like him would love the female companion thing, seeing as he is always alone and stuff. Then again, Kodakai has this fate attraction thing going, so I can't really blame Ryoga for straying away from her. Nebiki, like Ryoga had any choice. On that same night, Kodakai used one of her black roses to paralyze Ryoga and took him away. Akan tried to stop her, but Kodakai had the Kuno mansion sealed up, so she couldn't get Ryoga out of there. Kasumi, I hope Kodakai didn't do anything improper to him. Nebiki, with Kodakai, you never know. On the day of the match, Kodakai openly said that she enjoyed having a man at her house. She even said that she had her away with Ryoga. Ranma, sheesh. I feel sorry for him. Nebiki, you and me both. Ranma, so, who won the match? Nebiki, who do you think? My klutzy sister or someone who has trained gymnastics all her life? Akan, turning to Nebiki, Nebiki! Nebiki, just cool it, says Akan. You're giving away information and you're not even charging this pervert anything! Nebiki, nervously sweating, well, who says I'm not charging Saotom-chan anything? Akan, I beg your pardon, Nebiki? Nebiki, well, since Sodom and I might get married, I just left curly bracket. Nebiki, shut your mouth. Nebiki promptly shuts her mouth. Right parenthesis. Ranma, turning to Nebiki, and why should I marry you? Nebiki, smiling at Ranma, why not? I'm smart, I'm rich, and I'm very sexy. Ranma, looking incredulously at Nebiki, The ego on this girl exclamation point right curly bracket Kasumi. Nebiki, don't pressure Ranma. He already has enough on his mind. Nebiki, mock butting, I'm just helping him make his choice the right one. Kasumi, well, it is not appropriate for girls to behave like that. Now, if you will excuse me, I must make some more tea. Ranma, I'll help you out. Left square bracket when Kasumi and Ranma were out of sight. Nebiki felt disappointed. Thought Ranma left. Right square bracket Nebiki, I was hoping you would stay. We had so much to talk about. Ken, what is with you? Nebiki, do you have a thing for perverts? Nebiki, Ken, I'm only doing this because Sodom wants to get even with me. I mean, who knows what he'll do to me. Left square bracket Nebiki begins to imagine one way Ranma could punish her. She began to picture him in tight leather pants and a black mask. Ranma also had a paddle in his hands. Nebiki then began to picture herself tied up to a bed, lying on it on her stomach in a very tight schoolgirl outfit. Her limbs were tied to each corner of the bed and Ranma was approaching her at slow pace. Nebiki smiled at this fantasy. Maybe being punished won't be so bad. Right square bracket Nebiki smiles. Ken, looking incredulously at Nebiki, whatever. Ranma doesn't deserve to fight Kodakai. That's my right! Nebiki, snapping out of her fantasy. Sodom has more of a chance than you do. Ken. He's better at the martial arts. Ken, says you. I'll take on that pervert anytime. I'll prove that I'm better at the art. Nebiki, good. Then you can tell him once he steps out of the kitchen. Ken, fine. I will! Left square bracket Meanwhile in the kitchen, Kasumi was waiting for the kettle of water to boil so she can prepare the tea. Meanwhile, Ranma had a worried look on his face. Nebiki was acting pretty amicable towards him in the living room. Right square bracket Ranma, I didn't like the way Nebiki was looking at me just now. Kasumi, I guess she really wants your forgiveness. Ranma, well, she's not going to get it. I don't really care if she begs me till the end of time. I'm really mad at her right now. Kasumi, please understand why she did this. Ranma, Nebiki only does this because she has the Tendo family in mind. Granted, I do not approve of her methods, but she does help pay most of the bills of the house. The dojo is not giving us any money because there isn't anyone signing up for martial arts classes. Ranma, Mom always says that there are other ways to make money without stepping on people's toes. Kasumi smiles. That is what I like about you, Ranma. You have a good heart and you have positive solutions to everything. Ranma, not everything, Kasumi. This Kodakai thing has one solution, and that is to fight. But the thing is, I don't hit girls, even to those who deserve it. That Kodakai really gets on my nerves. Kasumi, where does she get off insulting you? Just because she's rich, doesn't give her the right to look down on people. Kasumi, You really have very ill feelings toward her, Ranma. Ranma, yeah, I do. At least her brother is a better person in comparison. I'd love to see that Kodakai which gets slapped around, but I don't want Toad the one giving her the treatment. I'd be less of a man if I did adopt Kasumi. Have faith, Ranma. You will find a solution to this. In the meantime, why don't you start cleaning the dishes? It will take your mind off that anger you feel towards Kodakai. I'm sorry you missed dinner. Bithway. Ranma, that's okay. I'll eat something later. Left square bracket. Ranma headed towards the sink and started washing the dishes. He was glad that this chore was actually taking his mind off the bad things that happened during the day and concentrated on more pleasant things. Ranma's mood as his thoughts were on Kasumi. The eldest Tendo daughter was always so nice to him and she had faith in him. Ranma never thought such a person could exist. Not even his mother was ever this nice and sweet. Ranma then glanced at Kasumi and viewed her from head to toe while she wasn't looking. He did so for just a moment, but as Kasumi turned her head towards him, Ranma quickly looked away and blushed and started to concentrate on the dishes. Ranma hoped that Kasumi didn't notice him blinking at her. No such luck because Kasumi did notice Ranma looking at her. Right square bracket. Kasumi, smiling, what is so special about me, Ranma? Is it because I teased you that first day we met? Right curly bracket left square bracket. Kasumi decided walk over to Ranma and talk to him. Maybe she could ease any tension the young martial artist may be feeling. All the while Ranma was in deep thought about Kasumi. Right square bracket. Ranma, maybe I should tell Kasumi how I feel. Then again, she'd probably laugh at me for having any feelings for an older girl. Kasumi would probably call it a case of a little boy's crush, just like a school student would have for a pretty-looking teacher. Maybe it's because she teased me that first day that I met her. But then again, I think she just wanted to gain my trust and now she has faith in me. I can never thank Azumi enough for that. But I'll try anyway. Right curly bracket left square bracket. Ranma, as soon as he was done with the dishes, turned his head around to say something to Kasumi. But as he turned around, Ranma's lips touched Kasumi's. Kasumi was equally surprised because she was only standing close to Ranma so that she can snap him out of that trance that he was in. Now Kasumi found that her lips were slightly touching Ranma's. Both individuals went wide-eyed and were frightened by this that they backed away from each other. Then they both looked away and felt ashamed and were flustered by this situation. Ranma and Kasumi turned around and faced each other. Right square bracket. Ranma and Kasumi, I'm sorry. Left square bracket. Ranma and Kasumi started to rub their heads and looking down on the ground. Both of them started to chuckle a bit and then they started to laugh. It was good that this tension was broken. Then the kettle made a whistling sound, meaning that the water was hot enough. Kasumi immediately turned off the stove and was glad that she avoided any misunderstanding with Ranma. Right square bracket. Ranma, I'll carry the water. Kasumi. Kasumi, be my guest. Left square bracket. Unknown to them, the pink cat that was following Ranma all this time saw what happened. The cat was wide-eyed and shocked. The cat then lowered her head in sadness and walked away from the Tendo home. Tears began to fall from the cat's eyes as it walked away. It took a final look at the Tendo home before she ran off into the night. Right square bracket. Scene. A few moments later, Ranma and Kasumi stepped out of the kitchen. Kasumi sat down and placed a few tea bags on table while Ranma packed the steaming kettle on the table. Ranma then noticed that Akane was standing and was looking at him with determination. Nebiki was busy with her own thoughts. Right square bracket Akane. Ranma, I still don't think you should face Kodakai. All you'll be doing is stare at her body and lack the concentration to face her emphasis match! Kasumi. Disapprovingly. Akane! Ranma. What kind of guy do you take me for? Akane. Okay then. If you're really going to face her, you'll have to get through me! Ranma. What? Kasumi. Akane. Ranma is already going to fight a girl in 3 days. We're pressuring him like this? Akane. So I can prove to Mr. Man here that I'm the only opponent for Kodakai. Ranma. But Akane. I'll see you in the morning! Left square bracket. Before Ranma could answer, Akane had already left upstairs. The only line Ranma did was bow his head in disgust. Right square bracket. Ranma, if I keep this up, fighting girls will become a habit for me. Nebiki. No kidding. Kasumi. Patting Ranma on the back. There. Ranma. Scene. Meanwhile, at the Kumo Mansion dining room, Kodakai was sitting at one end of the table, eating dinner. That she cooked herself. After she finished, she turned to the little ninja and was ready to give the orders to her servant. Ninja. Bowing. I trust you ate well, Mistress Kodakai. Kodakai. Of course I did, lowly servant. I cooked it myself. Ninja. Is there something you wish me to do, my mistress? Kodakai. There is something you can do. I want you to keep an eye on Ranma. From what I saw of that fight with my brother, I must find out what he has up his sleeve. He won't be as easy as that fool Lock-hand Ninja. Is that really necessary, mistress? Couldn't you use the Samikaing tactics on him? Kodakai. Looking at the ninja angrily and growling. Ninja. Panicking. Let me rephrase that. Couldn't you use the Sami methods that achieved you victory as you did with Okan-Sam? Kodakai. I'm more than able to handle that Sodom freak, lowly ninja. Smiles evilly. Besides, fighting a man will be certainly make my day, even if you will be in girl form. It makes no difference to me. Enter Tatewaki. Right square bracket Tatewaki. What transpires here? Twisted sister? Ninja. Well, Master left square bracket Kodakai quickly uses her ribbon to keep the ninjas from talking, promptly shutting him up. Right square bracket Kodakai. What the worthless one was saying is that I should prepare for my match with the big-tailed girl. Tatewaki, you dare seek a challenge with the one that has captured my heart. Know this, dear sister. I have full confidence that the big-tailed girl will best you in this game. Kodakai, just like you had full confidence that the wretch of Akan would best me in my game. Honestly, Taiji. Just because somebody beats you, doesn't necessarily mean that same person will do it to me. Tatewaki, I warn you, sister. My beloved big-tailed girl shall not be taken lightly in this endeavor. Kodakai, and I think you should stop deluding yourself into thinking that the big-tailed girl, or I can't want anything to do with you. Besides, her taste in women need to improve. Take Waki. At least my taste in women are normal than your taste in men. Kodakai. Angry. And just what does that supposed to mean? Take Waki. I mean that my loves don't wander aimlessly all over the land. And might I add, dear sister, don't run away at the sight of me. Kodakai. That is Ryoga-sama you are talking about, brother dear! Take Waki, HMPH. Who would have known that my sister had a thing for tacky vagabonds? Kodakai, you take that back. Tachi! Left square bracket. Seeing that words weren't enough, Kodakai proceeded in attacking Tatewaki by throwing plates and forks at him. Tatewaki blocked all shots with his book, and then Kodakai, from out of nowhere, got a small cannon and started to use it relentlessly by shooting cannonballs at Tatewaki. Tatewaki then started to dodge the balls, barely missing him by a few inches. Then he, as his sister, got himself a small cannon and started to retaliate against Kodakai. Right square bracket. Tatewaki, wicked twisted sister! Left square bracket. As the kunos fired at each other, the ninja finally got the ribbon out of his mouth and bore witness to what the kuno's siblings were doing to each other, including the dining room. Right square bracket. Ninja, my master Sark destroying the dining room. I must do something! Left square bracket. He then started to play the 1812 overture on his violin. Right square bracket. Ninja, appropriate, if I do say so myself. Right parenthesis scene. It is 7:02 the next morning, and Ranma sat against a wall inside the dojo, waiting for Akan to show up. He was reluctant to have a match with girl, but since Ranma was going to fight a girl and a snotty girl at that in today's time, he might as well get used to it by confronting Denbokan, with a minimum of fuss. Still, a nagging thought kept bothering Ranma. He doesn't fight girls for any reason whatsoever, but Ranma had no choice. His thoughts were interrupted as Nodoka walked in the dojo. She walked towards Ranma and sat down beside him. Nodoka, son, I heard about the challenge from Nebiki. Are you sure even to go through with this? Ranma, no. But I don't have any choice. Kodakai knows about my little condition, and for all I know, she might scream it to the whole world if I don't fight her. Nodoka, would that be so bad? Ranma, I don't want anybody to think that I'm a pervert or some kind of freak. Only a few people know about this, and I like to keep it that way. Nodoka, it is your decision. But even if you are a boy who is a girl half time, I still love you. Ranma, embarrassed, mom! Nodoka, well, I do. Left square bracket. Slight footsteps can be heard in the dojo, which meant Akan had come. She was wearing a light yellow karate gi with a red sash wrapped around her waist. Akan stood only a few meters from Ranma and had a look of determination in her eyes. Nodoka decides to stand up. She decides to leave the dojo. Right square bracket. Nodoka, I'll just leave you two alone. Both of you have a lot to settle. Left square bracket. As Nodoka left the dojo, Ranma stood up and folded his arms around his chest. He looked at Akan with some degree of pity. Right square bracket Akan. What are you looking at? Ranma. I don't want to fight you. Akan. I really don't single quote T. Akan. Look, Ranma. It doesn't matter what you say now, but I'm going to teach you a lesson that is so painful. It's going to make the other punishments I gave you look like minor wounds! Ranma, that is if you can hit me. Akan. Why don't you strike first? Akan. My pleasure! Left square bracket Akan adopts a kendo stance and then she runs up to punch Ranma. Unfortunately, the punch never connects as Ranma jumps over it. When Ranma lands behind Akan, he is greeted by a strong roundhouse kick which he neatly dodges. Ranma then hops a few meters away as Akan continually throw punches at Ranma, all of them missing. Ranma jumps over Akan again and keeps avoiding her attacks over and over again. This whole sequence of events goes on for 5 minutes and Akan starts to get a bit tired as she breaks into a sweat. She stops attacking Ranma and tries to catch her breath. Ranma also stops and lets Akan take a breather. Right square bracket Akan. Shut. Why can't I hit him? Right curly bracket Ranma. I can read your moves from 1,000,000 meters away. Akan. I guess all that strength is making you slow down the trigger. Akan. Lashing out with a full strength punch. Swing at me, you coward! Ranma. Catching Akan's punch. Why should I? Akan. Because this is a fight, you moron! Ranma. Oh, really? Left square bracket Ranma grabs Akan by the arm and flips her over his shoulder to the ground. Akan quickly stands up and blindly starts lashing out at Ranma with a series of punches and kicks, which Ranma avoids effortlessly. Then Ranma, seeing as the rage of Akan has quickly taken over her judgment, trips her. Akan begins to stumble out of the dojo and was about to land into the small pond. Ranma grabs Akan by the back of her GI top, stopping her stumbling just an inch away from pond. Right square bracket Ranma. Sighs. My God, your skills stink. Akan. Let go of me! Ranma. Let's go of Akan. Okay. Left square bracket Akan drops into the pond, making a big splash. Ranma quickly avoids the water so he wouldn't change into a girl. As the water of the pond comes down, a wet Akan quickly rises out, angrier than ever. Right square bracket Ranma. You told me to let go. Akan. I hate you. Stupid, perverted, egotistical jerk! Ranma. You know, crying isn't going to help you become the best that you can be. Akan. I'm not crying. It's the water! Ranma. Shrugs. Whatever you say. Akan. Left square bracket Ranma turned around and was about to leave, but Akan wasn't about to let him. Right square bracket Akan. Hey, you come back here. I'm not through with you yet! Ranma. Take a hot shower, Akan. If you stay in that pond, you'll catch a cold. Akan. Angry right parenthesis Ranma-voice. Yo, Sodom exclamation point left square bracket. Ranma turned to see who called him. It was Nebiki in her school uniform, standing at the dojo entrance. Right square bracket. Nebiki, we got a little matter of training you for your match with Kodakai. If you're done kicking Akan's butt, let's go to school so you can get signeted for the martial arts gymnastics team. Ranma, don't you think it's a bit early? Nebiki question mark. Nebiki, if you're so concerned about your personal hygiene, I brought a bottle of shampoo and a bar of soap in my bag. Plus, I got your school clothes in here also. Let's go. Ranma, alright. Turns to Akan. See you at school. Akan, go to hell. Ranma, rolling his eyes up. Oh, roll up. Left square bracket. Ranma walked away from Akan, leaving her in embarrassment. Ranma and Nebiki walked together to the front gate of the Tendo home. They were about to leave, but someone stopped them. Right square bracket voice, Ranma -san exclamation point left square bracket. Ranma turned around and saw an object thrown in his direction. Heck on it, and it turned out to be a bento box. Ranma then saw Kasumi at the front door of the house. Right square bracket. Kasumi, smiling right parenthesis, your breakfast is in there. Good luck signing up. Ranma, see you exclamation point. Nebiki, go ahead, Sodom. I'll catch up. Left square bracket. As Ranma ran ahead, Nebiki stayed a bit longer at the front gate to look at her fiancé. Kasumi walked to where Nebiki was and watched Ranma go ahead to school. Right square bracket. Kasumi, I really don't like this, Nebiki. I don't want to see Ranma go into something like this. Is there really no other way? Question mark. Nebiki, I really don't see another way, Kasumi. But don't worry about it. I'm sure this will work out for the best. Left square bracket. As Nebiki walked away, Kasumi began to feel sorry for Ranma. Her friend was forced into a situation and didn't like the solution to it. Ranma didn't want to fight this Kodakai girl, but there was no other solution that can be offered. Right square bracket. Kasumi, I pray that things will work out. Ranma. Right curly bracket. Left square bracket. Kasumi's single quote as thoughts are interrupted when the one of the walls surrounding the Tendo residence is destroyed. Soon quickly runs out of the house to investigate the matter. He finds out that Ryoga, lost as usual, had destroyed the wall. Right square bracket. Soon, sobbing right parenthesis, their single quote as the front door, misguided boy. You said once in a while exclamation point. Ryoga, scratching the back of his head. Sorry, Tendo -san. Kasumi, smiles. Good morning, Ryoga. Akan is at the dojo right now. Ryoga, perks up. Gee, thanks exclamation point left square bracket. As Ryoga ran to the dojo, Kasumi tries to calm her emotional father down by patting him on the back gently. Right square bracket. Kasumi, it will be alright, father. Soon, thank you, Kasumi. You're such good daughter. Left square bracket. While Kasumi was comforting her father, Ryoga ran to the dojo area. When he arrived, Ryoga saw Akan standing emotionlessly where the pond is and quickly ran to her unconcerned. Right square bracket. Ryoga, Akan, are you okay? Question mark. Akan, noticing Ryoga. Oh, hi Ryoga. Ryoga, you're all wet. What happened? Question mark. Akan, I challenged Ranma to a fight and he beat me. Ryoga, he didn't hurt you, did he? Question mark. Akan, miserably, worse than that. He didn't attack me and I couldn't even touch him because he knew what attack I was going to use! Ryoga. But how did you end up in the pond? How can? I tripped on something while I was attacking Ranma and I stumbled Ryoga. Ryoga, can you wait for me in the living room? We can walk to school together once I take a bath. Ryoga. Excited, sure. Calming down, I mean, it would be my pleasure. Can. But I'll wait out here. Can. Confused, why? Ryoga. Well, you know my sense of direction. Can. Okay. Left square bracket. When Can leaves to the house, Ryoga is filled with a sudden surge of joy. Right square bracket. Ryoga. I am the happiest man alive! Left square bracket. Ryoga takes out his umbrella and strikes the ground with it, creating a crater. Since the strike was so loud, soon heard it and came running to see what happened. He started to cry again. Right square bracket. Soon, my yard! Ryoga. Sheepishly, sorry. Kendo-sand. Scene. About a few minutes later at school, Ranma and Nebiki were at the Furanken High Gym office, sitting in the two seats in front of a desk. They were having a meeting with the martial arts gymnastic teacher, who was sitting behind her desk. She was a tall woman with a slim figure, lazy eyes, and flowing dark hair. She was wearing the school leotard, which was light green. Her name was Misako. Misako, I'm sorry, Nebiki-san, but I can't admit any more members in the club. Nebiki, but this girl is really a great investment, Misako-sensei. She's very good at martial arts, she's agile, and can guarantee a victory. Plus, she's as good as Sodom here. Ranma, she would make a great addition to your gym team, Misako-sensei. Misako, I'm sure this Ranko girl is as good as you say, Ranma. But the fact is, the Furanken High Martial Arts Gymnastics team can't just accept any person right off the bat. We go through a very strict process. I put my-girls through 4 weeks of tryouts, then I check them for their punctuality. After that, if they can follow the rules properly and are good enough, I'll admit them in the team. Nebiki, I'm sure Ranko will fit right in, Misako-sensei. Misako, rules are rules, Nebiki-san. I can't make exceptions. Ranma, to Nebiki, this whole thing is a mood issue, Nebiki. Nebiki, not totally, Sodom. To Misako, Misako-sensei, Sodom here is a very popular figure in Furanken High, especially among the ladies. Misako, I'm sure he is, Nebiki. But even Ranma's endorsement of Tizranko girl isn't going to change my mind. Nebiki, maybe I can do something, Misako-sensei. Ranma, suspicious, Nebiki? Nebiki, sensei, when I said that Sodom was a very popular figure among the ladies, I didn't just mean the female student body. I heard some interesting stories that the women teachers are also taken by him. Misako, sweating, I'm sure it's just a rumor. Nebiki, oh, really? Then I guess that wasn't you buying 15 pictures of the nude Ranma just yesterday in morning. Misako. Stern but nervous, insolent behavior is not tolerated here. Nebiki-stand up Nebiki. Neither is improper behavior. Misako-san. Nebiki reaches inside Misako's cleavage and pulls out a few photos. Hey, these are nice. Left square bracket. Ranma couldn't believe his eyes. The teacher had in her possession naked photos of Ranma. Ranma stayed in his seat, but shaking nervously. Right square bracket. Misako. Nervous. Ranma. My God, not the teachers. To exclamation point right curly bracket. Nebiki, you are married, right? With kids and everything Misako, bowing frantically. I'll accept Ranko as a member and she can come to practice this afternoon. Just don't tell my husband or my children about this, please! Exclamation point Nebiki. Thank you for your time, Misako-sensei. Nebiki got up from her seat and left the gym office. Ranma got up also, but gave the teacher a strange look. Right square bracket. Misako, bowing her head shamefully. Forgive me. Ranma-stand up Ranma. Up, right left square bracket as Ranma left. And also a rather flustered Misako-sensei also took her leave to attend her morning class. The Kuno family ninja emerged from Tetrashkan rather slowly so he wouldn't make a noise. Right square bracket ninja. Size, being a ninja during the day is tough. I can't hide in much places. Takes out a cellular phone and dials on it. Mistress Kodakai. What is it? Servant exclamation point ninja. Ranma just signed up for the Furinkan gymnastics team. He's going to through with the challenge after all. Kodakai. I knew that, ninja. Call me if it is something worth my knowledge! Exclamation point left square bracket. Kodakai hangs up. Right square bracket ninja. Size, well, time to get started. Scene, about a few minutes before class, and after Ranma took a shower and put on his school clothes. He and Nebiki were sitting together at the bleachers located at the soccer field close to the school gym. Ranma looked a bit disturbed while Nebiki looked calm in comparison. Nebiki, something on your mind? Sodon-chan ? Ranma, stop calling me that. Nebiki, you're my fiancé? Right Ranma, no, and why should I be ? Nebiki, mock bowing. I just got you into the martial arts gymnastics team. I consider it doing you a favor after what I did to you yesterday, which I'm still waiting for you to forgive me for. Ranma, looking away, not a chance. Nebiki, well, at least thank me for getting you into the team. Ranma, I don't know whether I should thank you or smack you. You blackmailed a teacher, for God's sake. Nebiki, she had photos of you in the bath, Sodon-chan. She deserved to blackmail. Ranma, I told you to stop calling me that! Nebiki, but I like you. Ranma, that's a freaking lie and you know it! Nebiki, can't blame a girl for trying, Sodon-chan. But Ranma, don't even start. Nebiki, I appreciate the fact that you got me in Thigh's gym team only because it will help me figure out what to do in this fight with that Kodakai girl. But don't even think that by doing this is going to make me forgive you for what you did to me. I'm just glad that me mom doesn't know about this. She'd have your head Nebiki, rubbing her neck. Interesting thought. So, you're going to make me pay for my crimes? Ranma. I did say I was going to get even with you Nebiki. Scooting closer to Ranma. Come on, Sodom-chan. I tried to make it up to you yesterday. I tried to get Kuno off your girl's side's back. Ranma. Nebiki. Leaning her head on Ranma's shoulder. Doesn't that count for anything? Ranma. Please don't do that. People might get the wrong idea. Nebiki. I might be doing you a favor, Sodom. You really don't want all those hormonal girls chasing you all the time, do you? Tapping a certain part of Ranma's back. Right parenthesis Ranma. Left square bracket. The school bell rings. Right square bracket. Nebiki smiles. So, need any help to get to class? Ranma. Standing up, I can get there on my own. Left square bracket. Ranma began to lose feeling in his legs. He collapsed onto the steps. Ash totally lost his feeling. Right square bracket. Ranma. Shut, what the Nebiki? I guess Dr. Tofu isn't kidding about those shiatsu points. Ranma. Why, you little Nebiki? Pulls a microphone from out of nowhere. Alright girls, come and get it. Ranma then saw a bunch of girls heading his way. He wanted to run away, but he couldn't move his legs, thanks to Nebiki. When the girls finally got a hold of him, Ranma found himself being pulled by each of the girls from left to right. The girls started to shout and scream and claiming Ranma as their own. Then the girls started to argue with one another while each got a hold of Ranma. Ranma was about to say something, but a baseball suddenly hit his head. With that, Ranma was knocked out and fell to the ground. Right square bracket. Some knife from the distance, shouting, sorry! Scene. Ranma woke up and appeared to be on a bed with white mattress and pillow. He was in the nurse's office at Furinken High. Ranma also noticed that his clothes were in tatters. A young nurse attended to his well-being. Nurse, rise and shine. Ranma-stand up. Ranma, rising up and shaking his head. Where am I? Nurse, nurse's office. Your fiancé dropped you off here this morning. Ranma, frowning, she's not my fiancé. Nurse, is that a fact? Anyway, you missed the first few hours of school, Ranma-san. In fact, it's almost lunchtime. Ranma, not very enthusiastic. Goody. Nurse, is there something wrong? Ranma-san? Ranma, frowning and bowing his head. Nothing, nurse. I'm just fine. Nurse, well, if that will be all, you can leave. Ranma, thanks. Left square bracket. Ranma slowly walked out of the nurse's office and into the school hallway with his school bag and bento box. As he walked, he noticed on the digital clock that it was 5 minutes before the lunch break. The only recourse he had was to walk upstairs to the school roof and have his lunch there. If he was lucky, he was going to figure out what to do about Nebiki before drifting himself nuts. Right square bracket. Scene, on the roof, Ranma sat on the floor and leaned on the fence while he was having a peaceful lunch with himself. He thought about what happened in the morning. All Ranma could think about was how Nabiki just took out his legs and let a large pack of girls manhandle him like that. The fact was made worse when he couldn't do anything to stop them. This was another reason to detest Nabiki. Ranma, frowning, I can't believe she did this to me. I was defenseless against that mob. Left square bracket. Ranma frowned a bit more. Nabiki had made a fool of him again. The bruises on his arms didn't make him feel any better as he rubbed them. Right square bracket. Ranma, frowning, that's it. She sold nude photos of me and I was almost ripped to shreds because of her. She's going to pay dearly. Right curly bracket left square bracket. Ranma single quote. His thoughts are interrupted when someone came through the door off the roof, breaking into pieces as a matter of fact. Ranma then saw this person to be Ryoga, who was very much exhausted and falling on his knees. Right square bracket. Ryoga, screaming to the sky, where the hell am I? Exclamation point. Ranma, covering his own ears, you're on the school roof, Ryoga. Ryoga, noticing Ranma, oh, it's you. Man, what happened to you? Ranma, I was being ripped apart by my fans. How about you? Ryoga, excited, today is the happiest day of my life! Exclamation point. Ranma, is that so? Ryoga, I asked Akan out to a date. She said, yes. I can finally die happy! Exclamation point. Ranma, I'm proud of you, pal. So where are you two going? Ryoga, I Ranma, you dipstick. You're going on a date with Akan and you didn't even set a date and time? Ryoga, that's why I came here for. I tried to look for Akan by finding out where her classroom is, but I couldn't find her! Ranma, you couldn't find your way across the street if you wanted to. Ryoga, I was so happy when Akan said yes to our date. And what did it do? I just run off like a madman. Now I got to find her and set a time and place! Ranma, just stay where you are. If you walk off, you'll get lost again. Ryoga, shut up! Left square bracket. Ryoga decides to sit close to the roof entrance. He calmed down a bit and got for his thoughts and tried hard to hide his excitement over asking Akan out on a date. Ryoga then noticed Ranma was a little annoyed for some reason. Right square bracket. Ryoga, you look pissed off, Ranma. Anything wrong? Ranma, Nabiki. Ryoga, what about her? Ranma, she did this to me. Ryoga, confused, pardon? Ranma, before school started, she touched at a certain part of my back. Next thing I know, my legs went out. Ryoga, that doesn't explain the bruises. Ranma, Nabiki called out a bunch of girls and then the next thing I know, he was every girl's favorite toy. Ryoga, and the bump on your head? Ranma, baseball. Ryoga, hold up! Left square bracket. Ranma started to open the bento box Kasumi gave him. While opening it, he noticed a note under the box and the yin-yang pin attached to it. Ethan read the contents of the letter. Right square bracket Ranma. I wonder what this says. Left square bracket Ranma reads the note. Right square bracket single quote. I hope this lunch is big enough to fill that big stomach of yours, Ranma-san. Good luck at practice. I also enclosed a charm to build up your confidence. It may be small, but very full. I hope you like it. Besides, I think it fits your persona. Kasumi. Single quote Ranma, smiling, God, I love her right curly bracket. Ryoga, hey, what's that question mark Ranma, quickly putting the note in his pocket, but taking the pen. Just a note from Kasumi. Ryoga, what's with the smile all of a sudden? Ranma, looking away, nothing. Ryoga, chuckling, I don't believe this. Ranma, what question mark Ryoga, you have a thing for older girls. Ranma, I do not! Exclamation point Ryoga, no wonder you kept avoiding all those young girls. You probably were all starry-eyed for all those young-looking lady teachers. Ranma, angrily standing up, shut up! Exclamation point Ryoga, standing upright parenthesis I was only kidding, man. It's good that you have these feelings. Ranma, just stop it. I want nothing to do with a romantic relationship. I want to be the best martial artist in the world and I can't have a girl get in the way. Ryoga, then you'll lead sad life, my friend. Look at me, Ranma. I've trained long and hard to beat you. But even my goal in defeating you is a lone path. I'd give anything to be in your shoes. I want a loving mother, and I want the attention of women which you take for granted. All I want out of life is to be loved. I know you envy me because of my skills and strength, Ranma. But martial arts is not the only thing in my life! Exclamation point Ranma, to me it is, Ryoga. How can I be the head of the Sodom school if I don't dedicate my life to the art? Question mark! Exclamation point Ryoga. I can't direct your life or your destiny, Ranma. I just want to remind you that there are other things besides martial arts. Maybe someday you'll realize that. Ranma, rolling his eyes up, fine, whatever. Ryoga, Kasumi's a fine woman, Ranma. But she's taken. Ranma, what? Question mark! Exclamation point Ryoga. Dr. Tofu proposed to her this morning. I believe he said that he wanted to court Kasumi, with the intention of marriage. It is with permission of Tenbo-san, of course. So, Kasumi is willing to give the good doctor a chance. Kasumi was a little taken aback by this. Oh, it was all so sudden. But Tenbo-san set a date so the two of them can go out in today's time. Ranma, sounding a bit jealous. Good for them. I knew the doctor had acne and Ryoga, you don't sound very enthusiastic. Ranma, if I sound a bit jealous, then it's my own damn fault. I pushed the doctor to build up the guts to ask Kasumi out. Now I feel like I made a mistake. Ryoga, you got it bad, pal. Ranma, it wouldn't have worked out anyway. Kasumi deserves better than me. You know, if she does marry Dr. Tofu, maybe she can go back to school again. She wouldn't have to be a homemaker all the time and maybe even pursue her dreams again. Ryoga, you think this will work out for the best? Question mark Ranma, I know so. I mean, I'm only doing my friend a favor. Ryoga, friend? I didn't know you and Kasumi were that close. Ranma, how can you not like a person like Kasumi? Ryoga, sage words. Ranma. Ranma, turning around and looking down through the fence of the roof. Hey, is that Akan down there? Left square bracket. Ryoga dashes to the fence to catch a glimpse of Akan. Right square bracket. Ryoga, excited, there she is! Ranma, if you hurry, you can set the time and place for your date. Ryoga, Akan! Left square bracket. Ryoga jumps of the roof and begins to fall down at an incredible rate, screaming happily. Right square bracket. Ranma, screaming, the door, you moron! The door! Left square bracket. Their single quote has a crashing thud that can be heard throughout town. Ranma sighs as he eats the last of his lunch. Right square bracket. Ranma, he'll live. Left square bracket. Ranma then attaches the pin to his shirt and walks towards the roof door. Right square bracket. Ranma, I love you, Kasumi. I hope you're happy right now. Right curly bracket. Left square bracket. As Ranma left the roof, via the door, the Kumo ninja got out from hiding from the box he was under, which was actually in the form to look like a cement block. He dialed on his cell phone again. Right square bracket. Ninja, mistress? Kodakai. This had better be important! Ninja, your opponent may have his thoughts elsewhere, mistress. Thought might work to your advantage. He is in love with someone who's engaged. Kodakai. Who might the girl be? Ninja, I think he was referring to the eldest Tendo daughter. Kodakai, so Ranma is in love with the hag. This could be full. Ninja, shall I keep a watch on him while he's in practice? Kodakai, of course, you stupid ninja. Why else would I send you on visor and ? Left square bracket. Kodakai hangs up. Right square bracket. Scene. It was already the hours in which school is in recession until the next day. That afternoon, Ranma was at the phone booth near the high school gym, talking to his mother who was on the other line. Ranma, Mom, I'm calling to tell you that I'll be at gym practice today and I think I'm going to stay a bit longer after that. Left square bracket. Ranma pauses to hear no cause. Reply. Right square bracket. Ranma, I'm not making this into a discussion, Mom. I have to be ready for this fight with Kodakai. Left square bracket. Ranma hears a negative response and frowns. Right square bracket. Ranma, I'll do my homework as soon as practice is over. But I got to stay at school longer so I can practice more. I'm putting myself through a crash course here, Mom. Ranma hears another reply. Right square bracket. Ranma, yes, I know. I won't push myself too far. Left square bracket. Ranma hears another reply. Right square bracket. Ranma, no, I won't forget to use the men's room to transform. Anything else? Left square bracket. Another reply. Right square bracket. Ranma, okay. Oh, and congratulate Kasumi for me. I think that she and her Tofu belong together. Ranma hears a final reply. Right square bracket. Ranma, yes, I love you too. Ranma hangs up the phone. Right square bracket. Ranma, well, here goes nothing. Scene. After rinsing himself with cold water in the men's locker room, Ranma stepped out onto the gym facility as a girl. She found that a group of girls in leotards were warming up and getting ready for practice. Some of the girls were practicing their grace techniques while some were using the gymnastic equipment like a ribbon or just juggling some pins. Ranma paid no mind to all this, she just wanted to get started. Then the gym coach, namely Misako, stepped out of her office in a leotard. Misako, clapping right parenthesis alright, girls. Gather around. Left square bracket. All the gym girls gathered in bunch in front Misako. Right square bracket. Students left parenthesis bowing. Good afternoon, Misako Sensei. Misako, today we have a new member in our club. Please say hello to Ranko. Left square bracket. Every one of the students turns around to take a look at Ranma. All Ranma did was slyly wave at the other girls. Some of the girls slightly bowed to Ranma while some of them just waved. Right square bracket. Misako, I've heard a lot about you, Ranko-san. Your sponsor says a lot of good things about you. Ranma-chan smiles, and I heard a lot of interesting things about you, Misako-sensei. Misako, a bit nervous. Well, then, with that said, I think that letting you know about the rules would be a good place to start. Ranma-chan, fire away. Misako, first of all, in a martial arts gymnastics match, you can't use your body to make offensive attacks, meaning you can't punch, kick, or headbutt an opponent. In fact, all strikes done with your body will not be tolerated. The only thing a gymnastic martial artist should use during the match are weapons. Ranma-chan, frowning, ugh. Weapons. Right curly bracket. Misako, noticing Ranma's negative look, do I see a sign of disapproval, Ranko-san ? Ranma-chan, well, I thought I was just going to put some grace in my moves, Misako-sensei. I didn't think I was going to convert to a new type of fighting. Misako, well, grace you will learn, and also the use weapons. Remember, the match will consist of a 30-minute time limit. If there is no winner after that, the judges will rate your performance based on how gracefully they are during the fight. Ranma-chan, so what will the weapons be? Misako, a main weapon of choice is the ribbon. With it, you can tangle your opponent helpless. Another weapon is the small pin that can be used as a dirk, meaning a throwing weapon. There's a lot of choice of weapons, Ranko. In time you will learn to use them. Ranma-chan, well, the art I trained under does allow me to adapt to any martial art form, even the most unusual ones. I guess it wouldn't hurt to try gymnastics for a while. Misako, and just what style do you study under? Ranko ? Ranma-chan, indiscriminate grappling and armed combat. I resent the armed combat bit, though. Girl 1, indiscriminate grappling. Isn't that the same style Tendo Akana trains under? Ranma-chan, let me clear this up. I'm from the Sodom school. Girl 2, excited, the same one as Ranma-sama? Girl 3, eager. Ranko, do you know Ranma? The girls of the gym team just started to fire questions at Ranma, mainly about her male side. Then suddenly they started to surround Ranma. Right square bracket. Misako, clapping, people, give Ranko a room to breathe. We have to get started. Boys, Not without me you're not ! Left square bracket. Everyone turns to the voice and see a tall brunette girl in a lettered stepping out of the girls' locker room, looking very serious. There was also an armband on her right arm. The girl then walks to where the girl's Aryan faces Misako. Right square bracket. Misako, I do wish you'd be more punctual, Hina-san. Your constant tardiness is going to cause me to demote you from captain. Hina, you know I'm only one who can properly lead this team to victory, Misako-sensei. Demoting me, the great Mahina, would be a real mistake. Misako, be that as it may, you must set an example for the girls, Hina-san. Hina, whatever. Ranma-chan, looking at Hina and squinting her eyes, hey, she looks familiar. Right curly bracket. Hina, turning to Ranma, so you're the rookie, huh? Why are wearing police clothing? Ranma-chan, snapping out of it, huh? I couldn't afford to buy a dress. Now I remember. She's the girl I talked to just a few days back when I was standing in the hall. She doesn't look so shy now. Right curly bracket. Hina, so Dom Ranma sponsored a little girl like you for my team. You don't look so skilled to me. Ranma-chan, then you need some glasses. Hina. Left square bracket. All the members of the team gasped at the lack of respect Ranma was giving to Hina. All Hina did was scowl at Ranma. Right square bracket. Hina, the insolence of this girl. Turning to Misako, Misako-sensei, let me show this rookie girl a few tricks that I have! Misako, she will know how to fight in a gymnastics match. Hina, we think a crash course is ordered. Ranma-chan, fine with me. I need to fight with someone who knows this art before I take on Kodakai. Left square bracket. Everyone gasps at Ranma's statement while Hina looks a bit surprised. Right square bracket. Girl 1, you mean Kuno Kodakai? Girl 2, the Black Rose Kodakai? Ranma-chan, the very same. She challenged me to fight the other day and for some reason, I accepted. Hina, well, that will teach you a thing or two about not thinking before accepting anything. Ranma-chan, but Hina, I think that crash course is acceptable, Misako-sensei. Girls, assemble the ring. Me and Ranko-san are going to have a little match! Ranma-chan, putting her hand to her face and sighing, why me? If this keeps up, I'll make a habit out of fighting girls. This is insane! Right curly bracket. Hina, having second thoughts, Ranko? Ranma-chan, snapping out of her thoughts, no way! Scene. After a few moments, the ring is assembled and Ranma is ready to talk on Hina. In one corner, Hina stood ready with a ribbon in hand. In the other corner, Ranma also stood ready with a ribbon, but was uneasy about wearing a leotard. But even she knew that such things can't be distracting for the time being. Ranma-chan, are you sure that wearing this leotard is necessary? Hina, don't ask stupid questions, rookie. Stand ready! Ranma-chan, if that's the way you want it, fine exclamation point left square bracket Hina started to twirl her ribbon towards Ranma. Ranma, not knowing the martial arts gymnastics all too well, stood there to see what could she make off Hina's first attack. Ranma had to wait long because she was down Hina's ribbon in less than a second. With Ranma's arms and legs tied up, Hina decided to attack Ranma by throwing small clubs toward her. Noticing the impending danger, Ranma broke out of Hina's ribbon and jumped upward to avoid the clubs. Hina saw an opportunity to knock Ranma out of the ring, so she threw a giant rubber ball at her. Ranma saw the ball and as it came close, she kicked it crescent-style upwards towards the roof, making a hole. Ranma then made a triple somersault and gracefully landed at her corner of the ring. Hina was getting a little frustrated because she couldn't finish the match early. The gym team thought was watching the match was in amazement on how long Ranma has lasted against their captain right square bracket Ranma-Chan. Hey, I'm pretty good Hina. I'm going to kill you exclamation point left square bracket Hina resumed her attack by running towards Ranma and lashing out with a hula hoop. But Ranma kept dodging it continuously. Hina was surprised with the agility of her opponent and was getting worn out and losing strength as the match continued. Ranma then jumped a few meters away from Hina and used her ribbon to catch the hoop. When the ribbon had entangled the hoop, Ranma pulled it away from Hina, disarming her. Hina was a loss forwards. How could a first-time gymnast be so hard to defeat right square bracket Hina? Who the hell do you think you are, rookie? You think you can just waltz in here and beat the captain of the Furankan High Martial Arts Gymnastics team? Take this exclamation point left square bracket Hina then threw a direct barrage of small clubs towards Ranma. Ranma quickly discarded her ribbon and was quick to act as she saw a small pin on the ground, picked it up, and started to block all of Hina's pins with precise calculation. Now, Hina was really frustrated. Right square bracket Hina, gritting her teeth, that does it. Ranko, feel the impact of my greatest attack exclamation point left square bracket the entire team gasped, for they knew what Hina's greatest attack was. Misako looked at Hina disapprovingly. Right square bracket Misako, Hina, I told you never use that attack again exclamation point left square bracket Ranma was a little confused, but nevertheless, stood ready for anything Hina had up her sleeve. Hina then grabbed another hoop, got into a backhand stance, and stretched it so she could throw the hoop to her licking right square bracket Hina. Here it comes. Hoop slice exclamation point left square bracket Hina threw her hoop towards Ranma and the hoop was spinning very fast. Ranma then threw the small club she had at the hoop so she can stop the movement. No such luck as the hoop sliced the pin in half. Ranma was surprised that the spin on the hoop was powerful enough that it could slice through a pinned right square bracket Ranma-Chan. Have to think fast exclamation point right curly bracket left square bracket Ranma had only an instant to stop the motion of the hoop. And then, at the right moment, caught the hoop in her hand, and stopping the motion on cold right square bracket Hina. What the hyphen left square bracket Ranma through the hoop with the same trajectory towards Ina, but the spin was a lot faster. Ina was quick to dodge it as she jumped upwards. The hoop sliced through the ropes and it engraved itself to the wall. Ranma saw the opportunity to finish the match as she grabbed a ribbon, twirled towards Ina, and entangled her ankles. Ina was screaming helplessly as she frantically flapped her arms quickly. Ranma then swung Ina toward the other side of the ring, stopped Ina's trajectory, and leave her descend quickly to the floor head first. Ina was about to hit the floor, but Ranma quickly grabbed the ribbon from where Ina was entangled and saved Ina from crashing onto the floor. Ranma then lowered Ina to the floor slowly. Ranma had won the match. Right square bracket Ranma-chan. Apologetic, I'm really sorry. Ina. Miserably, kiss my ass. Ranko. Left square bracket after letting go of the ribbon, Ranma jumped out of the ring and landed on her own 2 feet. She was surprised that all the girls of the team surrounded her instantly and praising her for a job well done. All she could do was scratch the back of her head and blush. Ranma knew she was good, but was trying to be modest about it. All the while, Ina sat away from the crowd with her arms crossed. She was a bit angry but even more depressed. Ranma noticed this and decided to turn away from the crowd and see what was going on with Ina as she walked towards her. Right square bracket Ranma-chan. What's the matter? Ina? Ina. Go away. Left square bracket Ranma sat beside Ina and noticed that her head was bobbed down. Ranma knew of this feeling because many people, no matter how skilled they can be, can lose to even the most underskilled of people. Right square bracket Ranma-chan. Ina. I just got lucky back there. I really don't know anything about this sport. I acted on instinct, that's all. Ina. Ranma must have taught you good instinct. Ranma-chan. Ranma isn't a teacher, Ina. He's a student, just like me. Ina. Then you must be as good as he is. Ranma-chan. Well, he is stronger than me, but I'm faster than him any day. Ina. He'd probably be laughing in my face right now. I lost to an underskilled girl who doesn't know anything about gymnastics. Ranma-chan. In my case, I'd have little time to learn all this. I'd have to face a Kodakai in 2 days and need to get the basics down. Ina. Looking up at Ranma, I guess I know why Ranma-sama sponsored diet for the team. You do lack potential. Me? I'm just an egomaniac who likes to boss around the team all the time. Ranma-chan. If it makes you feel any better, I'm a bit of an egomaniac, too. I only act that way when I have to, however. Anyway, I hope we can be friends. Ina. Dog, don't get all mushy on me. Ranko. Practice is still in session and I'm going to teach all this stuff if I have to drill it into you. Got that, rookie? Ranma, smiling and saluting. I left square bracket. Meanwhile, just outside the gym, the Kuno ninja was watching the match and was amazed on how Ranma had adapted so quickly to martial arts gymnastics. He quickly dialed on his cellular phone. Right square bracket ninja. The mistress must know about this. Mistress? Kodakai. Annoyed. What is it? Question mark exclamation point ninja. I just saw Ranma in action, Mistress Kodakai. He has bested the rank and high gym captain with very much ease. Kodakai. Ooh, and on his very first day. Well, this should be interesting. Go see. Ninja, Mistress, are you Kodakai? What I do does not concern you! Exclamation point ninja. Frantically, no, my mistress, it doesn't! Single quote T! Exclamation point scene. At the Tendo home, Kasumi was showing Dr. Tofu the way out of the house. Dr. Tofu was a bit nervous to be around Kasumi, but was gladly able to ask Kasumi for courtship, so he was happy at the same time. Dr. Tofu, I'm glad that you agreed to this, Kasumi. Kasumi, I am still at a loss for words, Tofu-sensei. I really didn't know who had these feelings for me. I guess I am pretty oblivious. I just thought I acted silly because that is how I thought you were. Dr. Tofu, well, I do have to thank Ranma for this. Kasumi, confused. Ranma? What does he have to do with any of this? Question mark. Dr. Tofu, he finally gave me the push I needed to ask you out. Kasumi, I see. Well, I'll see you soon, Tofu-sensei. Dr. Tofu, taking Kasumi's hand and kissing it, likewise. Left square bracket. After letting go of Kasumi's hand, Dr. Tofu left the Tendo dojo. Kasumi then walked inside the Tendo home. Reaching the living room, Kasumi finds her father, drinking sake as usual. Kasumi sighed at this because this has been her father's behavior for the past few days. Right square bracket. Kasumi, father, where is Auntie Sodom? I must speak with her. Soon. Stops drinking and looks at Kasumi. I believe she is in the dojo. She's in her meditation practices again. Kasumi, if you really need some parent advice, you can ask me anything. Kasumi, I believe you are busy with something right now. Soon. Noticing his cash's sake, well, so I am. Left square bracket. As Soon drinks the strong beverage, Kasumi walks out of the living room and makes her way to the dojo. As she gets there, Kasumi notices that the inside of the dojo is glowing white. When Kasumi enters the dojo, she sees Nodoka sitting at the middle with her legs crossed and her arms crossed over her chest. With each passing moment, Nodoka's glow intensified. Kasumi was impressed by this because no one she knew had the ability to emit such light spontaneously. Then Kasumi noticed that the light Nodoka was emitting began to shift slowly. Then the light started to form into a perfectly sphere. The sphere then hovered above her head by a few meters. Kasumi was so much in awe that she decided to get close to the glowing sphere. Right square bracket. Kasumi, it's so beautiful. Left square bracket. Kasumi then decided to touch the ball just out of curiosity, not really knowing what might happen. She reached up with both hands and took hold of the sphere. Unfortunately, when Kasumi made contact with the ball, it ignited and it exploded. The explosion wasn't strong enough to destroy the dojo, but it made a bunch of burn marks on the walls. After the smoke cleared, Kasumi regretted on touching a seemingly harmless sphere. She was in too much shock to do anything, so she stayed in her position with her dress in burnt tatters. Right square bracket no cop. I have a little warning about human energy balls. If it's no tires, then it might explode in your face. Kasumi. Shot. Oh my no cop. Did you want to see me about something? Kasumi Kasumi snaps out of it. Oh, I just wanted to talk to you about something. No cop. By all means. Left square bracket Kasumi sits on her knees in front of no cop. Right square bracket Kasumi. Sadly, Auntie, I don't think your son likes me. No cop. What makes you say that? I was just on the phone with him not too long ago and he says that he was thrilled that you are giving Tofu Sensei a chance. Kasumi, that is just it, Auntie. Tofu Sensei just told me that Ranma pushed him into asking me out on a date. I guess Ranma didn't really like me. No cop. Well, my son was never one to have a relationship with a girl he feels, and he has told me this, that if he has that kind of thing with a girl, then he might think of giving up the martial arts. My son would never jive that up, Kasumi. His father and I raised him to be a martial artist so that he can carry on the Sodom school. Kasumi, I guess that explains his lack of interest in girls. But haven't you ever talked to Ranma about this? I mean, doesn't he ever get lonely? No cop. I have talked to him about this. He says that if he wanted a girlfriend, then it would have to be someone who understands what he's going through. In other words, martial arts come first. Kasumi, it saddens me to hear that, Auntie. No cop, don't be. My son will know soon enough that there is more to life than martial arts. I have tried so hard to get my son to settle down. Booty guess that's a job for when my son finds a soulmate. Kasumi sighs. Auntie, do you think it could have ever worked out between your son and I? No cop, I can't tell you that, dear. I know you love my son, but for now, give this Tofu Sensei a chance. In the meantime, put some clean clothes on. Those burnt clothes don't become you. Kasumi, alright. Auntie. Left square bracket as Nodoka resumes her meditation position, Kasumi walks out of the dojo. She briefly examines her clothing and concludes that a full replacement of clothing is in order. As she walks by the entrance to the house, Kasumi notices that Nebiki and Akane had just walked in through the gate. Right square bracket Kasumi, smiling, welcome home, sisters. How was your day? Akane, just great. Kasumi. Nebiki, chuckling. Oh, it was great. Kasumi. Kasumi, what do you mean by that? Nebiki, I got Sodom into the team this morning. Kasumi, that's good. Now Ranma can figure out how to deal with Kodakia-kan. That is if he could keep his mind on training and not on the girls in general. Nebiki, sis, will you stop considering Ranma as a pervert? You know it's not true. Akane, but that first day he saw me naked when I was entering the bathroom. His eyes were bugging out exclamation point Nebiki. He was just surprised to see you. Akan. Besides, there wasn't much to look at. Kasumi. Nebiki. Be nice to your sister exclamation point Akan. I don't believe this. You're actually defending this creep for no good reason. Kasumi. Akan. Nebiki. Just cool it, sis. Besides, those girls will probably be fighting him totally then try to rip him apart like this morning. Kasumi. Oh my. Is Ranma hurt? Nebiki. Just a bit bruised. The ingrate will probably thank me for getting him into the team. Kasumi. Ingrate? Nebiki. After I got signed up, Sodom was going on and on about how he was going to get even with me. So I tapped him somewhere on his back, took out his legs, and fell to the ground. Next thing I know, a mob of girls were treating him like ragdoll and demand. Kasumi. Disapprovingly. Nebiki. How could you? You know he's mad at you for selling those photos of him. Do you want him to be mad at you for Nebiki. Confidently. What's he going to do? Hit me? Akan. That's it. I'm going upstairs to do my homework. Akan angrily goes into the house and runs upstairs. Nebiki wasn't surprised at Akan's behavior, so she just sighed and shook her head. Nebiki. When is that girl going to learn? Noticing Kasumi's tattered clothing. Geez, Kasumi. Did something blow up in the kitchen? Kasumi. You wouldn't believe it. And he was forming some kind of energy ball, and when I touched it, it blew up. Nebiki. That's right. I don't believe it. Kasumi. Where is Ranma? Nebiki. He said gym practice and he's going to be there for a while, even after it's over. Kasumi. Oh, that's right. He starts today. Scene. About a few hours later at the Furinkan High Gym, the martial arts gymnastics team was about ready to leave. However, Ranma had no intention of leaving. She felt that she needed more practice in correcting any flaws in adjusting to this new form of fighting. This didn't get noticed by Misako, who was about ready to leave also. Misako. Ranko. You're still in your lead. Ranma-chan. I still need the practice, Misako-sensei. I've only got 2 days to learn how to do this. Misako. It takes a lot more than 2 days to learn how to do this, Ranko. Martial arts rhythmic gymnastics can't be learned instantly, even if you manage to fuse your talents with gymnastics. Ranma-chan. Pleading, just 1 hour more, please? Left square bracket. Misako was impressed with the determination that her new pupil had. Notevanina, the captain of the gym team, was this devoted to the sport. Right square bracket. Misako. Oh, alright. 1 hour. But remember that even Rome wasn't built in a day. Ranma-chan. Okay. Left square bracket. As the gym teacher left, and so did the other gym students, Ranma was left to practice on her own. She stood in the middle of the mat that was set up and started to stretch her arms and legs so she can get started. After that, Ranma stood in silence and began to concentrate on what to do first. She decided to test out her agility first, so she began with a few dance steps. In her mind, Ranma began to listen to a classical music number so she can get into the groove. Then Ranma spread her arms wide and began to run across the mat. She started to do a few flips at a constant rate. At the last flip, Ranma executed a handstand and stayed that way for a few moments. She then stretched her legs sideways, and then back together again. Then Ranma made a forward flip and landed on her feet, but not as graceful as she would have wanted. Ranma began to think that working with the gym equipment might help, so she went to get two clubs that laid on the ground. As she got them, Ranma began to twirl them slowly, but did it even faster as she went along. Ranma began to dance gracefully again, but this time she did so faster rate. The music that played inside Ranma's head played even faster as the classical music was replaced by an electric guitar version of itself. As Ranma twirled the clubs even faster, she began to dance all over the mat, spinning gracefully a few times in the process. Then Ranma tossed the clubs to the air. The pins spun fast and high across the mat. As the pins made their descent to the ground, Ranma caught one of them with one hand, the other she caught it between her toes. Ranma continued to do this routine for a few moments and the music in her head played even louder and faster. Then the music began to come to an end, and Ranma's movements slowed down. When the music finally ended, Ranma calmed down and wiped the sweat of her brow and sighed. She then looked at the clock on the wall and realized that she had spent almost an hour doing her exercise. Right square bracket Ranma-chan. I guess time does fly sometimes. Still, that was quite a workout. I feel that I can take on Kodakai already. Voice from outside. What do you think you're doing here? ? Another voice. Mind your own business, little girl. Left square bracket Ranma became aware of the commotion outside the gym, so she went to investigate. Right square bracket scene. Outside the Furinkan High Gym, Akan is confronted by Kodakai Kama, who was wearing her St. Hebert school uniform and had a ribbon in her hands. Kodakai gave Akan a dirty look and Akan did the same to Kodakai. Akan then got into a defensive posture and got ready for an attack that Kodakai might have in mind. Akan, I'll ask again. What the hell do you think you're doing here? ? Kodakai, I was about to check on my opponent. Then you showed up. Akan, you were about to fight him before the scheduled date, weren't you? Have you no honor at all? ? Kodakai, I believe in fighting in all fairness. Before the match, I mean. But I'll leave that philosophy before the time being because I have never fought a male opponent before. Akan, planning to make Ranma one of your male victims? Just like Ryoga? ? Kodakai, heavens, no. You and your sisters can keep that sex-changing freak. I just want my Ryoga-sama. Have you come here to protect Ranma-kama, if I may ask? ? Akan, hell, no. I just came here because Kasumi was concerned about him, but she was busy to go herself. But I guess since I ran into you might as well get a few kicks and pound you! Kodakai. You know I will just end up humiliating you. Tendodabakan. Charging at Kodakai. We'll see about that. Black Rose. Indeed, Akan went on the offensive with a straight punch. But Kodaka was nimble enough to jump out of the way unharmed. With that, Kodakai kept her distance from Akan's offensive strike. Even if the rough Tendao is slowed on the punch, Akan kept attacking Kodakai, but was getting no strikes in. Kodakai then jumped back a few meters away from Akan and started to throw a huge number of clubs at Akan's direction. Akan was barely able to dodge the clubs, but Kodakai was able to snag Akan's ankle for a ribbon. Then Kodakai tugged her ribbon and Akan was distracted. Unfortunately, Akan got hit by a few clubs that connected with her arms and knees. Akan was about to fall. Kodakai pulled her ribbon and tugged on Akan's ankle even harder. This caused Akan to fall on her back. Then Kodakai pulled Akan's ankle so hard that it caused it to be dislocated. Akan tried her best not to scream in pain, so she gritted her teeth to restrain it. Then Kodakai pulled out a black rose and smiled in disdain at Akan's direction. Right square bracket Kodakai. Now, little girl. Stay! Left square bracket Kodakai waved the rose that she had in her hand. A strange kind of powder came out of the blossom and it covered Akan from neck to toe. After the powder had died down, Akan found herself in a frozen position. All the while, Kodakai laughed in delight. Then she picked up Akan by her hair and looked at her face, smiling evilly. Right square bracket Kodakai. You knew it was going to be this way? No question mark Akan. I can't move. Right curly bracket Kodakai. Now all there is left is to voice. Stop it! Left square bracket Kodakai turned to the entrance of the gym and saw the female Ranma nearly uttered. Kodakai was pleased, but Ranma looked at the gymnast in anger. Right square bracket Ranma-chan. Let go of her this instant! Kodakai, chuckling, The hermaphrodite knight appears. Ranma-chan. Let go of Akan. You witch! Left square bracket Akan realized who was yelling, and wasn't very happy about. Right square bracket Akan. Stay out of this, you jerk. I can handle this bimbo myself! Ranma-chan. You're in no position to fight, Akan. You can't even move! Akan. On the verge of crying, get the hell out of here. I don't need you. I don't need your help. Ranma-chan, now is not the time to be stubborn, you stupid tomboy! Akan, what did you call me? Ranma-chan, facing Kodakai. Look, Kodakai. She said enough. Let her go, or I won't fight you at all. Kodakai, well, if you insist. Left square bracket Kodakai quickly takes out a small razor blade and slices the long part of Akan's hair off. Akan then fell on her face, shocked at what happened. All the while, Ranma looked at Kodakai in disbelief. The gymnast had added insult to injury. Kodakai was looking down at Akan as if she was nothing. Then she let out a triumphant laugh and pranced away from fussing with more than a handful of Akan's hair in her left hand. Ranma decided to let Kodakai go and attended to Akan right square bracket Ranma-chan. Akan left square bracket. All Akan did was sob with her face buried to the ground. Then she started crying. Ranma could only feel sorry for the beaten Tendo girl and decided not to say anything. All Ranma did was pick her up and walk it off school grounds. Right square bracket Akan, crying, "Let go of me!" Ranma-chan, "Stop this, Akan. We're going to see Dr. Tofu and see if I can do something about that ankle." Akan, scared, "No. Anywhere but there. I don't want him to see me like this!" Ranma-chan, "If it makes you feel any better, I'll take you to a barber to even that hair out." Akan, "Stupid jerk!" Ranma-chan, sighs, "I give up." Scene: back at the Tendo residence. Nodoka was playing poker with Sun in the living room. They sat at opposite ends of the dinner table. Sun looked a bit nervous about his cards because his hand only contained a high card and nothing. He then looked at Nodoka and saw how serene she was while holding her cards. Sun thought she was bluffing, so he decided not to fold. Soon, "I'll bet 100,000 yen." Nodoka, "I'll see that bet, and I'll raise you 150,000 yen." Soon, "Oh, come now. You really think you have that good of a hand?" Nodoka, "What do you think, Tendo-san?" Soon, "I think I see a pattern. You've beaten me with nothing but high cards, while I've folded with full houses and flushes. I'm amazed I didn't see it earlier. But I have you now." Shodan-san. Nodoka, "Really?" Soon, revealing his cards, "See this? I have an ace of spades as a high card. Now I know you don't have a card higher than that!" Nodoka, revealing her cards too soon. "Oh, so that's where the other ace went. I guess I have 3 aces of a kind, Tendo-san. I win." Left square bracket as Nodoka grabbed the bundle of money that was in the middle of edible. Soon bobbed his head and started to cry. Right square bracket Soon, crying, "Shogi. Go. Chinese checkers. Chess. Poker. Isn't there a game you're not good at?" Nodoka, "I'm not really fond of blackjack. My husband and I used play it, but he always used to let me deal the cards. I often cheated because of this. It feels dirty." Left square bracket Soon continued to cry, not listening to Nodoka's words. Right square bracket Nodoka, "Tendo-san, act your age for once." Left square bracket Just then, Nabiki entered the living room and saw what had just transpired. She was pleased to find out that Nodoka was not only skilled in the art of fighting, but also card playing. Of course, Nabiki loved to take chances with money. She wasn't really sure about taking on Ranma's offer in a game of cards. Then she realized that Nodoka had only beaten San and came to the conclusion that Ranma's mother shouldn't be too hard to beat. Right square bracket Nabiki, "Mind if I play around?" Empty question mark no cop. Oh, I didn't realize that you were there, Nebiki. Well, if you insist on taking me on in a game of poker, I will oblige Nebiki. I won't go easy on you. No cop, strong words. Nebiki left square bracket just then. The phone in the living room starts to ring. Kasumi enters the room and picks up the receiver. Right square bracket Kasumi, Tendo residence. Realizes that Ranma was on the other end offline and smiles. Hello, Ranma. I assume that you have finished practicing and are ready to come home. Left square bracket Kasumi hears Ranma's response and she begins to be concerned. Right square bracket Kasumi. A problem? What happened? Question mark left square bracket Kasumi hears Ranma's answer. Right square bracket Kasumi. Oh my. Akan sprained her ankle while fighting Kodakai. What was Kodakai doing at the gym in the first place? Question mark left square bracket Ranma responds and Kasumi hears intently. Right square bracket Kasumi. I see. Ranma. Is Akan alright? Question mark left square bracket another response. Right square bracket Kasumi. In shock? But you said that she sprained her ankle. Left square bracket Ranma explains what happened. Right square bracket Kasumi. Oh dear. After Kodakai had beaten her, she cut a considerably amount of her hair with a blade. No wonder Akan is in shock. Size right parenthesis poor Akan. She's been growing that hair ever since she was little. Left square bracket Kasumi hears another response. Right square bracket Kasumi. Yes, I think so too. I just hope Akan can get over this soon. Kasumi listens to another response. Right square bracket Kasumi. So after Akan gets her hair evened out, you'll take her to drive. Tofu. Realizes something. Ranma, you're not walking around humiliated, are you? Question mark left square bracket their single quotational response. Right square bracket Kasumi. Ranma, you get yourself into a clothing store this instant. You might give girls a bad name by walking around like that. Whatever happened to feminine modesty? Question mark left square bracket another response. Right square bracket Kasumi. It doesn't matter. You're a girl now. So either find a decent dress, or find some hot water and then buy some pants. Left square bracket another response. Right square bracket Kasumi. Size. Well, things are fine here. In fact, I'm about to decide what to cook for dinner. Left square bracket another response. Right square bracket Kasumi. Surprised, you're going to cook? Ranma, I don't think that single quote's necessary. Left square bracket another response. Right square bracket Kasumi. Ranma, just because I'm engaged to Dr. Tofu doesn't mean you have to cook for me. Besides, I really don't know what your cooking is like. Left square bracket another response. Right square bracket Kasumi. Of course I trust you, Ranma. Since that first day I met you. Nebiki. Muttering right parenthesis since that first day you slept with him. Kasumi. Sighs. Well, hurry home. I'll guide you through the cookbook since you don't know my mother's recipes. Left square bracket their single quote as a response, but this one makes Kasumi blush. Right square bracket Kasumi. Blushing. Stop that, Ranma. That idea won't be necessary. Left square bracket another response. Right square bracket Kasumi. Well, my father is sobbing over the dinner table, and Nebiki is about to take on your mother in a game of poker. Over the phone, Kasumi hears a chuckling sound, which a few seconds later turns into a burst of laughter. Kasumi is confused by this because she really doesn't find anything amusing about gambling. Right square bracket Kasumi. Concerned. Ranma, is something the matter? Left square bracket response. Right square bracket Kasumi. Well, okay. Hurry home. By left square bracket Kasumi hangs up the phone and sits next to her father, who is still crying. Right square bracket Kasumi. Innocently. That boy of yours is such a flirt. And he no cop. My son has that ability. Kasumi. What exactly did he say to you? Kasumi. He wanted to cook dinner tonight, but I didn't let him. No cop. And Kasumi. He said that I didn't trust his cooking abilities. And then no cop. Then Kasumi. Bowing her head down, a bit flustered. I can't say. Nebiki. Smirking. Was Ranma talking dirty to you? Kasumi. To Nebiki. Of course not, Nebiki. I'm shocked that you wouldn't say such a thing. Nebiki. Okay, Kasumi. I'll leave you alone. Right now, I'm going to beat Andy in a game of poker. Kasumi. Remembering Ranma's call, I don't think that's such a good idea. Nebiki. Ranma sounded amused at the idea of you playing poker with Andy. Nebiki. That don't mean nothing. Alright, Andy. Your funeral. No cop. You mean yours. Nebiki. Scene. Ranma, after quickly getting some men's clothing at a nearby clothing store and splashing himself with hot water, stood outside the barber shop waiting for Akan, while holding to his leotard with his right hand. He felt really bad about what happened to Akan because nobody deserved to have their hair cut off against their will. Ranma also felt more hatred towards Kodakai. That incident at the school was just another lesson for the young martial artist to hate this fate attractions reject. Ranma then tried to keep his temper under control by thinking about Kasumi. It was nice of her to look out for him, even suggesting to get some men's clothing so he wouldn't walk around in a leotard. Ranma then remembered Kasumi accusing him of not having any feminine modesty because he was walking around town in his girl form with a leotard. Ranma, why should I have feminine modesty? I'm a guy. Right curly bracket left square bracket. Ranma then started to think more of Kasumi. He remembered how they first met and the memory of her just brought a smile to his face. To Ranma, Kasumi was an angel, a symbol of everything that is right in the world. A sweet, loving human being that was, in all cases, a rarity because a pure-hearted girl who was seemingly devoid of evil was hard to find. A complete innocent. Ranma's thoughts are interrupted as Akan steps out off the barber shop. Right square bracket Akan. Well, I'm finished. Left square bracket. Ranma couldn't help but look at Akan. He saw how Akan's new haircut, now evened out perfectly, made an improvement over her long hair. He then smiled slightly as he thought how cute looking Akan was. Unfortunately, this annoyed Akan. Right square bracket Akan. Annoyed, what are you smiling at? Ranma, come on. Dr. Tofu's waiting. I can. Ranma, stop moping. Let's go. Scene. Somewhere in the forest, Ryoga was camping out. While he was heating up a kettle of water for his instant noodles, he started to think about a can and the future date. It was making him so happy that he had a goofy smile on his face. Then he realized that he was lost again and it might take him more than a day to find his way back to Nerima. It made him sad to be lost, but at least he had something to look forward to. Ryoga, damn it, I'm lost again. I had a date with Akan and I get lost 2 days prior to it. Maybe I should have stayed in a hotel in Nerima or something in that area. Frowns, yeah. Like that's going to make a hell of a difference. Kettle whistles. Ryoga. Well. Dinner time. After pouring the hot water over the cup of noodles, Ryoga began to eat mildly. As he ate, Ryoga wondered if he would make it to his date on time without getting lost. After eating, he set out to look for any sign of life and ask for directions. When he got out of the forest, Ryoga saw a sign posted nearby. Ryoga, maybe that sign will help me out. Not like it matters. I'm probably somewhere near Tokyo. Ryoga was horrified to find out that the sign read "Welcome to Hokkaido." He fell to his knees and hit the ground repeatedly with his fist. Ryoga, bawling, "This is so unfair. God, of all your gifts, why did you give me worst sense of direction?" Scene. Back in Nerima, Ranma and Akan had arrived at Dr. Tofu's clinic. Akan enters while Ranma decides to wait outside. As soon as Akan entered, Dr. Tofu emerged from his office and notices Akan. Akan tries to put on her best smile. Akan, hello Dr. Tofu. Tofu, hello, Akan. Notices Akan's appearance. What happened to you? Akan, it's just a sprained ankle, doctor. I came here to see if you can fix it up. Dr. Tofu, I was referring to your hair, Akan. What happened to it? Akan, I cut it. You like it? Dr. Tofu, it suits you. Short hair always looked good on you. Akan. Blushes. Thank you. Tofu, you said you had a sprain, right? Let's go to the examining room and have a look at it. Akan. Okay. Scene. In the examining room, Akan sat on one of the beds while Dr. Tofu started to treat her ankle. Akan, Tofu-sensei. Dr. Tofu, yes, Akan? Akan, do you really think this haircut looks good on me? Dr. Tofu, yes, you really look cute. Dr. Tofu snaps Akan's ankle back in place. Tears flowed freely from Akan's eyes. Dr. Tofu began to look at her unconcerned. Dr. Tofu, I'm sorry. Did that hurt? Akan, no, doctor. I'm fine. Begins to wipe her tears with her right hand. This embarrassing. It just won't seem to stop. Dr. Tofu sits next to Akan and puts his arm around her. Dr. Tofu, concerned, tell me what's wrong, Akan left square bracket. Akan looked at Dr. Tofu and the feelings inside her became very unbearable to hold in forever. She began to cry hard on Dr. Tofu's shoulder. Dr. Tofu held Akan gently. Right square bracket. Akan, crying hard. Tofu sensei exclamation point exclamation point exclamation point. Dr. Tofu, it's okay, Akan. Let it out. Akan, sobbing. Tofu sensei right curly bracket left square bracket. About a few minutes later, Akan walks out of the clinic with a weak smile on her face. She began to walk towards home without noticing Grandma. Ranma was about to go after her, but Dr. Tofu came out of the clinic, stopped him. Right square bracket. Ranma, hey, Doc. I heard Akan crying in there. Is she alright? Dr. Tofu, her ankle will be fine. Ranma, I guess she wanted to let her feelings out. Ranma, that's good. Anyway, I better be getting home. I'm cooking dinner tonight. Dr. Tofu, Ranma, I like to thank you. You gave me the courage to propose to Kasumi and showed me that time waits for no man. Ranma, somebody had to. Kasumi's really going to like you. Hey, I'm sorry about the things I said to you about the matter. I just wanted to see if I were really serious about Kasumi. Dr. Tofu, once again I thank you, Ranma. Because of this, I'd like to give you a token of my gratitude. Reveals a book from out of nowhere. It's a book on shiatsu points. It'll really help you during a fight or after one, since you are into the martial arts. Ranma, excited and takes the book. Hey, thanks. With this, I'll probably learn some healing arts that'll keep me in a fight a bit longer. Dr. Tofu, well, I'll see you around. Scene. A little later, Ranma and Akan were walking home. Ranma walked on the fence while Akan walked on the sidewalk. Akan, sighing and looking up at the sky, nothing like a good cry. Ranma, looking at Akan. Akan, noticing Ranma right parenthesis. Ranma, I overheard what happened. The doc said you looked cute. I'd figure you'd like that. Akan, sighs, well, it doesn't matter anyway. Tofu sensei's going to marry Kasumi and he doesn't have any interest in me. I think I may have finally gotten over him. Left square bracket. Ranma frowns for a bit at hearing that Dr. Tofu is going to marry Kasumi. Akan notices this and began to look at Ranma with concern. Right square bracket. Ranma, Akan, not that I care, but are you feeling alright? Ranma, like $1,000,000 yen. Why? Akan, smirking, you're jealous. Ranma, annoyed, and what makes you say that? Akan, it's nothing to be ashamed of. You like Kasumi. Ranma, as a friend. Nothing more. Akan, you're a terrible liar. So don't. Ranma, I don't believe this. You're jumping to conclusions again, Akan. And here I was going to compliment you and your new look, but you can just write it off. Akan, like I care. I seriously don't know what Kasumi sees in you! Ranma, I don't either. So get off my back about Kasumi. Even if I was jealous, as you would put it, it really doesn't matter. Kasumi's going to marry someone who's already successful and I'm happy for her! Can whatever. Scene. Meanwhile at the Tendo home, Nebiki and Nodoka were playing a game of poker while Kasumi and Sun watched on. Nebiki was a little bit worried while looking at her cards because she hasn't won a game against the Shodo mother yet. Nodoka, on the other hand, looked calm as she looked at her cards. Internally, she felt sorry for Nebiki because she insisted on betting money and not poker chips. Nodoka, maybe we should stop. Nebiki, no way. I'm not going to cleaners yet! Kasumi, Nebiki, and he has beaten you mercilessly and all you have is 500 yen. Nebiki, I earned that money fair and square, and I'm getting it back. Nodoka, alright then. We will bet everything we have on this last hand. Nebiki, let's raise the stakes. Andy, I win. I take your son out on a date. Soon. Crying happily, my intelligent daughter is finally going to complete her familial obligation. To Nebiki, win this hand for you, father! Nodoka, raising an eyebrow, and just why do you want to take my son out? Nebiki? Nebiki, well, since my other sisters are going out on dates, that leaves me and your son. Besides, those empty-headed girls at Furinken High shouldn't be near your son anyway. Nodoka, sighs, my son is attracting schoolgirls again. It is amazing thought doesn't just pick a girl and go out sometime. Nebiki, confused, you mean you like it when girls run after him? Nodoka, smiles, it's a sign that I raised my son well. Kasumi, and you did raise him well, and he. Nebiki, shuffling the cards, alright. My deal. Nodoka, now for some strategy. Right curly bracket left square bracket. After Nebiki dealt out the cards, she tried to look indifferent about the cards she dealt herself. Nodoka was doing the same thing with her own cards. Nebiki then threw away 2 of her cards and waited for Nodoka to throw away some of her own cards. Right square bracket. Nebiki, are you going to stare at those cards all night? Andy? Nodoka, I'll stay with what I have. Nebiki, mentally worried but externally emotionless, she could bet nothing. Right curly bracket left square bracket. Nebiki takes 2 cards from the top of the deck. She's mentally pleased with the hand she's got. Nodoka remains emotionless. Right square bracket. Nebiki, well, it's your call. Andy. Nodoka, smiling, I fold. Nebiki, confused, Nodoka, getting up, well, I better wait for my son to return. Left square bracket as Nodoka makes her way out of the house. Nebiki quickly looks at her own cards to see what she has. She had a pair of jacks. Then Nebiki quickly looked at Nodoka's cards and saw that she had aces. Nebiki's face faltered. She realized that Nodoka threw the game intentionally. Just then, Sun looked over Nebiki's shoulder to see the cards. Right square bracket. Sun, maybe Sodom-san isn't so good after all. Nebiki, she did this on purpose. Oh well, a win's a win. Kasumi, smiles, my word. I guess all the Tenbo's sisters will be going out this week. Soon, bawling happily, happy day. soon starts to drink another bottle of sake. Top right square bracket Nebiki, looking at her father with disbelief. We have to keep daddy away from the liquor box. Kasumi sighs. He must be happy again. Nebiki, so Kasumi, are you okay with this? Kasumi, with what? Nebiki? Nebiki, me dating Shodong? Kasumi, oh, there's no problem at all. Besides, you and Ranma shouldn't be here with father anyway. You and Ranma should go after the match. Just take him someplace nice. Nebiki shrugs. If you say so, sis. Meanwhile, Nodoka was at the front gate waiting for her son to return. She wondered to herself on how many girls, no matter where her son went, seemed to be attracted to him. Over the years as her son got older, Nodoka took pleasure in seeing her son become the object of young female attention and hoped that one day he would settle down with one of them. Of course the chances of that happening are close to none since her son's interest lay in the martial arts. Right square bracket Nodoka sighs. I wonder if it was right to instruct Ranma in the martial arts. My son would never let that go for anything. Right curly bracket left square bracket notices Ranma and Akan had come home. Right square bracket Ranma slightly waves at Nodoka. Hey, Mom. Nodoka, I'm glad you came home, son. Any trouble coming here? Ranma, just peachy. In fact, the doc gave me this book on shiatsu points. Left parenthesis shows Nodoka the book. Right parenthesis Nodoka smiles. I'm glad that you are taking an interest in the medical field. Ranma turns to Akan. How are you? Akan? Akan, just fine, Auntie. Tofu sensei fixed my ankle and I got a new haircut. Nodoka, it is an improvement over the long hair look you had before. Most boys will bow before you. Ranma, walking into the house, then she will proceed in severing their heads off for being perverts. Akan, angry. What does that mean? Ranma, rolling his eyes up, it was a joke. Akan, angry, you see me laughing? Ranma, changing the subject, now I hope everyone in the house didn't eat anything while I was gone. I'm cooking dinner tonight and Chef Ranma will prepare a fine feast. Ranma goes into the house. Right square bracket Akan, mumbling angrily, I'd rather starve. Nodoka, to Akan, what was that? Akan, nervously, nothing. Scene. Ranma had entered the kitchen and spotted Kasumi already taking out a few things like vegetables and meats and a few choice sauces and packed them on the table. Ranma guessed that Kasumi wasn't going to leave uncooked. Right square bracket Ranma, actually, what I had in mind was chicken. Kasumi, surprised. Ranma, you're home. Calming down, is Akan well? Ranma, she's fine. I hope you like her new hairdo, though. Kasumi, I'm glad she's okay. How was gym practice? Ranma, it was fine. Learning to use weapons is a drag for me, but aside from that, rhythmic gymnastics does improve my agility somewhat. Kasumi, that's good to hear. Ranma, I also found that I had more friends than I care to know about. Kasumi, oh? Ranma, and here I thought that teachers ogling at students was a crime. Kasumi, Well, we all have our admirers. Besides, it's not like they can't handle you. Ranma, sheepishly looking down, not in a sense. Kasumi, concerned. Ranma, what happened? Ranma, I'd rather not talk about it. Kasumi, Ranma, I might as well tell her. The gym instructor has several nude pictures of me. I'm telling you, I should drag her, reported Kasumi. Shocked, oh my. Isn't she married? Ranma, I guess. Kasumi, appalled, of all things. Buying nude pictures of young boys. Ranma, it is kind of sick, huh? I mean, I can understand the schoolgirls wanting to fantasize about me. But the teachers? I mean, this has happened to me before. And I Kasumi, Ranma, does your mother know about any of this? Ranma, whispering, louder, Kasumi. I don't think 3 people in Peru heard you. Kasumi, why are you whispering? Ranma, whispering, because I don't want my mom to know about older woman gawking at me. Kasumi, your mother seems like an understanding person. Ranma, whispering, I just don't want her to know about women over 25 or 30 coming on to me. Kasumi, whispering, why? Ranma, Mom sent a rather subtle message to the last one that did. Kasumi, there's nothing wrong with looking. Ranma, tell that to Ape my sensei. She had a habit of flirting with me after school and my mom caught her in the act once. Course she didn't do anything right there and there, but I believe my mom had something to do with that carved message on the wall in my sensei's classroom that Lost found the next day. I believe it said, touch my son and die. Next thing I know, my teacher didn't come to school again. Kasumi, oh, come now. You honestly believe that your mother wrote that message just to scare off the teacher? Ranma, I'm just glad that my mom doesn't know about you and me on that first day. I don't know what she might have done. Kasumi smiles, at least I'm not dead. Ranma, what does that mean? Kasumi, nervously right parenthesis and Ranma, you mean she knows? Kasumi, well, yes. Ranma, very concerned, my god. Kasumi, did my mom threaten you in any way? Kasumi, no, not at all. Ranma, fiercely hugging Kasumi, thank God. I think my mom is finally going soft. I mean, it'd be a shame if I lost. That is, Dr. Tofu lost you. Kasumi, flustered, my goodness. No cop. From the living room, I heard that. Ranma, get up at 3 and tomorrow and I'll show you how soft I've become. Ranma, miserably, why me? Kasumi, Ranma. Ranma, realizing his position and lets go of the embrace. Sorry. Kasumi, I'm flattered that you are concerned about me. Really? Ranma, well, it's just that mom doesn't like it when older women. Kasumi, Ranma, it's okay. Ranma, fine. But I think that teacher won't try anything. I guess I even advocate to thank for that. Kasumi smiles, well then. Shall we get started? Ranma, and dot left square bracket. Ranma was about to get started on making dinner, but he heard an unusual squeak. He stiffened for a bit, but regained his composure. Kasumi, however, noticed Ranma's slight change in attitude and grew concerned. Right square bracket. Kasumi, is there something the matter? Ranma ? Ranma, smiling nervously, nothing. Laughs nervously. Right parenthesis. Kasumi, raising an eyebrow, okay. Left square bracket. Ranma was about to resume his duties, but he hears the same squeak he had heard previously. This made him nervous, dreading what it might be. Ranma then began to sweat and slowly began to shake. Right square bracket. Kasumi, Ranma, what's wrong? Ranma, nervously, and nothing. Kasumi, I'm just dandy. Kasumi, you don't look well. Is something bothering you? Ranma, frantically changing the subject. Where do you keep the food cans? Kasumi, in the cupboard. Ranma, please tell me what's wrong. Are you feeling ill? Ranma, why would I feel ill? Opening and reaching into the cupboard. Right parenthesis I single quote am in perfect health and hyphen left square bracket. Ranma is interrupted by the squeak, and this time something was crawling on his hand. Ranma stiffened and got a good look at what was crawling on his hand. His eyes went wide and frightened. Ranma then clomped quickly on Kasumi, wrapping his arms and legs around her. A flustered Kasumi looked at the frightened Ranma disapprovingly. Right square bracket. Kasumi, flustered, Ranma, what has gotten into you? This behavior fires is intolerable! Ranma, very frightened, Kasumi, Ranma, is there something in the left square bracket? Kasumi glanced at the cupboard and heard something squeaking inside. Then the head of a little mouse appeared. The mouse then looked at Kasumi, and needless to say, Kasumi paled at the sight. Both Ranma and Kasumi couldn't take it anymore. Right square bracket. Ranma and Kasumi, screaming, mouse! Left square bracket. Kasumi, with Ranma still clomped on her, ran out of the kitchen, through the living room, out of the house, and through the open gate. Both were screaming in panic, trying to get away from the mouse as quickly as possible. As they ran out of sight, the rest of the Tendo family and Nodoka could only watch the screaming couple run into night. Right square bracket. Nodoka, this is interesting. Soon, most peculiar behavior. Nabiki, well, Akan, that pervert. How dare he grab Kasumi like that? Right curly bracket scene, with Ranma still latched onto her, Kasumi continues to run frantically at every direction in Nerima, running over a few people on Thuy. Later on, Kasumi slowed her pace as she was getting tired from running and screaming. She stopped at the park to catch her breath. She was glad that she had distanced herself from the mouse. Kasumi, calming down, well, I'm glad that we're away from that mouse. Left square bracket. Kasumi noticed that Ranma was still latched onto her. Kasumi also noticed that Ranma was trembling and his teeth chattering. Right square bracket. Kasumi, flustered, Ranma, I think it would be best if you let go of me. Left square bracket. Ranma didn't listen to Kasumi's request. He was too preoccupied with Virgulus and right square bracket Kasumi. Sternly, Ranma, you let go of me this instant. This is improper. Your left square bracket no answer. Right square bracket Kasumi. Size, this is no good. If people see me like this, they'll get the wrong idea. Right curly bracket left square bracket Kasumi proceeded with trying to push Ranma off, but to little avail. Then when she got her arms loose, Kasumi tried to at least loosen the grip on Ranma's tight clomp. No good. Ranma still had Kasumi in a tight embrace. Right square bracket Kasumi. Ranma, please left square bracket Kasumi single quote as attempts in getting Ranma off weren't working. She stood there doing nothing for a moment before an idea occurred to her. She took Ranma and started to hum a slow but soothing melody. Right square bracket Kasumi. Whenever I or one my sisters was scared, Mother used to hum Fi's melody. I just hope it works on you, Ranma-chan. Blushing a bit and sighing, well, friends do help each other, and Ranma, you are my friend. Right curly bracket left square bracket before Kasumi could finish her thought, Ranma's grip on her started to loosen. Ranma unwrapped his legs as well as his arms from Kasumi as he heard Kasumi's hum. He didn't feel scared anymore, but he did feel extremely calm with himself. He closed his eyes and listened to Kasumi's melody for a little while longer. All the while, Kasumi placed her head on Ranma's shoulder as she continued to hum. Even though she knew Ranma was trembling less than before, Kasumi felt that her friend needed more comfort. Kasumi felt sorry for Ranma. Such a strong man and he weighs terrific of mice. Right square bracket Kasumi. Ranma-chan right curly bracket scene. Ranma and Kasumi walked towards home together. Ranma had us down, which didn't pass Kasumi's notice. Ranma also had an ashamed look on his face. Kasumi then tried to see if something was wrong with Ranma. When Ranma noticed Kasumi looking at him, he quickly turned his head away from her. Kasumi grew more concerned about Ranma because of this. Kasumi, Ranma, what is the matter? Left square bracket Ranma stopped walking, as did Kasumi. Ranma then proceeded in walking to the nearby wall and leaning his head on a right square bracket Ranma, sighs. Go ahead. Say it. Kasumi, what are you talking about? Ranma, you must think I'm a total geek. I know you're too nice to say it to me face, Kasumi. I won't get mad at you, I promise. Kasumi. Ranma, angry, just say it. If you don't, I'll really be angry at you for not being honest! Kasumi, trying to calm Ranma down, there's no need to take that tone. Ranma. Ranma, I'm asking you to be honest! Kasumi, it is not that big of a deal. Ranma, you're lying! Kasumi, a little hurt. Ranma, how can you say that? Ranma, facing Kasumi, the truth, Kasumi. That's all I want! Kasumi, it's no big deal, Ranma. I mean that! Ranma, a bit mad. Yeah, right, Kasumi. I promised I wouldn't do anything, so don't be afraid of me. If you don't tell me, I'll hate you for it. Kasumi, then you will hate me even more for what I'm about to say. I'm going to regret this. You're being a child, Ranma. Ranma, incredulously, what? Kasumi, this is the truth, Ranma. I discovered your fear of mice, but I did not think for a second that you were less of a man. I just want you to know that. But I find it very appalling that you don't think that I am telling the truth when I said that it wasn't a big deal. Voice breaking, why can't y'all trust me? Ranma. I'm hurt that you would think less of me because you think I would have a big laugh about your little phobia exclamation point Ranma. Little question mark exclamation point Kasumi. Yes. Little. Being afraid of mice is petty compared to other things. Ranma, a man is supposed to have fears, and I would think even less of them if they didn't. I'd be deluding myself by believing that even a martial artist like you didn't have any fears. Ranma, shot right parenthesis Kasumi. Ranma, I know that you have fears. Now I know one of them. Do you assume you have others? I'm mad at you for thinking that I would think less of you because of this. I guess your other fear is what other people would think of you. Well, let me tell you something, Sodom-san. You didn't think of you less of a man because of that gender-changing curse that turns you into a girl. And I don't think of you any less because you are afraid of mice exclamation point left square bracket Ranma looked at Kasumi for a moment. He was shocked at everything that she had to say. Ranma was so sure that deep down inside, Kasumi would think less of him because of it. He was afraid of something as little as Miche. Ranma then looked back at when he first met Kasumi and shouted her his curse. She didn't think any less of him then either. Ranma bowed his head in shame because he didn't trust Kasumi. She trusted him. Like old he right square bracket Ranma, shamefully bowing his head in front of Kasumi. I don't know what to say left parenthesis chuckles right parenthesis you must think I'm a total jerk right now. Question mark left square bracket Kasumi nods her head right square bracket Ranma. I'm sorry. I mean, you've shown me more kindness than anyone and right now, I don't deserve it. You trusted me that first day? Kasumi-chan, I guess I can trust you because you're my friend and all. Please. Don't be mad at me anymore. It was my mistake to burst out at you like that. Kasumi. Ranma. Look at me. Left square bracket. Ranma raised his to face Kasumi. She stared at him and that made Ranma feel uncomfortable. Right square bracket. Ranma. Softly. I'm sorry. Kasumi-chan. Kasumi. I heard the first time. Ranma. Smiled slightly. I accept your apology. Ranma. Very happy. Kasumi. You're the best exclamation point left square bracket Ranma then fiercely hugged Kasumi. Kasumi was surprised that Ranma took such action. Ranma then let go of Kasumi. Right square bracket Ranma, remembering something. Oh yeah. I left my stuff at the gym. Left parenthesis smiles besides. I left something special there. Care to join me? Kasumi, blushing. Yes. Left square bracket Ranma had already ran off towards Furinken High with Kasumi right behind him. Right square bracket Kasumi smiles. For some reason, I can't stay mad at him. Ranma-chan. Right curly bracket left square bracket as Kasumi and Ranma headed toward Furinken High. Somebody in ninja garb jumped from behind the wall. A smile grew on his face. Right square bracket ninja. So, The great Sodom Ranma is afraid of teeny tiny little rodents, This will serve as delicious news for Mistress Kodakai. Once I report Thi's insolent boy's weakness, she'll be towering over Ranma. Remember something, but it won't matter anyway. I put in a little surprise for a Thodak man at the gym. I was saving for tomorrow, but now the noble Kuno family won't have to live the burden of having Ranma around anymore. Left square bracket. The ninja runs to the direction of Furankin High, snickering to himself. Scene, at Furankin High, Ranma and Kasumi ran towards the gym. All futile, the ninja has been tailing them, unnoticed. The smile on his face grew even bigger for what is to come for Ranma. The ninja then hid inside a tree somewhere at a good distance from the gym. As Ranma and Kasumi entered the gym, the ninja took out a small remote control and pressed the button at the center. He began to snicker loudly. Ninja. In a matter of moments, Sodom Ranma will be forever a memory and the Kuno family will rest easy. Taken that my masters would not appreciate my actions, but still, Ranma will be no more. This is indeed a happy day! Right parenthesis left square bracket. The ninja then started to laugh loudly to the heavens. He felt very victorious to the sure feeling that Ranma will be no more. He was this way for as a few moments, completely unaware that Ranma and Kasumi were looking at him oddly. Ranma had already picked up his school bag, plus he already locked the gym doors and Kasumi was beside him. The ninja finally noticed the pair and instantly stopped laughing. He frantically hid the remote control behind his back and tried to look innocent in front of Ranma and Kasumi. Right square bracket ninja, chuckling nervously, my, what a nice evening we're having. Left square bracket. As the ninja continued to laugh nervously, Ranma and Kasumi raised an eyebrow. Then the pair walked away, leaving the ninja alone. The Ranma and Kasumi stared to converse, completely forgetting about the ninja. Right square bracket. Ranma, smiling at Kasumi, I really liked the pin, Kasumi-chan. Thanks. Kasumi, you are welcome, Ranma-san. Did you also like the lunch you made? Ranma, very. You make the best sandwiches and sushi rolls. Kasumi, smiling, thank you. As Ranma and Kasumi indulged in their conversation as they left the school, the ninja could only look in disbelief and failure. He frantically looked for a way to get inside the gym and found it by opening the windows. Moments later, he emerged from the gym with the device in his hands. He then placed the device on the ground. The device was a metal box with a timer, which was all in zeros. Right square bracket ninja, I don't understand it. I did everything right. Left square bracket. The ninja looked over the device to see what was wrong with it. After much time, he noticed that the device had a loose wire. Right square bracket ninja, laughing, a loose wire. Left square bracket. The ninja reconnects the wire. The device starts to function. Right square bracket ninja, now it works. Realizes what he just did and was now on the verge of crying. Mother. Left square bracket. From a distance, there was a loud explosion coming from Furankin High. Moments after, the ninja was lying down on his face with his clothes in cinders, twitching for a few seconds. Right square bracket ninja, in pain. Hurt. Scene, Later on that night at the Kuno family training room at the mansion, the family ninja was on his knees and was ashamed to even look at Kodakai, and, with good reason. Kodakai, who was in her black leotard kama, seemed like she was angry at her servant. Kodakai, you idiot! Ninja. Meekly, I was only doing what was best for the Kuno family. Kodakai. No, you poor excuse for a ninja. You thought you were doing the family a favor. But I'll have you know that the Kuno family fight our own battles. Ninja. Bowing his head in shame, I'm sorry, Mistress. Kodakai. Well, it doesn't matter. I'll place a proper punishment for you, Zoan. Ninja. I deserve anything you impose on me, as long as you don't act pranks on Master Kuno and selling me out. Right curly bracket Kodakai. With that said, I must bring Plan B into motion. Ninja. Plan B? Mistress? Kodakai. Yes. You yourself said that Ranma adapted to the art of martial arts rhythmic gymnastics pretty well today. Am I correct? Well, if he did that well, then Plan B will eventually be a necessity. I didn't use it against Akan because I knew the inferiority of her skills, but Ranma may prove too troublesome. Ninja. What about his weakness, Mistress? Kodakai. Ooh, please tell me. Maybe Plan B won't be necessary. Then. Scene. At night, the Tenbos and Nodoka were eating the dinner Ranma cooked. The dinner was made up with rice balls as an appetizer plus some breaded shrimp. The main course was basically poultry, one consisting of a whole chicken in oyster sauce and another in mandarin with some sesame seeds sprinkled on top. Another side dish was ramen, or instant noodles. At the table, everyone ate in their own way. Soon ate happily, and so did Nodoka. Akan tried to look indifferently as she ate, and Ebiki was trying to mind her manners as she ate more of Ranma's food, and Kasumi was the only one savoring the taste of Ranma's food as she touched chicken. Nodoka. So, how is my son's work as a cook? Kasumi. I'm almost jealous of him. Ranma's cooking skills are excellent. Very good. And he. Akan. Don't give Ranma too much credit, Kasumi. The pervert's cooking rivals that of Kasumi, but I'm not going to tell them that! Right curly bracket soon. I assume you taught your son how to cook for himself, so don't -sand out Nodoka. Why yes, Tenbo-san. I do everything I can to raise Ranma amongst men. Besides, when Ranma does get married, he and his bride will share the cooking duties, plus Ranma won't be all lazy when the time for food comes. Nebiki, man, Ranma sure can cook. Maybe I can make a killing if I got him to start his own restaurant and I get a desirable share of the profits. That is if I got him on his good side. I'm surprised you and your son haven't started a business of his cooking. And he. Nodoka, my son loves the martial arts, dear. Nebiki. Oh yeah. Getting Sodom to quit the art won't be easy. You know, Akan, maybe you should be engaged to Ranma. He could teach you a thing or two about cooking. Akan, my cooking is just fine. Nebiki. Nebiki, let me sum this up. Little sister. Below prison standards. Akan. Angry, you take that back! Kasumi. Now. Let us not make this a hostile environment. I'm sure if here's an explanation why Akan's cooking is questionable. Nebiki, she's a natural-born food killer. Akan, stop that! Exclamation point soon. Maybe you should ask Ranma to teach you how to cook. Akan, Dad. Now you're saying my cooking is bad? Exclamation point soon. Nervously, no. No! Exclamation point. Akan, there is no way a guy is going to teach me how to cook. Everybody stops eating the second Akan made that statement. All of a sudden, all eyes were on her. Akan felt regretful for saying those words in front of her family and the guest. What really made her cringe in shame was the glaring eyes of Nodoka and Kasumi. Nodoka, and just what is problem with my son teaching you how to cook? Akan, well, he's a guy. Guys don't teach girls how to cook. Kasumi, that doesn't justify what you said. Akan. Now, I want you to apologize to Sodom-san this instant! Akan, feeling like I single quote I'm sorry, Auntie. I wasn't thinking Nodoka. Size, it's alright, Akan-chan. But you could have been more polite in expressing your opinion. Nebiki, you're lucky Auntie didn't slice your head off, says Akan. Nervously gulps right parenthesis soon, Sodom-san, where is Ranma? I'm surprised he didn't come to dinner. Kasumi, Ranma had something on the way home, father. He told me he never ate his own cooking. He also said he needed to train a bit. Soon. That's my future son-in-law. No doubt he'll bring the Tendo training hall to prominence. Akan, muttering, I'm not going to marry him. Nebiki, he hasn't chosen anybody, sis. But with Kasumi already engaged to the doctor, Ranma's choice for a bride will be fairly simple. Akan, yeah right. He hates you and I'm not ready for a marriage. How does that simplify things? Nebiki, confidently, he doesn't hate me. Akan, after selling Nebiki quickly put her hand on Akan's mouth. Nebiki, laughing nervously, well, I guess we're finished here. Besides, Akan owes me money. Akan, muffled, I do not! Nebiki drags Akan away. Kasumi, sighs, Auntie, you don't mind if I take a little something to Ranma, do you? Nodoka, you can drive, Kasumi. But I bet he's still practicing as of now. Kasumi, even so, he must get hungry after a while. Nodoka, very well. Scene, meanwhile, in the practice hall of the Tendo dojo, Ranma, in his girl form, practiced her gymnastic skills and fusing them with the martial arts. She tried to remember that gracefulness counts in this kind of contest and also as well as skill. Ranma wasn't one to think that gracefulness counts in the martial arts, but she also remembers that Irma for once tried to put some elegance in her skills over the years. You were a martial artist, not a street fighter. Ranma remembered her mother saying it once a few times. Of course, Ranma dismissed that advice because he thought what good is gracefulness in a real fight. Back to her present thoughts, Ranma took the advice of his mother about graceful skills. She continued to twirl the pins she had in both hands. Ranma-chan. Well, since I'm going to be stuck with a curse for the rest of my life, I might as well have a style for each of my forms. That way, I can hide my boy skills with that of a girl. Right curly bracket voice. Ranma question mark left square bracket Ranma single quote as thoughts are interrupted as she stops practicing and turns around. The voice came from the entrance of the practice hall. It was Kasumi, holding a plate filled with a rice ball and some shrimp. Kasumi smiled as she got Ranma's attention, which made Ranma blush a bit. Kasumi, good evening, Ranma. Ranma-chan. Hi, Kasumi-chan. Kasumi, I brought some of the dinner you made. Ranma-chan. Thanks, Kasumi. But I'm not hungry. Kasumi. Ranma, the only thing you had for dinner was a few octopus puffs and a soda. As far as I'm concerned, that isn't enough. Ranma-chan. It is so. Ranma's stomach grumbles, indicating that he needs more food. Right square bracket Ranma-chan. My stomach always does that! Kasumi. Which means you are hungry, Ranma. Now eat up. Ranma-chan. Okay, fine. Left square bracket Ranma began to eat, but at the same time, minded his manners in Kasumi's single quotes presence. Right square bracket Kasumi. Size right parenthesis. Ranma-chan. Swallowing. What is it? Kasumi-chan question mark Kasumi. Oh, nothing, Ranma. I just wanted to let you know that your cooking is excellent. Ranma-chan. I know. Thanks. Kasumi. My. Don't we have an ego? Ranma-chan. Hey, I can't help it if I'm great. Kasumi. I am almost jealous. It rivals my cooking. Ranma-chan. Well, your cooking is great, Kasumi. Kasumi. Just great question mark Ranma-chan. Nervously. I mean, it's excellent. Kasumi-chan exclamation point. Kasumi. Kisses Ranma on the cheek. Thank you. Ranma-chan. Flustered. Gosh. Right curly bracket Kasumi. Let's sit for a bit. Ranma-chan. Good idea. Left square bracket both of them sit down beside each other. They took their time to see who would speak first. Right square bracket Kasumi. Size. Ranma. Can I ask you a question? Ranma-chan. Shoot. Kasumi. Are you fine with this arrangement between Tofu Sensei and me? Ranma-chan. Well, yeah. I assume you two have known each other for a long time. Kasumi. Well, yes. Ranma-chan. Then it's solved. Kasumi. Ranma. I know you got Dr. Tofu to ask me to marry me. Ranma-chan. The marriage part was his idea, Kasumi. I didn't know he loved you that much. Kasumi. Neither did I guess all those times he acted oddly was a sign that I never noticed before. I can be so oblivious. Ranma-chan. I'm sure Tofu Sensei likes you for other reasons, Kasumi. Kasumi. I'm surprised that father agreed to this engagement, seeing as you haven't chosen a bride yet. Ranma-chan. Size. You deserve someone who is already successful, Kasumi-chan. And wiser. Kasumi. Are you saying that you are not successful and wise? Ranma-chan. Well, I am successful. But my mom says that I need more was done. Kasumi, I'm sure you are very bright. Ranma. Left square bracket. Ranma then hugged Kasumi, earning a smile from her. Kasumi then returned the hug as she wrapped her arms around the boy/girl. Ranma then kissed Kasumi on the cheek. Kasumi was surprised at this because she never expected Ranma to act this way. Right square bracket. Kasumi, Ranma-chan. Right curly bracket. Left square bracket. The moment was interrupted as they both heard a scream from outside. Then a figure fell through the roof and crashed inside the Tendo practice hall. The figure landed on top of Ranma, wrecking the wooden floor in the process. After all that, Kasumi realized that she was hugging a pair of legs and not Ranma, making her let go of them. She then turned away in embarrassment. Right square bracket. Kasumi, goodness! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Right curly bracket. Left square bracket. From the newly made crater, a person came up from the pile of wood. It was Ryoga, and he was happy that he was once again in the Tendo dojo. Right square bracket. Ryoga, I'm back in Nerima. The missile launcher worked! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Left square bracket. Ryoga single quote as relief feeling turned pale as he heard a growl from below him. A very angry growl. He looked down and noticed a red-headed pig-tailed girl who looked very angry at him for some reason. Ryoga then looked at his hands and noticed that he was grabbing the girl's breast. Ryoga looked sheepishly at the girl. Right square bracket. Ryoga, nervously, I can explain. Ranma-chan, very angry. You think you're a guy! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Left square bracket. Ranma double kicks Ryoga off herself. Ryoga landed a few feet from the crater on his back. Ranma then emerged from the crater and stared at Ryoga in anger. Right square bracket. Ranma-chan, angry. How can you just grab me like that, Ryoga? Stinking pervert! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Ryoga, bowing his head in shame, I'm really sorry, miss. I didn't single quote mean ... Left parenthesis realizing something and raising his head to look at Ranma. Right parenthesis. Hey, wait a minute. How do you know my name? Ranma-chan. I'm so dumb. Ranma, you dork. Who else would I be? Exclamation point! Ryoga, confused. Oh, are you Ranma's sister by any chance? Please don't tell him about this. He'd kill me! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Ranma-chan. What the hell are you talking? Left square bracket. Ranma then felt boiling water on her head. It turns out Akan poured it from a kettle. Soon enough, Ranma was a guy again. Right square bracket. Akan, you obviously never told him about your curse. Moron! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Ranma, well, excuse me, man! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Akan, look who's talking! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Left square bracket. The argument was interrupted by a loud thud. Ranma and Akan noticed that Ryoga had fainted out of shot. Right square bracket. Ranma, left parenthesis turning to Akan, this is your fault. Akan, turning to Ranma, my fault. You never told him about any off-thighs! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Ranma, you nearly gave Ryoga a coronary exclamation point. Kasumi, stop it, both of you. Ranma, your friend just fainted and all you can think about is arguing with Akan. Ranma, shamefully bowing his head, you're right. I'll help you carry him to the living room. Akan, I'll prepare some tea. Ranma, muttering, God help us all. Akan, what was that? Ranma, nervously, nothing. Kasumi, bowing her head and sighs. End of section 2. Author's notes: this will be last Ranma 1/2 AS story I'll write for now. I've already started to go to college and I need to concentrate on my studies. But bear with me. I'll write more stories as soon as I get to them. For now, read section 3 of Ranma AS. I'll put these sections together as soon as I can. Prologue scene. It was close to the evening hours of the day at the city hospital in Tokyo, Japan. Inside the waiting room, many people awaited any news about the condition of their loved ones. One of these people happened to be Ranma, who had his head lowered as his face just touched the floor while sitting on one of the chairs. He was sweating, and rightly so, because someone he cared for deeply was wounded not too long ago. Ranma, heart racing. Why in God's name did this happen? How did it come to this? Right curly bracket voice. Ranma-san left square bracket. Ranma looked up and noticed a man in white coat. He realized it was the doctor and immediately stood up. Right square bracket. Ranma, panicky, how is she? Doctor, she's in stable condition, son. But she hasn't woken up yet. Ranma, putting his hand on his face. Dear God, no. Doctor, there's no need to panic. Ranma, panicked like hell. Doctor, we are doing all we can. Ranma-san. Ranma, can I at least go see her? Doctor, only a short while. Left square bracket. Ranma didn't wait any longer, so he ran past the doctor and entered one of the rooms. He frantically looked for the patient until he found her. She was lying on a bed, motionless and completely unaware that Ranma was there. She was very still, but also sweated. Ranma walked over to her bed, looked at the face of the girl laying there. It was Tendo Kasumi, a friend who may be dying. Ranma couldn't help the tears that were threatening to burst from his eyes. He then sat on a chair which was next to the bed where Kasumi was, and took hold of her hand and kissed it gently. Ranma held on to that hand for a few minutes. Ranma then noticed that tears were already dripping from his face. He was on the verge of screaming. Right square bracket. Ranma, why? Kasumi-chan. Why did you have to risk your life for me? I know friends look out for each other. But why did you have to take the shot for me? Right curly bracket. Left square bracket. Kasumi began to moan in pain and Ranma's eyes widened in fear. Right square bracket. Kasumi, it hurts. Ranma, Kasumi-chan. Kasumi, slowly opening her eyes. Ranma, it hurts. Ranma, Please, Kasumi. You have to pull through exclamation point Kasumi. It's not the shot, Ranma-chan. Your hand Ranma. What are you left square bracket Ranma notices that his hand was squeezing Kasumi's hand too tight. He blushes in embarrassment and pulls away. Right square bracket Ranma. Sorry Kasumi. Ranma, you must let me rest. It'll help ease the pain Ranma. But Kasumi, I'll wake up when you come again, Ranma-chan. I promise Ranma, tears in his eyes Kasumi Kasumi, softly I promise. Kasumi drifts away to rest. Unfortunately, this really scares Ranma right square bracket Ranma. Kasumi-chan exclamation point voice, keep it down, you moron. I have a headache, I'm hungry and I don't need your belly aching to keep me up exclamation point Ranma. This is none of left square bracket Ranma tears the blinds open to see who was the other patient. He was angry and was about to pound the patient stopped as he looked at his condition. The patient was lying down and had a bruised face which indicated that he was in a fight. His right eye was shut, parts of his face looked tenderized and his hair looked mussed up right square bracket Ranma. Geez, what in God's name happened to you man? Well, at least my tenderized face calmed you down. If you're going to stay here, keep it down. You'll be doing me a favor as well as your girlfriend Ranma man. Sighs look. I'm sorry I blew up at you like that, kid. I was in matched all night and took too many hits to the head and it's been ringing like an unanswered phone Ranma, looking at the man and raising an eyebrow kid man, you have to be at least 15, right Ranma, 16 man, and I'm over 20. So I have every right to call you kid Ranma. Do that and I'll tenderize whatever the guy you thought didn't touch on you man. Sighs your name's Ranma, right Ranma, Sodom Ranma man, Tanaka Katsuki. I'm a professional boxer. And you Ranma, martial artist of the Sodom School Katsuki. I can see why you were so confident in kicking my ass. Take seat, and we'll talk. Left square bracket Ranma sits on chair next to Kasumi's bed, but turns away from Katsuki. And holds Kasumi's hand, but softly, so he wouldn't wake her up again. Right square bracket Ranma, worriedly no offense. Tanaka-san, but I don't feel like talking Katsuki. The way my only open eye sees it, you look guilty. Look, I know it's none of my business, but I think it'd be best if we talked. Ranma fine Katsuki. You should have faith that God will be on your side. At least that's what Sister Angela would say. Ranma, who's Sister Angela Katsuki? A friend. Why Ranma, it's nothing. I was just curious. Katsuki. Well then, let's talk. I have a feeling that your nerves will settle after these Ranma Katsuki. So, what happened Ranma? Well, Let me start from the beginning so you'll understand. Ranma 1/2 AS originally, A Little Motherly Love, by Sergei Raka. Original stories by Celeste. Byrd. Section 3. I know what you did, so I want you to scream. Subsection 1. Deadly Rose, Sleepy Horse. Scene 1 month ago from the prologue. It was early in the morning in the Tendo home. In Kasumi's room, the eldest Tendo's sister begins to stir and rises slowly from her bed. She then walks over to the window and opens the curtains to see the sun. She slowly opens her eyes and sighs. Another morning has begun. Kasumi. Morning. Beautiful. Happy morning. Left square bracket. After stretching for a moment, Kasumi left her room and was now in the hallway. She was about to go to the bathroom, but then remembered if Ranma was up already. She walked to the guest room where the Sodoms were staying and opened the slide door slowly as to not wake them up. She noticed that Ranma's mother was still asleep on her futon, but she also noticed that Ranma's futon was untouched, meaning he never went to sleep. Right square bracket. Kasumi. Ranma. Not again. Right curly bracket. Left square bracket. Kasumi ran downstairs and headed straight for the dojo. What she found was that a bunch of rhythmic gymnastics equipment was all over the floor. Then she noticed at one end of the dojo, Ryoga was lying on the floor, dazed and obviously tired. At the other end of the dojo, Ranma, in girl form, was sprawled on the floor, unconscious. Right square bracket. Kasumi. Ranma-chan. Left square bracket. Kasumi walked over to Ranma. She kneeled down next to her and noticed that features on Ranma's face were horrible. Her eyes looked baggy and her chin looked a bit bruised. Kasumi concluded that Ranma pulled an all-nighter again, training with Ryoga and not getting enough sleep. Kasumi almost felt sorry for him. Right square bracket. Kasumi. Sighs. It serves you right, Ranma-chan. Training these past few days with Ryoga and not getting any rest is very unhealthy for you. I know you love the martial arts, but left square bracket. To Kasumi's surprise, Ranma began to stir. She moaned painfully as she tried to get up. Right square bracket. Ranma-chan. Where Kasumi? Shush. Ranma-chan. You need time to rest. Today is your match and I don't want you going into a fight all haggard. Ranma-chan. Tiredly. What did you just call me? Kasumi. You kept asking me that these past few days. And like I said, it's because you're sweet. Ranma-chan. Slightly smiles. Just don't say that in front of the doc. Kasumi-chan. Kasumi. Sighs. That's right. Today I have a date with Tofu-sensei. Ranma-chan. I kept reminding you of that these past few days. Hell, I'd tell my mom about getting you an outfit. Kasumi. You're swearing again. Ranma-chan. Dog, man. Not you. Kasumi. Putting her hand on Ranma's head. Just rest a bit, Ranma. You have a big day today. Plus you have to go to school. Ranma-chan. Closes her eyes. Okay. Left square bracket. As Ranma rested, Kasumi went to see Ryoga and see if he was alright. Right square bracket. Kasumi. Ryoga, are you alright? Ryoga. groaning and eyes fluttering. Question mark Kasumi. It's just me. Ryoga. Ryoga. Chuckling right parenthesis Kasumi. Confused. Ryoga question mark Ryoga. Whistling. Ooh, you have fine today. Kasumi hyphen sand Kasumi. Appalled. Ryoga exclamation point left square bracket before anyone had a chance to say anything. Ranma ran up to Ryoga, picked him up by his shirt, and pushed him up to the wall. Right square bracket Ranma hyphen Chan. Angry. Care to tell me on what the hell you were doing? Question mark exclamation point Ryoga. Smirking. Well, hello to you. To Ranma hyphen Chan. Why the hell were you whistling at Kasumi exclamation point question mark exclamation point Ryoga. Care to go another round? Girly boy question mark Ranma hyphen Chan. Why you little hyphen exclamation point left square bracket. The fight started and Kasumi got out of the dojo just time to avoid getting hurt. From the outside, Kasumi could see that Ranma and Ryoga were hurling giant equipment at each other and even fighting at a few moments. Both of them started to shout obscenities at each other as the fight intensified. All Kasumi could do is watch. She even bobbed her head down and sighed. Right square bracket Kasumi. Men. Scene. Much later. Ranma. Back in male form. Ryoga, Akan and Nebiki are walking to school. Ryoga was walking beside Akan. Ranma was walking lazily on the nearby fence, and Nebiki was walking ahead of Ryoga and Akan. Ranma and Ryoga were the only ones who looked drowsy and lazy-eyed because of their martial arts practice sessions that pretty much went through the early part of the day. Ryoga, Ranma. Ranma, looking down at Ryoga and glaring at him angrily but lazily right parenthesis Ryoga. It was joke. What I said today during practice. Ranma, yawning. You joke like that again, I'll stick a pipe somewhere unpleasant. Ryoga, mockingly. Ooh, I'm scared. Nebiki, rolling her eyes up. You two are a couple of psychos. Ranma and Ryoga, looking at Nebiki. What do you know? Question mark Nebiki. Well, I do know that during breakfast, I noticed that your faces were purple in some places. Akan. Ranma provoked Ryoga into fighting him. Ranma, looking at Akan. What was that? Question mark exclamation point Akan. Ryoga is too nice a guy to start a fight exclamation point Ranma, yawning. We weren't fighting. We were practicing. Akan. Practicing. You two nearly destroyed the dojo and each other exclamation point Ranma. Sounds like you were worried about me. Akan. Shut up. I can't believe you would put poor Ryoga into another all-night training session with you. Don't you have any consideration for your own friends? Question mark exclamation point Ranma. Like you have any consideration for other people's opinions? Question mark Akan. What does that mean? Question mark exclamation point Nebiki. People. We don't want to lose our voices here. Ranma, she started at Akan. Says who? Question mark exclamation point left square bracket later on. The four finally arrived at school with some time to spare. Unfortunately, Tatewaki was standing in the way of the entrance to the building. He was holding a book in front of him, aimed at Ranma. Tatewaki looked determined to finish off his opponent, namely Ranma. There was a small crowd behind Tatewaki looking on right square bracket Ranma, bowing his head in boredom. Not this again right curly bracket Tatewaki. So, you show your face once again, Shodom exclamation point Ranma, yawning and stretching his limbs. Kuno, I'm really tired of this. Just let me and I won't pound you Tatewaki. Don't think I will let you in this school that easily. This time I know the gods are on my side exclamation point Ranma. I don't think I'll get in. I know I will get in school Ryoga. Rolling his eyes up, Mr. Confidence right curly bracket Tatewaki. I may have failed in my earlier attempts, but now that I know more about you, the Farrakhan and the big-tailed girl will be free of your clutches exclamation point Ranma, raising an eyebrow and that is question mark left square bracket Tatewaki runs to a nearby tree and climbs it. For a moment, the tree seemingly shook a few times right square bracket Tatewaki. Now, Sodom. Face your fear like the man you claim you are exclamation point left square bracket Tatewaki jumps out of the tree, dressed as a giant grey rat in red underpants with yellow buttons right square bracket Tatewaki, shaken fear, enslaver of women. Squeak! Squeak I say exclamation point left square bracket Tatewaki charges at Ranma, yelling squeak and his book and aimed at Ranma. Ranma looked bored at this so he decided for a bit of action right square bracket Ranma, singing, Hey Kuno, you're so down. You're so down left square bracket Ranma jumped straight up into the air and as Kuno got closer, placed an X kick on top of his head, driving it into the ground, stopping Kuno's motion cold right square bracket Ranma, singing right parenthesis hyphen U single quote right on the ground. Hey Kuno. Hey Kuno exclamation point left square bracket Ranma continued to walk into the building. Ryoga, Nebiki, and I can follow it afterwards right square bracket Nebiki, chuckling, you know, that was actually funny Ryoga, maybe I should learn to do that. You know, singing to emphasize I can, shrugging, it was so. Scene. Later on in the day, Ranma was fast asleep during his social science class that afternoon. He was snoring, which really irritated Kurumi-sensei, a tall woman in her late 20s with glasses and flowing brown hair. She then decided to do something about it and approached Ranma with a ruler so she can wake him up. As she got near him, however, Kurumi-sensei could hear him mumbling something about history of 19th century Europe, which was the subject she was lecturing. Kurumi-sensei didn't have the heart to punish him. Kurumi, don't snore. Ranma left square bracket Ranma stopped snoring right square bracket Kurumi. Good boy left square bracket Kurumi then returned to her desk and started lecturing again. All the while, a student next to Ranma stared at him in disbelief right square bracket student. Quietly, man. I gotta learn how to do that Kurumi. Stand in the hall exclamation point student. frowning and slouching. Damn it, top left square bracket. It was lunchtime at Furinkin High. But Ranma wasn't in the company of his friends because he was busy sleeping on his desk in the classroom where his history class took place. He had laid his head on his desk and was snoring quietly. All the while, Kuromi-sensei was checking her class homework. She was distracted a few times because Ranma hadn't left for lunch, much less from his desktop right square bracket. Kuromi sighs, poor boy. I've seen him these past few days and each time he's much more tired than ever. I also see him more bruised than ever. It's a shame. Such a cute little boy being pushed so far in the martial arts. Realizes what she said and shakes her head. What am I thinking? I'm his teacher. I better wake him before I go crazy! Exclamation point right curly bracket left square bracket. Kuromi decides to walk over to Ranma's desk. When she arrives, Kuromi shakes Ranma so he could wake up. Ranma doesn't wake up and continues to sleep. Top right square bracket. Kuromi, Ranma, wake up. Lunchtime. Top left square bracket. Ranma keeps sleeping. Kuromi shakes him again. Top right square bracket. Kuromi, wake up. Top left square bracket. No answer. Top right square bracket. Kuromi, Ranma! Exclamation point. Ranma, tiredly, go away. Need sleep. Kuromi, sternly, Ranma, this is your teacher speaking. I will tolerate this behavior no longer, so I demand that you remove yourself from that desk or I will have you suspended! Exclamation point. Ranma, tiredly, sleep. Big match. Kuromi, okay. Right curly bracket left square bracket. Kuromi started to pull Ranma from his desk. She was having trouble though, because Ranma was fully intent on sleeping at the desk and removing him of said desk was difficult. Kuromi then wrapped her arms around Ranma's waist. She blushed a bit as a thought came to her. Right square bracket. Kuromi, such a manly left parenthesis shakes her head right parenthesis task at hand. Right curly bracket left square bracket. Kuromi proceeded in pulling Ranma from his desk. She gritted her teeth as she pulled. It was obvious that Kuromi was having a tough time because Ranma slept like a log and wasn't budging. Kuromi then gave it one final pull and finally got Ranma off his desk. Unfortunately, Kuromi pulled too hard, which caused her to get imbalanced and fell on the floor, with Ranma on top of her. Right square bracket. Kuromi, flustered, goodness! Exclamation point. Right curly bracket. Ranma, groggy, Kuromi, sternly, Ranma, as your teacher, I demand you remove yourself! Left square bracket. Unfortunately, Ranma embraced Kuromi and started to snuggle on her. Kuromi couldn't get out of the embrace, mainly because Ranma had her arms locked and vague. Kuromi started to struggle to free herself of Ranma. Right square bracket. Kuromi, flustered, Ranma, please. Ranma, Kuromi, for God's sake. Ranma, rubbing his face on her chest. Kuromi, I can single quote T standard losing control voice, screaming, you pervert! Exclamation point left square bracket. Out of nowhere, Akan comes in and kicks Ranma out the window, thus letting free Kuromi. Ranma crashes into the forest of the high school with a fun right square bracket Akan. Angry, I swear to God. That guy has no decency! Kurumi. Somewhat disappointed with her head down right parenthesis. It wasn't his fault. Akan. Turning to Kurumi. What? Kurumi. I tried to get Ranma out his desk, but he was sleeping so deep. I managed to pull him out of his desk, but he landed on top of me. Akan. Kurumi. Do please remind his mother not to train him so hard. Akan. It's not healthy for him. Akan. But Kurumi. Do it. Akan. Yes, Kurumi-sensei.